Mukhtaṣar Khalīl, or Khalil's Abridgment, author Khalil ibn Isḥāq ibn Mūsā, Ḍiyā al-Dīn al-Jundī, al-Mālikī, al-Miṣrī, died 776 Hijri. Translation by Muhammad al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Author's introduction. Speaks the one poor and utterly in need of his Lord's mercy, broken in spirit by the paucity of deed and God-consciousness. Khalil ibn Isḥāq al-Malik. All praise is God's praise, commensurate with his ever-increasing favours, and gratitude is his for what he has graced us with of bounty and nobility. I cannot encompass praise of him. He is as he has praised himself. We ask him for gentleness and aid in every state, and at the hour when the human being settles in his grave, and blessings and peace upon Muhammad, the master of Arabs and non-Arabs, sent to all communities, and upon his family, his companions, his wives, his progeny, and his nation, the most excellent of nations. Thereafter, a group asked me, may God make clear to me and to them the landmarks of realization, and guide us all to the most beneficial way to compose a concise manual upon the school of Imam Malik ibn Anas, God's mercy upon him, clarifying therein what accords with the ruling for giving fatwa. I responded to their request after seeking God's guidance, in what follows. Where I say in it, I refer to the Mudawwana. Where I say awal, first, I refer to a divergence among its commentators in understanding it. Where I say the choice, I refer to al-Lakma, but if it appears in the verbal form, it denotes his personal choice, while if in the nominal form, it denotes his choice among differing views. Where I say the preponderance, I refer to Ibn Yunus. Likewise, where I say the manifest view, I refer to Ibn Rushd. Likewise, where I say the statement, I refer to al-Mazar. Wherever I say there is disagreement, I mean disagreement in the grading of positions, e.g., which is most well known or strongest. Where I mention two or more views without identifying a clear predominance, it is because in that branch I found no explicit statement of what is more authoritative. I accept only the implication of conditional clauses, not other forms of implied meaning. Where I say it was verified or it was deemed preferable, I indicate that a scholar other than those already named has affirmed or preferred that view. Where I say there is hesitation, I mean that later scholars hesitated in transmitting it, or that earlier authorities did not explicitly address it. Where I use if law, I point to a divergence with the well-established position of the school. O God, I ask that you make this of benefit to anyone who writes it, reads it, learns it, or strives in any part of it. God is our guardian from misstep and the one who grants success in word and deed. I then ask the people of understanding to excuse the shortcomings present in this book, and I ask in the language of supplication and humility, in the tone of utter need and lowliness, that it be looked upon with the eyes of acceptance and rectitude, so that whatever deficiency it contains they may complete, and whatever error they may correct. Seldom does an author's pen escape slips, or a compiler's effort remain free of stumbles. Section 1. On acts of worship and what pertains to them. Chapter on the rulings of purification and what relates to it. Prelude. Chapter on the rulings of purification and what relates to it. Ritual states of impurity and the legal status of filth are lifted by absolute water, that is, by any substance truly called water, without qualification even if gathered from dew, or melted after having been in a frozen state. even if it be the leftover water from an animal's drinking, or from a menstruant, or one in major ritual impurity, or the remainder of their purifications. Even if a large amount was mixed with a najasa yet remained unchanged, or if one doubts whether what changed it was harmful, or if its change came merely by adjacency to another substance, even if by oil that clung to it, or by the scent of tar from a traveller's vessel, or by something born of the water itself, or by substances resident in it like salt, or by what was cast into it even intentionally like soil or salt. The more preponderant view is that salt nullifies its purifying status, and in the case where salt was processed, there is hesitation as to whether its addition clearly nullifies. But water is not purifying if its colour, taste or smell changed by something that usually separates from it, whether that substance be pure or impure, as with oil that blended into it, or with the vapour of mastic. Its ruling then follows the ruling of that which effected the change. It is harmful when the water's change arises from the rope of a water-drawing beast, as with a pool altered by the dung of livestock, or a well affected by leaves or straw. The more manifest view regarding a Bedouin well so affected is permissibility in those two cases. As for treating a similar mixture like a dissimilar one, there is room for reflection. There are two views on purifying with water that has been placed in one's mouth. Used water is disliked for the removal of a state of ritual impurity. In other cases there is hesitation. A small amount, like what remains in the vessels from ablution or bathing, if touched by impurity that does not alter it, or if a dog drank from it, or if it is still water used to bathe in, or the remains of a wine drinker, or what someone inserted his hand into, or what is inevitably difficult to avoid of impurity in water, this does not harm if avoiding it is difficult, or if it be edible, like water heated by the sun. If water is seen upon the mouth at the time of its use, one acts upon that seeing. If a land animal with flowing blood dies in still water and the water is not altered, it is recommended to draw out an amount of water equal to the volume of the animal and the corpse. Not so if it fell in already dead. And if the alteration of impure water ceases by means other than being overwhelmed by a large amount of absolute water, then a deeming it good, istihsan, accords it purifying power, though the more likely view is that it does not become purifying thereby. The report of a single reliable person is accepted if he clarifies the basis of his statement, or if the madhab is shared between the two. Otherwise, he says, it is preferable to refrain. Water poured upon an impurity has the same ruling as the reverse case. Section on clarifying substances that are pure and those that are impure. Pure are the corpse of that which has no flowing blood, the sea creature, even if its life continues for long on land, whatever has been properly slaughtered, and its parts, except what is forbidden to eat, wool, hair, down, and feathers, even if from a pig, if shorn. Inanimate matter, that is, a body not alive and not attached to it, except intoxicants. The living and what exudes from them, tears, sweat, saliva, nasal mucus, and eggs, even if from animals that fed upon filth, except for the putrid egg. Whatever exits after death. Human milk, except from one deceased. The milk of non-humans follows the ruling of the animal. The urine and dung of animals whose flesh is lawful to eat, except for one that is habitually nourished by filth. Vomit, except when altered from the nature of food. Bile, phlegm, and the gall of a lawful animal. Blood that is not poured forth. Musk and its gland. Produce irrigated with filth. Wine that has turned to stone, or that has been made into vinegar. Impure is what has been excluded above, and the corpse of what has not been mentioned, even a louse or a human being. The more manifest view is that the human corpse is pure. Impure also is what is cut from a living creature, and from the dead, horns, hooves, bones, nails, ivory, the shafts of feathers and hides, even if tanned, and it was permitted to use them unrestrictedly except for swine, even after tanning in dry contexts, and in water. In it, i.e. in the mudawana, are dislike of ivory, and hesitation in kimka, a kind of leather. Impure also are semen, pre-ejaculate, madi, urethral discharge, wadi, pus, blood matter, sad, moisture of the private parts, blood that flows even if from fish or flies, black bile, ash of a najis substance, and its smoke, the urine and dung of a human being, and of what is forbidden or disliked to eat. A large amount of liquid food becomes impure through a small amount of impurity, like a solid, if permeation is possible. Otherwise, by its measure. Oil mixed thoroughly cannot be purified, nor meat cooked with impurity, nor olives brined with impure brine, nor eggs boiled in impure water, nor earthenware jars whose pores have absorbed filth. Benefit may be taken from a mutanajis, something pure that has been contaminated with impurity, but not from a najis, intrinsically impure, and not in a mosque, and not upon the person. One may not pray in the garb of an unbeliever, contrary to that which has been woven by him, nor in what would touch another praying person, nor in the clothes of one who is not praying except like the head section, nor while directly opposite the private part of another without knowing. And it is forbidden for a male to adorn himself with gold, even a belt, or implements of war, except the Qur'an, a sword, a prosthetic nose, or binding a tooth in all cases, and a silver ring, though not that which contains any gold, even a little, and vessels made of precious metals, or keeping them even for a woman. As for vessels that are plated, gilded, banded, or made with rings, or vessels of jewels, there are two opinions. For women, jewellery is permitted without restriction, even sandals, though not beds. Section on removing impurity and what is overlooked. Therefrom, whether removing impurity from the clothing of one who prays even the end of his turban or his body, and from his place of prayer but the end of his mat, is a sunnah or an obligation if remembered and able, and otherwise whether he must repeat the Dhuhr and Asr within the time of paleness, there is disagreement. If impurity fell during the prayer, it invalidates it just as remembering it in the midst of prayer does, but not before it, or if it was on the underside of his sandal and he removed it. Whatever is difficult to avoid is overlooked, like a chronic involuntary flow, and the dampness from a hemorrhoid on one's hand, if frequent, or on one's clothing. And for a nursing woman, she exercises ijtihad, and it is recommended for her to have a garment set aside for prayer. Less than a dirham's worth of blood in all cases is overlooked. Likewise pus and blood matter, and the urine of a horse for one fighting in enemy lands, and what a fly leaves behind from filth, and the sight of cupping if it is wiped. Then, when it heals, it is washed. Otherwise, the prayer is repeated within its time. This is interpreted in the case of forgetfulness and in absolute form, like the mud of rain, even if mingled with filth, unless the filth clearly predominates. Its apparent ruling is that it is overlooked. But if the substance of the filth itself adheres, then no. The hem of a woman's garment that is long for the sake of covering, and a foot that is wetted and passes over dried filth, it is purified by what comes after, and likewise a leather sock and a sandal from the dung and urine of livestock if rubbed, but not other things, so the one who wipes over them removes them when no water is available and performs dry ablution. He preferred to attach the poor man's barefoot to this ruling. And about others there are two views among later scholars. If impurity falls upon a passer-by and he asks, he accepts the Muslim's word. Likewise, a polished sword is not washed from the blood of a lawful animal, if that would damage it, and the trace of an unripe boil which has not opened. It is recommended to remove it if it becomes excess that are difficult to remove, remain excused. Waste washwater that is altered is impure. If the very substance of an impurity departs by other than absolute water, what touches that site does not become impure. If one doubts whether impurity struck a garment, sprinkling is obligatory. If he omitted that, he repeats the prayer similar to the ruling for bathing. Sprinkling is pouring water by hand without intention, but not if he doubts the impurity of what struck him, or doubts both garment and substance. As for the body, does it take the ruling of the garment, or is washing obligatory? There is disagreement. If purifying water is confounded with a container of contaminated or impure water, he performs a number of prayers equal to the number of impure containers plus one extra. It is recommended to wash a water vessel and to pour out the water, though not food, and to wash a pool as devotional compliance 7 times for the lapping of a dog in all cases, but not for other things when one intends to use it, and without intention, and without dusting, and without multiplying the count by the number of dogs. Section on the obligations, sunnahs and merits of ablution. Obligations of ablution. The obligations of ablution are washing the area between the ears and the normal hairline on the head and the chin, and the outer surface of the beard, so he washes the columella of the nose and the furrows of his forehead, and the outer surface of the lips by combing through any hair beneath which the skin shows, but not a healed wound or a congenital depression. Washing the hands, including the elbows, and what remains of the forearm if the hand was severed, as the palm with the shoulder if the forearm was severed by interlacing the fingers, not by turning a ring, and by untying other than the hair braid. Wiping upon what is on the skull, including the bone adjacent to the temple along with the loose hair. A man or a woman does not untie a braid. Rather, they both insert their fingers beneath it when returning the wipe. Washing suffices as well. Washing the feet up to the protruding ankle bones at the joints of the shins. Interlacing the toes is recommended. One who clipped a nail or shaved his head does not repeat. Regarding the beard, there are 2 opinions. As for continuity, muwala, is it obligatory if one remembers and is able, such that he continues with intention if he forgot at any point? Absolutely. And if he is unable to continue so long as the prior limbs have not fully dried in temperate conditions, or is continuity a sunnah? There is disagreement. The intention to remove the state of ritual impurity at the time of washing the face, or at the first obligatory act, or with the intention of permitting what was prohibited, is obligatory, even if mingled with the desire to cool off, or if he included only some of the permitted acts, or forgot a particular impurity and did not include removing it, or if he intended absolute purification, or intended permission for what is merely recommended by ablution, or said, if I have entered a state of minor impurity, then this is for it, or renewed his ablution and later found that he had indeed been impure, or left an unwetted spot that was subsequently washed with an intention for extra virtue, or distributed his intention over the limbs. The more apparent view in this last case is validity. Losing focus upon the intention afterwards or discarding it is forgiven. There is disagreement about the validity of an intention made a moment before beginning the face. Sunnahs of ablution. Its sunnahs are washing the hands at the outset 3 times, as devotional practice with absolute water and with intention, even if clean, or if a minor impurity occurred in the midst of it, in separate acts. Rinsing out the mouth and inhaling water into the nose, exaggerating in both unless fasting. Performing the 2 acts with 6 scoops is best. Both, or either one, may be done with a single handful. Expelling the water from the nose, wiping the outer and inner surfaces of both ears with fresh water, returning the wipe over the head, arranging the obligations in order. The one who inverts the order repeats only his own prayer if the earlier part had dried. Otherwise, he and those who followed him repeat. Whoever omitted an obligation makes it up along with the prayer, and the sunnah associated with it is done only for what remains. Merits of ablution. Its merits are using little water without a fixed limit like the ghusl, beginning with the right side of the limbs and of the container if it is open, beginning the head wipe with the front, making even-numbered washes and triple washing. Regarding the feet, is this likewise, or is the desired aim mere cleanliness? There is disagreement. Is a 4th wash disliked or forbidden? There is disagreement. Observing the order of the sunnahs, or their order with the obligations, is meritorious. The toothstick, siwak, even with a finger like a prayer performed some time after it, uttering God's name at the beginning, saying it is legislated for ghusl and tayammum, and for eating, drinking zakat, mounting a ride or a boat, entering and leaving a house or mosque, putting on clothing, closing a door, extinguishing a lamp, marital intimacy, a preacher's ascent of the pulpit, closing the eyes of the deceased, and lowering him into his grave. It is not recommended to lengthen the gleam and blaze, i.e. washing beyond the limbs, nor to wipe the nape, nor to leave wiping the limbs. If one doubts the 3rd wash, there are 2 opinions, dislike or recommendation. Al-Mazar said, like doubting whether the fast of Arafah is in fact the day of the feast. Section on the etiquette of relieving oneself and cleansing. Recommended for one who seeks to relieve himself is to sit. Standing is prevented on loose, impure ground, and standing with support upon one leg may be required. Cleansing with the left hand. Wetting it before encountering filth. Washing it with earth afterwards. Covering until one reaches the site. Preparing the means of removal and making them odd-numbered, preferring stones before water. Separating the thighs, relaxing the limbs, and covering the head. No turning about, no speech except for necessity. A remembrance after it and before it, and if it is missed, there is discussion about making it up if one has not yet returned. Silence otherwise, except for what is important. In the open, to shield oneself, and after finishing to avoid holes, wind, places from which people draw water, paths, riverbanks, shaded areas, hard surfaces. In latrines, to avoid uttering God's name, to enter with the left foot first and exit with the right, the reverse of a mosque. As for the home, with the right foot in both. In one's home, facing or turning one's back to the Qibla for urination is permissible if one is not compelled. Such permissibility is interpreted as applying where there is a barrier and in general terms, but not in the open. Regarding whether a curtain suffices in such cases, there are 2 acceptable views. The preferred course is to avoid facing the Qibla, not to avoid facing the 2 luminaries, and not to avoid Bayt al-Maqdis. It is obligatory to ensure cleanliness by expelling what remains in the two exits and by gently sweeping the male organ, and by shaking off the sole of the foot. It is recommended to combine water and stones, then water alone. Water is required in cases of ejaculate, menstruation, postpartum discharge, the urine of a woman, and when impurity spreads far from the exit, and in the case of pre-ejaculate, to wash the entire male organ. Regarding intention, and whether one who omits it or omits washing the whole organ invalidates the prayer, there are two views. One does not cleanse from passing wind. A dry, pure, cleansing object that is not harmful and not sacred suffices, never a moist object, nor something impure, nor something excessively smooth or sharp, nor something sacred such as food, writing, gold or silver, nor a wall, bone or dung. If the area is rendered clean, it suffices, as with using the hand. Fewer than 3 wipes are disapproved. Section on what invalidates ablution. Ablution is invalidated by the occurrence of a minor ritual impurity, that is, what exits in the usual way in a state of health unlike pebbles or worms, even if accompanied by moisture, and by what continually dribbles, but mostly stops, like persistent pre-ejaculate when one is able to prevent it. It is recommended to perform ablution if it accompanies the greater part of the time, not if that is burdensome. There is hesitation whether accompanying the greater part is to be considered within the time of the prayer or in an absolute sense. It is invalidated by what exits from either of the 2 passages or by an opening below the stomach if the natural passages are closed. Otherwise, there are 2 views. It is invalidated by that which causes it. Loss of consciousness even by sleep, if it is heavy, even if short. Not by light sleep. Recommended if long. Touching that which one normally takes delight in touching like a person invalidates, even if through a nail or hair or a thin barrier. This is interpreted as applying to light barriers and to any case where one intends pleasure or finds it not, if both intention and sensation are absent except as regards kissing the mouth, which invalidates in all cases, even if by compulsion or surprise, not if in farewell or mercy, and not by the pleasure of mere looking as with erection, nor by enjoying a forbidden gaze, according to the more correct opinion. Touching one's own penis, while attached in all cases, invalidates whether for a male or a hermaphrodite of uncertain sex with the flat of the palm or the inner side of the finger, and even if the hand be supernumerary or lacking sensation. Apostasy and returning to disbelief invalidate. Doubting whether one has invalidated after knowing one is pure invalidates, except for the one beset by misgivings. Doubting which of the 2, purity or impurity, came first, invalidates ablution. Ablution is not invalidated by touching the anus or the testicles or the private part of a small girl, nor by vomiting, nor by eating camel meat, nor by slaughtering, nor by cupping, nor by letting blood, nor by loud laughter in the prayer, nor by a woman touching her own private parts. These are also interpreted as cases without intentional pleasure. It is recommended to wash the hand after touching meat and milk, and to renew ablution if one prayed with it. If one doubted his ablution within a prayer and later discovered he had indeed been pure, he does not repeat the prayer. A state of impurity prevents prayer, circumambulation, touching a written Qur'an even with a rod, and carrying it even by a strap, except with items that themselves are intended to be carried. And even if it is upon a non-Muslim, not if it is merely as much as a dirham's worth among his things, and writing on a tablet for a teacher and student, even if the student is menstruating, and part of it for a student even if he has reached maturity, and placing it in a container or covering even for a menstruant. Section on the rulings of the ritual bath. Ghusl. What necessitates it? It is obligatory to wash the outer body because of ejaculation, even if by sleep, or if the sensation of sexual pleasure ceases without intercourse and one did not bathe unless there was no pleasure, or it was not the usual kind. He performs ablution like one who had intercourse, then bathed and later ejaculated. His prayer is not repeated. The disappearance of the glands of a male who has reached puberty, not merely nearing it, or as much as its measure, into a vagina, even if that of an animal or a corpse, necessitates the bath. It is recommended for one near puberty, as it is for a small girl who was entered by a man of age. Not for mere ejaculate that reaches the entrance of the vagina, even if pleasure was felt. Menstruation and postpartum bleeding with blood necessitate ghusl. It is deemed favourable even without blood. Not so for chronic bleeding, istihada. It is recommended when it ceases. What is obligatory? A disbeliever must perform ghusl after the declaration of faith because of what has been mentioned. It is valid if done before it, and there is consensus that Islam erases what came before it, not the other way around, except in the case of incapacity. If one is unsure whether what exited was pre-ejaculate or ejaculate, he performs ghusl and repeats from the last sleep. Likewise, if he becomes certain after the fact. Branch on the obligations within ghusl. Its obligation is the intention and continuity, like in ablution. If a woman intended menstruation and major impurity, or intended one while forgetting the other, or if one intended major impurity and the Friday bath, or intended one in place of the other, the objectives are achieved. If he forgot the major impurity, or intended another bath in place of it, neither is attained. Combing through the hair is obligatory. For tightly braided hair, a bunch is lifted and water is run through it. Untying is not required. Rubbing, dalik, is obligatory even after the water has been poured, or with a cloth or by another's hand. If impossible, it is waived. Its sunnahs: washing the hands at the start, washing the openings of the ears, rinsing the mouth, sniffing water into the nose, and expelling it. Its recommendations: to begin by removing filth, then performing the full ablution of the limbs once, then washing the upper body before the lower and the right side before the left, to wash the head 3 times, to use little water without a fixed limit, like ablution. It is recommended for one in major impurity who intends intercourse again to wash his private parts so he may return, and to perform ablution before sleeping, not dry ablution. It is invalidated only by intercourse. Major impurity prevents what the lesser impurity prevents, and also recitation, except for an ayah for seeking refuge or the like, and entering a mosque, even in passing like a non-Muslim, even if a Muslim grants permission. Ejaculate is known by its spurting and the scent of date, pollen, or fresh dough. Ghusl suffices for ablution, even if it becomes clear there was no major impurity. Ablution suffices for washing the site of the private part itself, even if he forgot his state of major impurity, like a spot left dry from it, and likewise when a splint is worn. Section on wiping over footwear. It is permitted whether for a man or a woman, and even for one in chronic bleeding, whether at home or travelling, to wipe over a leather sock whose outer and inner are leather, and over a boot, even over another boot, with no intermediate barrier except dirt, save for a spur at the heel. There is no fixed term, provided the leather is pure, sewn, covers the area of the obligation, and one can walk in it continuously. It must be put on after a complete ablution with water, without self-indulgence, and not while committing a sin, either by putting it on or by travelling. One does not wipe over something excessively loose, nor over something torn to the extent of a third of the foot, even less if the fabric adheres to the skin, nor over an opening that exposes part of the foot. If one washed his feet and put on the socks, then completed the rest, or washed one foot and put it in, he must remove what he wore before completing. It is not permitted for one intending only to wipe or to sleep, and in this case it is disliked. Washing them repeatedly is disliked, as is meticulously following the folds. The permission is voided by any washing that becomes obligatory, and by many tears, and by removing most of the foot up to the shaft of the boot, not the heel. If both, or both uppers, or one, is removed, hasten to wash the lower parts, like the rule of continuity. If one foot is removed, and the other is difficult, and the time is tight, does he perform tayammum, or wipe over it? Or, and if it is of high value, he preserves it, otherwise he tears it off. There are several opinions. It is recommended to remove them every Friday. He places his right hand upon the tips of the toes and his left beneath them, and passes both up to the ankles. Regarding the left sock, is it done likewise, or is the left placed above the right? There are two interpretations. Wiping the upper and lower is established. If he leaves the upper, the permission is voided, not by leaving the lower. Then the time is considered. Section on dry ablution, tayammum. One performs tayammum for an illness or for a journey in which it is permitted, whether for an obligatory prayer or a voluntary one. Likewise, a resident for a funeral prayer if it is otherwise missed. For an obligatory other than Friday, he need not repeat it. For a sunnah, if they lack sufficient water, or if they fear, by using water, illness or increase in illness, or delay in healing, or thirst for someone whose life is inviolable, or if seeking it entails loss of wealth or the passing of the time, like the lack of someone to pass the water or lack of the means to draw it. Whether, if he fears missing the time by using it, there is disagreement. A funeral prayer, a sunnah, touching a mushaf, recitation, circumambulation, and its 2 rak'ahs are allowed by one tayammum for an obligatory or a voluntary act, if these acts follow after, though not for another obligatory act, even if intended. If the second is shared in nature with the first, it is still not allowed. Not by tayammum intended for something merely recommended. Continuity is required. Accept a gift of water, but not purchase or a loan for it. As for acquiring water at the customary price without need or on credit, and seeking it for every prayer, even if one only thinks it likely but has not ascertained lack of it, he must seek it in a way that does not impose hardship, like from a small group of travellers, or around him among a large group if he does not know their stinginess. The intention to permit prayer is obligatory, and the intention to lift a greater impurity if it exists, even if repeated. Tayammum does not remove impurity, it only renders prayer permissible. One must wipe the entire face, and the hands up to the wrists, remove any ring, and use a clean earthy surface, most ideally soil, even if brought. Also snow, slush, gypsum that has not been fired, metals other than gold and silver, precious stones, portable substances like alum and salt. For one ill, a wall of clay or stone suffices, not mats or wood. Tayammum is performed within the time of the prayer, the one in despair at the beginning, the one uncertain about catching up with water around the midpoint, the one hopeful near the end. It is said Maghrib may be delayed until the disappearance of the red twilight. It is sunnah to observe order, to wipe up to the elbows, and to renew the strike for the hands. Saying God's name is recommended. Begin by wiping the back of the right hand with the left up to the elbow, then its palm to the tips of the fingers, then the left likewise. Tayammum is voided by whatever invalidates ablution, and by the finding of water before the prayer, not during it, except for one who had forgotten, in which case he completes it. The one who was remiss repeats within the time. If he did not, it remains valid, like the one who finds water near him or at his baggage, unless the baggage was taken away, and like one who fears a thief or beast, and like an ill person who finds no helper, and the one who expected water then returned early, and one who was uncertain of catching up with it, and one who remembered after the prayer, like one who had sufficed with wiping to the wrists and not beyond, or who used only one strike, like the one who performed tayammum while contaminated with urine that was doubtful or established. He limited acts to the time according to the one who holds that earth is purified by dryness. One is prevented from kissing someone in ablution, or from marital relations for one requiring ghusl, unless a long time has passed. If he forgot one of the 5 daily prayers, he performs 5 tayammums. If one with water dies, and with him is one in a state of major impurity, priority is given to the one with water unless there is fear of thirst, as when water suffices for both. He is liable for its value. Prayer and its making up may be waived when neither water nor clean earth are available. Section on wiping over a wound, splint, or bandage. If one fears washing a wound, he performs, like tayammum, a wiping over the wound, then over the splint upon it, then over the bandage like cupping, an ointment, parchment on the temple, or a turban that removing would harm, even if he can wash or wipe beneath, or even without ritual purification. If the affliction spreads, and most or less of the body is sound, and washing it is not harmful, the rule applies. If not, then tayammum is obligatory even if the affliction is very slight like a hand, and if he washed instead, it suffices. If touching the afflicted area is impossible, and it is among the limbs of tayammum, he leaves it and performs ablution. Otherwise, he does tayammum as a third possibility if the affliction is extensive, and as a fourth combines both. If he removes the dressing for medication, or it falls off even during prayer, he replaces it and wipes. If washing is possible, he washes and wipes. If he has performed ablution, he wipes over the head thereafter. Section on menstruation, postpartum bleeding and chronic bleeding. Menstruation is blood, sometimes yellowish or brownish, that exits by itself from the vagina of one who by custom can bear children, even if all at once. For a first-time menstruant, its maximum is half a lunar month, like the minimum of purity. For one with a known habit, a further 3 days are added to the longest of her usual periods as a precaution, so long as it is not exceeded. Thereafter she is pure. For a pregnant woman, after 3 months, half a month, or close to it, and after 6 months, 20 days, or thereabouts. Whether what is before the 3 months is like what is after it, or like that of a woman of habit, 2 opinions. If the bleeding is intermittent with periods of purity, she adds together the days of blood only according to their particulars, and thereafter she is considered a woman with chronic bleeding, mustahada. She bathes whenever the bleeding ceases. She fasts, prays, and may be sexually approached. If bleeding is distinguishable after a completed period of purity, that is menstruation. There is no extra precaution, istida, according to the sounder view. Purity is by dryness, no trace, or by the white discharge. The latter is stronger for one accustomed to it. She awaits it until the end of the chosen time. For a first-time menstruant, there is hesitation. She is not obliged to verify her purity before dawn, but at her sleep and at morning. Branch. Postpartum bleeding prevents the validity of prayer and fasting and obligates them later. It prevents divorce, the start of the waiting period, and sexual intercourse either in the private part or beneath a covering even after cessation of blood with tayammum, and it prevents lifting her state of impurity even if it is that of major impurity. And it prevents entering the mosque, so she may not seclude therein nor circumambulate, and prevents touching a mushaf, not recitation. Branch. Chronic bleeding and postpartum blood that exits for birth, even between twins, has a maximum of 60 days. If separated by purity, then 2 postpartum periods. Its intermittent nature and prevention are like menstruation. Ablution is obligatory for each prayer. In such a case, the more apparent view negates its obligation. Chapter on Prayer. Salah. Clarifying the times of the 5 prayers. The chosen time for Zuhr begins at the sun's zenith and lasts until the end of one shadow length, not including the noontime shadow. That is the first time of Asr until the paleness of the sun. They share a period equal to the time of either one. Whether this is at the end of the first shadow length or at the beginning of the second, there is disagreement. For Maghrib, sunset measured by what is needed to perform it after its conditions. For Isha, from the disappearance of the red twilight until the first third of the night. For Subh, from the true dawn until the highest degree of brightness, and it is the middle prayer. If one dies in the middle of the time without having prayed, he does not sin unless he expected death. For one praying alone, the best is to bring the prayer forward absolutely. For the congregation, the best is the end of the time. For the congregation, bringing forward the prayers other than Zuhr is permitted. Delaying Zuhr by a quarter of the shadow length is permitted, and more for intense heat. It is recommended to slightly delay Isha. If one doubts the entry of the time, prayer is not valid, even if it later becomes clear it was within the time. The necessary time is after the chosen time until sunrise for Subh, and until sunset for the 2 midday prayers, and until dawn for the 2 evening prayers. Subh is caught within that time by a full rak'ah, no less. All of it is considered performed on time. Zuhr and Asr and Maghrib and Isha are each caught by separating the 2 by 1 rak'ah, applied to the first, not the second, like one resident who travelled or a traveller who arrived. One sins by leaving prayer into the necessary time, save for excuses like disbelief, even by apostasy childhood, fainting, insanity, sleep, forgetfulness like menstruation, not drunkenness. The excused person and any non-disbeliever is granted the assumption of purity. If he believed he could catch both prayers and then bowed and the time expired, he makes up the latter. If he purified himself and then invalidated it, or it becomes clear that the water was not purifying, or he remembered a precedence of prayers, then it is making up. Any excuse that arises, other than sleep or forgetfulness, removes the obligation of what was caught. A child is instructed to pray at 7 and disciplined at 10. Voluntary prayers are prohibited at sunrise and sunset and during the Friday sermon. They are disliked after Subh and the obligatory Asr until the sun rises a spear's height. Maghrib is performed save for the 2 rak'ahs of Subh and one's daily litany before the obligatory prayer for one who slept through it, also funeral prayers, and prostration of recitation before the brightening and before the yellowing. A forbidden act is cut off during times of prohibition. Prayer is permitted in the paddocks of cows or sheep, like in a graveyard, even if belonging to an idolater, and in a rubbish heap, a place of pebbles, and a slaughterhouse, provided one is safe from impurity. Otherwise, the more correct view is that there is no repetition, if not certain. It is disliked in a church, and there is no repetition. It is disliked in the pens of camels, even if one feels secure, and there are two views regarding repetition. Whoever delays an obligatory prayer and remains enough time for one rak'ah with its two prostrations in the necessary time is executed by the sword as a legal punishment, even if he says, "I will do it." Someone other than a distinguished person prays over him, and his grave is not effaced. There is no making up of a missed one according to the more correct view, and whoever denies its obligation is a disbeliever. Section on the call to prayer, adhan, and the iqamah, and what relates to them. The adhan is a sunnah for a congregation sought by others, for an obligatory prayer bound to its time, even Jumu'ah. It is recited in pairs, even the phrase, "Prayer is better than sleep." The two testimonies are returned to by raising the voice more than at the start, and they are pronounced definitively, without elongation, without intervening breaks, even by a gesture for the greeting. If the interval is not long, one builds upon the first, even if he had not yet pronounced it, in the time except for subh, which may be called at the end of the last sixth of the night. Its validity requires the one calling it to be Muslim, sane, male, and adult. It is recommended that he be in a state of purity, be melodious, in a higher position, standing except for an excuse, facing the Qibla except for turning to be heard. Repeating the words along with the caller up to the end of the testimonies is a sunnah, even for one in voluntary prayer, but not in an obligatory one. The adhan of a solitary traveller is permissible. As for a congregation not sought by others, the preferred view is that it is not recommended. A blind person may call the adhan. Having multiple callers is permissible, arranged in order except for Maghrib. It is permissible for each mosque to act upon its own adhan, and the iqamah is given by someone other than the one who made the adhan. Echoing the adhan before it is permissible. Receiving a wage for it or with the prayer accords with permissibility, though pay for it is disliked. Returning a greeting is like exceeding in recitation. The iqamah on horseback, or for one who will repeat the prayer like his adhan, is permissible. Giving the iqamah for one praying alone is sunnah. Its opening takbars are doubled for an obligatory prayer, even if making it up. The prayer is valid even if the iqamah is deliberately omitted. If a woman gives the iqamah quietly, that is good. A man should give it with her or after her to the extent possible. Section on the conditions for the validity of prayer. Purity from ritual. State and from impurity. Purity from ritual state and from impurity is a condition for prayer. If one experiences nosebleed before prayer and it continues, he delays to the end of the chosen time and prays even for a feast or funeral if he believes it will continue. If not, and it oozes, he twirls it with the fingertips of his left hand. If it exceeds a dirham's amount, he stops the prayer so too if he smears or fears soiling the mosque. Otherwise, he has the option to break it off, and it is recommended to build upon what was done. He exits holding his nose to wash so long as he does not pass the nearest possible place, even if it is near. He turns his back on the Qibla without excuse. He treads on impurity. He may speak inadvertently even within congregational prayer, and the Imam appoints a replacement. Regarding one praying alone, there is disagreement. If he builds upon his prayer, he only counts a full rak'ah. He completes from where he is if he thinks his imam has completed, and it is possible to do so. Otherwise, he goes to the nearest point to him, or else the prayer is invalidated. He returns if he thinks the imam is still in prayer, or if he is uncertain, even if the imam is in his tashahhud. In Jumu'ah, he must return to the main mosque, absolutely otherwise both prayers are invalid. If he has not completed a rak'ah in Jumu'ah, he begins Zuhr anew from the opening takbir. He gives salam and departs if the nosebleed occurs after the imam's salam, not before. And he may not build upon another's prayer like one who assumes and goes out. Then it appears such assumption was not valid. One overcome by vomiting does not have his prayer invalidated. If making up prayers and building upon what was prayed coincide for one with nosebleed, who caught the second or third prayers in 2 prayer sets while resident or traveller in a town, he gives precedence to building and sits in the imam's last sitting, even if it is not his own second. Section on covering the aura and the nature of the covering. Whether covering one's aura with something thick, even by borrowing or seeking it, or with something impure alone, or with silk and silk, takes precedence, is a condition for the validity of prayer, if one remembers and is able even in solitude. For prayer there is disagreement. The aura, for a man and a bondwoman, even if with a trace of free status, and for a free woman among women, is between the navel and the knee. With a non-mahram, for a free woman, all of her except the face and the hands must be covered. She repeats her prayer within the time if her chest or extremities were exposed, just as a bondwoman does if a portion of her thigh is exposed but not the leg. With a mahram, other than the face and extremities, more must be covered. What a man may see of a woman who is not lawful for him is like what he may see of his mahram. For a mahram, it is like a man with another man. A bondwoman is not required to cover her head in prayer, though it is recommended even in solitude. As for a mother of his child and a small girl, the covering required of a free woman applies. If the girl has reached near puberty, she repeats within the time like a mature woman who omitted the head covering. So too one who prays in silk, even if alone, or in impurity if other than that existed, or where purification was possible, even if he believed he could not pray otherwise. And one who prays in a pure garment, though he is able to do otherwise. One who is completely unable to cover prays naked like one making up a missed prayer. Pointed garments are disliked if they bring no benefit, as are a woman's face veil, gloves, and binding the hair during prayer. Covering the mouth is like exposing a common area of the chest or shin. A deaf person covers. If not, he is prevented like wrapping oneself in a cloak without covering. He sins, but the prayer is valid. If a man prays in silk or gold or stolen goods or looks upon the forbidden within it, the prayer is still valid. If one finds only enough covering for one private part, there is a third opinion that he chooses. Whoever is unable prays naked. If they gather in darkness, they are like those covered. If not, they separate. If it is impossible, they pray standing, lowering their gaze, their imam in the midst. If a bondwoman discovered she was free while praying and her head was uncovered, or a naked person found a garment, both cover themselves if near. Otherwise, they repeat within the time. If there is one garment for many naked people, they pray individually. As for the one who possesses it, it is recommended that he lend it. He should not deprive them. Section on facing the Qibla and what relates to it with safety, facing the very Kaaba, is required for one in Mecca. If that is difficult, there is room for independent judgment. Otherwise, the more manifest view for the non-resident is to face its direction by ijtihad, even if the structure is gone, and the prayer is invalidated if one opposes it, even if he later coincides with it. Facing the direction of travel for a journey in which shortening is allowed for one mounted on a riding animal only is permitted, even if in a litter, in a voluntary prayer, even in witter, even if beginning the prayer facing the Kaaba is easy. Not for a ship he turns with it if possible. Whether by gestures or in all cases, two interpretations. One who is capable of ijtihad does not imitate another, nor a prayer niche, unless it is in a city. If blind, he asks for the reasons and imitates another competent, knowledgeable person or a prayer niche. If he finds none, or an independent scholar is unsure, he chooses. If he prays for in different directions, it is good. The preferred view is to do so. If an error becomes manifest during the prayer, he cuts it unless it is a blind person, or the deviation is slight, in which case they both turn to face it. After the prayer, he repeats within the chosen time. Whether the forgetful one repeats always, there is disagreement. A sunnah prayer is allowed within the Kaaba and in the semicircular area, hijr, in any direction, not an obligatory one which must be repeated within the time. This is interpreted for forgetfulness and absolute cases. An obligatory prayer upon its roof is invalid like a mounted person, except in battle or fear of a beast, even if in other places. If safety then returns, the fearful repeats within the time. Not so for one in slush who cannot descend, or one ill praying upon, it is like praying upon earth, though the latter is preferable, as is the dislike of the latter. Section on the obligations, sunnahs, recommendations, and disliked aspects of prayer. Obligations of prayer, the opening takbirah, Allahu Akbar, and standing for it except for one who has been preceded by the imam, in which case there are two interpretations. Only Allahu Akbar suffices if unable, it is waived. The intention for the specific prayer, its wording, is broad. If the wording and intention disagree, the prayer is invalidated. Giving salam, or thinking one has done so, invalidates. If he then completes the prayer as a nafil and it is long, it is counted. Otherwise, it is not just as if he had not thought it, or his intention had lapsed, or he had not intended the number of rak'ahs, or on time, or making up, or their opposites. The intention of following the imam is required for the follower, and it is permissible to enter into whatever the imam has begun. The prayer is invalidated if the follower precedes the imam considerably, otherwise there is disagreement. The Fatiha, articulating with the tongue, is obligatory for the imam, and one praying alone, even if he does not hear himself. Standing while reciting it is obligatory. Learning it is obligatory if possible. If not, he follows an imam. If neither is possible, the preferred view is that both the Fatiha and standing are waived. It is recommended to make a small pause between the opening takbir and the bowing. Whether the Fatiha is required in every rak'ah or in most of them, there is disagreement. If one leaves out a verse from it, he prostrates for forgetfulness. Bowing such that the palms draw near to the knees is required, and it is recommended to plant them fully and straighten them. Rising from bowing is obligatory. Prostration upon the forehead is obligatory. Omitting the nose requires repeating the prayer within the time. It is sunnah to prostrate on the tips of the toes and the knees like the palms, according to the sounder view. Rising from prostration and sitting for the salam are obligatory. A salam recognizable with the definite article is required. Whether intending to exit by it is a condition is disputed. A reply suffices, "Peace be upon you," or "and upon you be peace." Tranquility, the arrangement of performance, and straightness on the sound of you are obligatory. The majority negates the obligation of straightness. Sunnahs of prayer. Its sunnahs are a surah after the Fatiha in the first and second rakas, standing for it, audible recitation, at least enough to hear oneself and those close by, and quiet recitation in its place. Every takbir except the opening. God hears the one who praises him. Sami'a lahu liman hamida for the imam and the one praying alone. Every tashahhud, sitting for the first tashahhud and sitting beyond the measure of the salam for the second. Tranquility in these. The follower returns salam to his imam, then to his left if there is someone there. The audible salam is for concluding only. If he gives salam to the left and then speaks, the prayer is not invalidated. A barrier, sutra, for the imam and one praying alone is recommended if they fear someone passing any pure, stable object that does not distract. Its thickness like a spear, and its height a forearm, no riding animal, not a single stone. A line is sufficient. Whether a non-mahram woman suffices as a barrier to opinions. Whoever passes in front of another's prayer when there is room to avoid it, sins, and the one who prays and exposes himself to passers-by is blameworthy. The follower remains silent, even if the imam is silent. Recommended acts of prayer. If the recitation is quiet, it is recommended to raise the hands with the opening takbir at the moment of commencing, to lengthen the recitation in subh and then in zuhr, to shorten it in maghrib and asr, and to make it moderate in isha, the second rak'ah being shorter than the first. Sitting for the first tashahhud. The follower and one praying alone say, "Our Lord, to you is all praise," saying Subhana Rabbiyal Azim in bowing and Subhana Rabbiyal A'la in prostration. Saying Aman for one praying alone in all cases, for the imam quietly, for the follower quietly or audibly if he hears him according to the more apparent view, and they all say it quietly. The kunut in subh only quietly and before bowing. The wording, "O God, we seek your help," to the end. Saying the takbir at the beginning of movements, except when rising from two, after sitting, for then one stands first. All sittings are with the left foot spread on the ground and the right foot upright, the big toe on the ground. Placing the hands upon the knees in bowing and near the ears in prostration. A man distancing his belly from his thighs and his elbows from his knees, keeping his outer garment away from the ground, letting the hands fall at his sides in standing. Whether clasping the hands is permissible in voluntary prayer, or when the standing is prolonged, and whether its dislike in the obligatory is due to relying on it, or fear of people thinking it obligatory, or of showing a pretence of humility, these are different interpretations. Placing the hands first in prostration and removing them last when standing. Placing of the right hand in both tashahhuds in the three prayers. Extending the forefinger and thumb, moving them throughout. Turning to the right with the salam. Supplicating in the second tashahhud. Whether the wording of the tashahhud and invoking blessings upon the Prophet God, bless him and grant him peace, is sunnah or a merit, there is disagreement. There is no basmalah in it. Reciting the basmalah in voluntary prayer is permitted, as is seeking refuge. Disliked aspects of prayer. Disliked in an obligatory prayer are supplication before the recitation, after the Fatiha, during the surah, during bowing, before the tashahhud, and after the salam, as an established habit. The first tashahhud is not disliked. Between the two prostrations, he supplicates with whatever he wishes, even for worldly matters. Naming specific individuals is permitted. If one say, "Oh, so-and-so, may God do such and such to you," the prayer is not invalid. Prostrating upon a garment not on a prayer mat is disliked. Omitting the mat is better. Raising what he prostrates upon with his mouth is disliked. Prostration upon the knot of the turban or the edge of a sleeve is disliked. Moving pebbles from the shaded part of a mosque is disliked. Reciting in bowing or prostration is disliked. Supplication in a specific form. Supplication in a non-Arabic tongue by one who is able. Turning without need. Interlocking fingers. Cracking the knuckles. Sitting in the manner of a dog. Also, presence of the heart's distraction, closing the eyes, raising one foot, placing one foot upon the other, pressing the feet together, thinking about worldly matters, carrying something by sleeve or mouth, excessively decorating the qibla, deliberately placing a mushaf so as to pray to it, fidgeting with one's beard and the like, and building a mosque not square. Its dislike for prayer is subject to two views. Section on standing and its alternatives and their levels. Standing in the obligatory prayer is obligatory except due to hardship, or fear that it will bring hardship in it, or before it to harm, like what permits tayammum, such as passing wind. Then leaning is allowed, but not for one in major impurity or a menstruant, and both must repeat within the time. Then sitting likewise, sitting with crossed legs, is permitted for the voluntary prayer and in other than the sitting between the two prostrations. If one who is capable collapses due to a prop being removed, his prayer is invalid. Otherwise it is disliked. Then it is recommended to incline upon the right side, then the left, then the back. One who is unable gestures, with the exception of standing no longer possible. While sitting, he gestures for the prostration more than for the bowing. Whether he must exert himself to the extent possible and whether it suffices to prostrate upon the nose, there are two interpretations. Whether he gestures with his hands or places them upon the ground, and the latter is preferred, just as removing the turban for prostration is interpreted in two ways. If he can do all of the movements but not stand, he completes the rak'ah, then sits. If he recovers in the midst of the prayer, he moves to the higher level. If he is unable to recite the Fatiha standing, he sits. If he can only intend along with the slightest movement of the eyelids, then al-Mazar and others said there is no explicit text. The implication of the school is obligation. It is permissible to treat the eye by piercing if it leads to sitting, not to lying flat. He then repeats, always. His excuse is also verified. An ill person may cover impurity with a pure covering to pray like a healthy person, according to the stronger view. For a voluntary prayer, sitting is allowed even in the midst of it, if by doing so he does not impair its completeness, not lying down even at its start. Section on making up. Missed prayers in general. It is incumbent to make up any missed prayer without exception. When one remembers, honouring the sequence is a condition. Between two present, on-time prayers, among the missed prayers themselves, and between a present prayer and a small number of missed ones, even if the time of the present prayer passes. As for what counts as a small number, is it 4 or 5? There is a difference of opinion. If one contravenes this order, even deliberately, one repeats within the time of necessity, waqt al-darura. There is a difference regarding whether his follower must also repeat. If, while engaged in prayer, even the Friday prayer, he remembers a small number of missed prayers, the solitary worshipper interrupts, and if he has already bowed, he pairs his prayer, i.e. completes 2 rak'ahs, before breaking it. So too the imam together with those praying behind him. But one who is himself following an imam does not interrupt. He completes, then repeats within the time, and he does not repeat it as Friday, but as Dhuhr. A lone worshipper, if he is in Maghrib, completes it after pairing. In other prayers he completes them to 3 likewise. If he does not know which specific prayer he has missed, in absolute terms he performs all 5. If he knows which prayer it was, but not the day, he performs that prayer, intending it as such. If he has forgotten one prayer and then forgot a second beyond it, he performs 6, and it is recommended to begin with Dhuhr. For a 3rd, 4th, or 5th, he likewise doubles the one forgotten. If he reaches a 6th or an 11th, he performs the 5 twice. If he missed 2 prayers from 2 particular days and does not know which came first, he performs them both, then repeats the one with which he began. With doubt regarding whether one shortened, qasr, or completed a prayer, he repeats after every resident state prayer its travel state counterpart. For 3 days, likewise 7, and for 4, 13, and for 5, 21. If he has 3 prayers from a day to be performed in order, but does not know which was first, he performs 7, and if 4, 8, and if 5, 9. Section on the ruling of Sujood al-Sahw, the prostration of forgetfulness, and its corollaries. Sujood al-Sahw is prescribed for forgetfulness even if it recurs for omitting a confirmed sunnah, or for omissions coupled with an addition, 2 prostrations before the salam. This applies also in the congregational Friday prayer, and he repeats his tashahhud in cases such as leaving audible recitation or omitting a surah in an obligatory prayer, or the 2 tashahhuds. Otherwise, it is after the salam, such as when completing a prayer due to doubt, or in the case of one who limited himself to 2 rak'ahs and then doubted whether they were the pair, shaf, or the odd, witr, or one who omitted a silent recitation in an obligatory prayer, or one beset by persistent obsessive doubt. If he forgets to perform Sujood al-Sahw, he may still perform it after a long delay, even in a place where it is not normally legislated according to the sounder view. Even after a month, he enters it with the opening takbir, sits for the tashahhud, and gives the salam aloud. It is valid whether brought forward or delayed, except for one afflicted by constant invasive doubt. Sujood al-Sahw also remedies the following: doubt as to whether he made the mistake or whether he gave the salam. If he prostrated only once, then doubted whether he made 2. If he added a surah in the last 2 rak'ahs. If he moved from one surah to another. If he vomited involuntarily or regurgitated. No sujood is done for an omitted obligatory element, nor for a non-confirmed sunnah such as the tashahhud, a slight increase or decrease in loudness or softness, making a single verse audible, or merely repeating a surah. As for the takbir, there are 2 interpretations about substituting it with "God hears him who praises him," or the reverse. No sujood is required for actions like turning a follower to adjust, fixing a cloak or a fallen screen, walking 2 rows to reach a sutra or to fill a gap, preventing a passerby going after one's animal, even sideways or backwards, prompting one's imam if he hesitates, covering a yawn, or spitting into one's garment for need, like coughing. The preferred view is that such actions do not invalidate the prayer when done for such needs. A man or a woman may say Subhanallah out of necessity. Women should not clap. Speech to rectify the prayer is permitted after the salam. The Imam re-enters the prayer only upon the testimony of two upright men, if he is not himself certain, except if those informing him are very numerous. No sujood is due for saying Alhamdulillah to a sneezer or to someone bearing glad tidings. It is recommended to leave it. Nor for what is permissible: briefly listening to an informant, easing the legs, killing a scorpion that is attacking, signalling in reply to greetings, or for a need not, however, for one who expects to be prompted with Yarhamukallah. Moaning from pain and weeping from reverence do not invalidate. Otherwise, such acts are like speech, for instance, greeting one engaged in an obligatory prayer. Nor for smiling, cracking the knuckles, turning without need, deliberately swallowing what is between the teeth, scratching the body, or uttering dhikr intended as communication in an improper place. Otherwise, the prayer is void, such as prompting someone who is not with him in prayer, which, according to the more reliable view, invalidates. Loud laughter invalidates. The follower continues if he is unable to avoid following, such as when the Imam says the takbir for bowing, and he has not formed the intention of opening the prayer, or if he recalls a missed prayer, or if a minor hadath occurs, or if he prostrates for a meritorious cause or for a takbir. If he is distracted from an obligation or from a sunnah, he repeats within the time. The prayer is invalidated by adding 4 extra acts, such as 2 rak'ahs to a 2-rak'ah prayer, and by deliberate acts like a single prostration, blowing, eating, drinking, vomiting, or speaking even under compulsion, or for rescuing a blind person, except when the speech is for rectifying the prayer, in which case only abundant speech invalidates. It is invalidated by giving the salam and by eating and drinking. If within it he ate or drank, it may be remedied. Whether there is a difference regarding the salam in the first case or for the purpose of combining, there are 2 interpretations. It is invalidated by leaving the prayer due to suspected hadath, and then discovering there was none, just as for one who gave the salam out of doubt about completion, and it later became clear that it had been complete, according to the sounder view. A latecomer, masbuk, invalidates his prayer by making sujood with the Imam, whether after the salam or before it, if he did not catch a full rak'ah. If he did catch a rak'ah, he prostrates even if his Imam leaves it or he himself did not witness its cause, and he defers the after-salam prostration to when he completes. No sujood is upon the follower while he is in the state of following. If the before salam sujood is omitted for leaving 3 sunnahs, and a long time has passed, though not if little there is then no sujood, even if he remembers it during the prayer. If a prayer is thereby invalidated, then one who remembers an omission is treated like one who remembered it. Otherwise, the case is as omitting some sunnahs. One who transfers in an obligatory prayer to a voluntary. If he has lengthened the recitation or bowed, the first is invalid. He completes the voluntary and cuts what is other than it. It is recommended to pair it, complete 2 rak'ahs, if he has tied a rak'ah. Otherwise, he returns without the salam. One who transfers within an obligatory prayer continues just as in a voluntary, if he has lengthened it or bowed. Whether there is sujood for deliberately leaving a sunnah or not, there is disagreement. If he omits a pillar and a long time passes, as with a condition, he rectifies it so long as he has not given the salam and not tied another bowing, which is signified by raising the head. Except when the omitted pillar is the bowing, then he returns by inclining. This is like a silent recitation. the takbirs of the aids, the prostration of recitation, a portion of dhikr, or if Maghrib is established upon him while he is within it. He builds upon it if the interval is short, and he has not left the mosque re-entering with the opening takbir. It is not invalidated by omitting it, and he sits for it according to the sounder view. One who omitted the salam repeats the tashahhud and prostrates if he had turned away from the qibla. One who omitted the first sitting returns to it if his hands and knees have not left the ground, and there is no sujood for that. Otherwise he does not return. The prayer is not invalidated even if he has fully stood and his follower follows him and then prostrates after him, as in a voluntary prayer where a third rak'ah has not yet been tied. Otherwise he completes it to 4. In the 5th universally he prostrates before in both cases. One who omitted a bowing returns standing, and it is recommended that he recite. For a missed prostration he sits, he does not do 2. The bowing of his first rak'ah is not compensated by the prostration of his second. The prayer is invalidated by 4 prostrations taken from 4 rak'ahs the first, and the second then reverts to being the first by virtue of its invalidation for both a solitary worshipper and an imam. If he doubts a prostration and does not know its place, he performs it. And if the doubt is in the last rak'ah, he brings a rak'ah. And if he stood for his third, he brings 3. For his fourth, he brings 2, and then the tashahhud. If an imam performs only a single prostration for a given rak'ah, he is not followed. He is corrected by tasbih. If it is feared he will tie the rak'ah upon it, they stand. And when he sits, they stand just as when he sits at a third rak'ah. When he gives the salam, they perform a rak'ah, with one of them leading, and they make their sujood before the salam. If a follower is crowded out of a bowing, or dozes, or something similar, he follows the imam in other than the first rak'ah, so long as the imam has not risen from its prostration or a prostration. If he does not hope to catch it before the imam ties the rak'ah, he proceeds and makes up 1 rak'ah. Otherwise, he performs that prostration. No sujood is upon him if he is certain. If an imam rises for a 5th rak'ah, then whoever is certain there is no cause for it sits. Otherwise, he follows him. If he opposes intentionally, both their prayers are invalid, not so if from forgetfulness. The one who sat brings an additional rak'ah. The one who followed repeats his prayer. If the imam says, "I rose for a cause," it is valid for one who was obliged to follow him and did so, and likewise for his counterpart who said tasbih, like one who followed out of a considered interpretation of an obligation according to the preferred view, not for one who in reality was obliged to follow, yet did not follow. It is not valid for a latecomer who knew it to be a 5th. Whether the same holds if he did not know, or whether it is not valid, unless his congregation unanimously deny that there was a cause, there are 2 opinions. One who omitted a prostration, as in his first rak'ah. The 5th does not suffice him if he deliberately omitted it. Section on Sujood al-Tilawa, the prostration of recitation. One prostrates it under the conditions of prayer, yet without the opening takbir of consecration, and without the salam, by the reciter and by the listener only, if he sat to learn. Even if the reciter leaves it, provided he is fit to lead and did not sit to listen. There are 11 places, not the second in al-Hajj, and also in al-Najm, al-Inshiqaq, and al-Qalam. Is it an emphasized sunnah, or merely a meritorious act? There is a difference of opinion. He pronounces the takbir upon lowering and rising even outside the prayer. Among its places are sad, and he turned in repentance. 38:24. Fusilat, you worship, 41:37. He disliked the prostration of thanks or for an earthquake, and to perform it aloud in the mosque, and recitation with melodic chanting, and doing it as a group, and sitting for it outside of instruction, and appointing a reciter in the mosque on a Thursday or otherwise. There are two narrations regarding the dislike of a group reciting to one person. And likewise there is censure for gathering for the supplication of the day of Arafah. To pass beyond it by one in a state of purity during a permissible time is allowed. Otherwise, should he pass beyond its place or beyond the verse? There are two interpretations. Limiting it to the very word and the verse he said is the view closest to the mark. Deliberately reciting a verse of prostration in an obligatory prayer or during the sermon is not approved. Not so in a voluntary prayer, without restriction. If he recites it in an obligatory prayer not during the sermon, and the imam of a quiet prayer recites aloud, he is to be followed. Otherwise he follows. If he passes beyond it by a small margin, he prostrates. If by a large margin, he returns to it in the obligatory prayer, provided he has not yet bowed. And in a voluntary prayer, he returns to it in its second rak'ah. About doing it before al-Fatiha, there are two opinions. If he intended it but bowed by mistake instead, that bowing counts for it, and there is no sujud, unlike repeating it or prostrating before it by mistake. The principle of the school is to repeat it if one repeats a hizb, except for the teacher and the learner, only the first time. It is recommended for one who prostrates at the end of al-Araf to recite before his bowing. Bowing does not suffice for it. If he intentionally leaves it while intending it, it is valid yet disliked. If out of forgetfulness, it counts in Malik's view, not Ibn al-Qasim's, so he prostrates for it if he has been still in it. A chapter elucidating the supererogatory prayer and its ordinance. It is deemed meritorious to offer voluntary devotion, and this is emphasized following the sunset prayer, akin to the midday prayer, and prior to it, like the afternoon prayer, without a fixed limit, and likewise the prayer of the mid-morning. Let the recitation therein be silent during the day and audible during the night. Such devotion is further affirmed by the witr prayer and the salutation of the mosque. It is permissible to omit the salutation of the mosque for one who is merely passing through, and the obligation is fulfilled by the performance of a mandatory prayer. However, one commences with the salutation prayer in the Mosque of Medina prior to offering the salutation of peace to the Prophet, may God bless him and his house and grant them peace. The performance of voluntary prayer therein is best done at his place of prayer, may God bless him and grant him peace, while the obligatory prayer is best in the first row. As for the salutation of the Mosque of Mecca, it is the circumambulation of the Kaaba. Recommended also are the Taraweeh prayers, performed individually if the mosques are not thereby left void of worship. Regarding the recitation therein, the completion of the Qur'an is recommended, yet a single surah suffices. The number of rak'ahs is 23, though it was later established as 36. He who joins late should lighten his second rak'ah to catch up. The recitation for the Shaf prayer, the even number preceding witr, is with Surah Al-A'la 87 and Al-Kafirun 109. The witr is recited with Surah Al-Ikhlas 112 and the two surahs of refuge 113, 114, save for he who has a regular portion of recitation, who may read from that. Its performance is for the one who remains wakeful at the end of the night, and he who performed it earlier need not repeat it. Then he prays. It is permissible to perform witr immediately following the shaf prayer, separated from it by a salutation of peace, unless one is following an imam who joins them continuously, though joining them is disliked. The witr is a single rak'ah. It is disliked to recite a second surah without completing the first, or to gaze into a copy of the Qur'an during an obligatory prayer or during the course of a voluntary one, though not at its commencement. It is disliked to gather in large numbers for a voluntary prayer or to perform it in a widely publicized place. Otherwise, it is not permitted. Conversation is disliked after the dawn prayer due to the proximity of sunrise, but not after the breaking of dawn itself. It is disliked to lie down on one side between the break of dawn and the 2 rak'ahs of the dawn prayer. The witr is a confirmed sunnah, followed in emphasis by the Eid prayer, then the eclipse prayer, and then the prayer for rain. Its time commences after a valid night prayer and the disappearance of the twilight, extending until the break of dawn, with its critical time lasting until the morning prayer. It is recommended for the solitary worshipper, not the follower, to interrupt it if the time narrows, and regarding the imam there are 2 narratives. If the remaining time allows only for 2 rak'ahs, he leaves the witr. Not so for 3 or 5, in which case he prays the shaf, even if he brings it forward. If time allows for 7, he adds the dawn prayer, fajr. The dawn prayer is a highly desired deed, ragiba, requiring a specific intention, and it does not suffice if it becomes evident that its consecration preceded the break of dawn, even if done with estimation. It is recommended to confine the recitation therein to the opening of the book, al-Fatiha, and to perform it in a mosque. It stands in place of the mosque salutation. Yet if one performs it in his house, he does not offer the mosque salutation upon entering. One does not make up missed prayers other than obligatory ones, except for this, the dawn prayer, which may be made up until the sun passes its zenith. If the morning prayer is established while he is in the mosque, he leaves the voluntary prayer. If he is outside, he performs it, provided he does not fear missing a rak'ah of the obligatory prayer. As to whether frequent prostration is superior or prolonged standing, there are 2 opinions. A chapter regarding the congregational prayer and the rulings connected. Therewith the congregational prayer for an obligatory duty, other than the Friday assembly, is a sunnah. Its rewards do not vary in degree, for its merit is attained by catching even a single rak'ah. It is recommended for one who did not attain the merit of the group, such as one who prayed behind a child, excluding a woman, to repeat the prayer, entrusting his affair to God as a follower, even if with only one other person. This applies to all prayers except the Maghrib and the Isha prayer if performed after witr. If he repeats it and the imam has not yet concluded the rak'ah, he interrupts his own. Otherwise he completes it as an even number, shaf. If he has completed it, even if he has pronounced the salutation, he brings forth a 4th rak'ah, if it is near. A follower behind one who is repeating his prayer repeats it as well, indefinitely, as solitary worshippers. If it becomes evident that the first prayer was non-existent or corrupt, the repetition suffices. One does not prolong the bowing for the sake of a latecomer. The appointed imam is like the congregation itself. A prayer is not to be initiated after the call to prayer, iqamah, has been raised. If the call is raised while one is in prayer, he interrupts it if he fears missing a rak'ah. Otherwise, he completes the voluntary prayer or an obligatory prayer other than the one being called. If not, he departs from it in the 3rd rak'ah, making it an even number like the first, provided he has completed the rak'ah. The interruption is done by a salutation or by an act that negates prayer. Otherwise, he repeats. If the prayer is established in a mosque where the merit is attained, and he is within it, he departs and does not pray it or any other. Otherwise, it becomes binding upon him, like one who has not prayed it. If he is in his house, he completes it. The prayer is voided by following one who is revealed to be a denier of the truth, or a woman, or of indeterminate gender, or bereft of reason, or openly ungodly in his actions, or a follower himself, or in a state of ritual impurity, if he acted intentionally, or if his follower knew of it. It is voided by following one incapable of a pillar of prayer or of knowledge, except for one seated leading another seated, which is permissible. It is voided by following an illiterate man, if a reciter is found, or a reciter who recites like Ibn Mas'ud, or a slave in the Friday prayer, or a child in an obligatory prayer. Regarding others, it is valid, even if not permitted. There is disagreement regarding following one who makes grammatical errors, whether absolutely or specifically, in the Fatiha, and one who cannot distinguish between the letters dad and za. It is repeated within the time if one prayed behind an innovator, like a Haruri. It is disliked to follow one with a severed limb or paralyzed, or a Bedouin for a settled person, even if he is a reciter, or one with incontinence or sores leading a healthy person. The leadership of one who is disliked is itself disliked. The order of precedence for leading is a eunuch, then one suspected of vice, then the uncircumcised, then the one born out of wedlock, then one of unknown condition, then a slave in obligatory prayer. Prayer is disliked between pillars or in front of the imam without necessity. It is permissible for one in the lower part of a ship to follow one in the upper part, like the station of Abu Qubays. The prayer of a man between women is valid, and the reverse is true. It is disliked for an imam to lead in a mosque without a cloak, or to offer voluntary prayer in his niche, or to repeat a congregational prayer after the appointed imam, even if the call to prayer is made. He may combine prayers if another before him has combined, provided he does not delay significantly, and they should be removed from the mosques, except for the 3 holy mosques, so they pray therein individually if they enter. Killing a harmless creature, like a flea, is permitted in the mosque. It is permissible to discard it outside, though this is deemed problematic by some. It is permissible to follow a blind man, or one who differs in minor branches of law, or one with a speech impediment, or one who has been flogged for slander, or one impotent or a leper, unless his condition is severe, in which case he should withdraw. A child may lead a child. It is required not to align anyone directly at the right or left of the imam with anyone parallel to him. The prayer of a solitary individual behind a row is valid, and he should not pull anyone back, for that is an error from both. Hastening to prayer without running is permitted. Killing a scorpion or a mouse in the mosque is permitted. Bringing a child into the mosque is permitted if he does not play and desists when forbidden. Spitting therein is permitted if covered by pebbles or under his mat. In the arrangement of rows, men are placed first, then boys, then hermaphrodites, then women. It is permitted for an elderly woman to go out for the Eid and rain prayers, and a young woman to the mosque, and it is not decreed against her husband to prevent her. It is permitted for those in separate ships to follow one imam. A follower may be separated from the imam by a small river or a road. The elevation of the follower is permitted, even on a roof, but not the reverse, the imam being higher. The prayer is invalidated by the intent of the imam or the follower to display arrogance, unless it is by a span's height. Is it permissible if there is a group with the imam equal to the others? There is hesitation. A mediator, repeating the imam's voice, is permitted, as is following by sound or sight, even from a house. The condition for following is the intention to do so, unlike the imam, who needs no specific intention to lead, except in the Friday prayer, the combination of prayers, the fear prayer, and when appointing a successor to attain the merit of the congregation. In the latter case, the preferred view opposes the majority. Equality in the prayer is required, even in performance and making up, or between two noon prayers of 2 different days, except for a voluntary prayer behind an obligatory one. A solitary worshipper does not transfer to a congregation, nor the reverse. Regarding a sick person following another sick person, there are 2 opinions on its validity. Following implies congruence in the opening consecration and the salutation. Thus, equality is essential. Even a doubt regarding one's status as a follower invalidates the prayer. Simultaneous action is permitted, like other actions, but anticipating the imam is forbidden. If done, it is disliked. The one who raises his head is commanded to return if he knows he can catch the imam before he rises, but not if the imam lowers. It is recommended to accord precedence to the ruler, then the master of the dwelling, and the tenant over the owner. Even a slave is like a woman in this regard. If a woman appoints a proxy, he leads. Then the one with more jurisprudence, then hadith, then recitation, then worship, then seniority in Islam, then lineage, then character, then dress. If these qualities are lacking, it is prevented or disliked. Appointing a deficient person as a deputy is like a male standing on his right. 2 stand behind him. A child who understands the act of worship is like an adult. Women stand behind all. The owner of a beast is most entitled to its front. The most pious, the just, the free, the father, and the uncle take precedence over others. If equals dispute, not due to arrogance, they cast lots. The latecomer pronounces the Allahu Akbar for bowing or prostration without delay, but not for sitting. He rises with a takbir if he sat in the imam's second rak'ah, except if he caught the tashahhud. He makes up the recitation and builds upon the actions. He who fears missing a rak'ah before reaching the row may bow, provided he believes he shall attain the imam before the imam rises. He should walk, like the distance of 2 rows, to the last gap, standing or bowing, but not prostrating or sitting. If he doubts catching the rak'ah, he disregards it. If he pronounces Allahu Akbar for bowing and intends by it the consecration of prayer, or intends both, or intends neither, it suffices him. If he does not intend it, forgetting it, the follower continues alone. Regarding the takbir for prostration, there is hesitation. If he does not pronounce it, he starts anew. Section on the rulings of deputizing, istikhlaf. It is recommended for the imam, should he fear the loss of wealth or life, or find himself unable to continue leading, or be overtaken in prayer by a nosebleed, or a prior minor impurity, or remember having incurred it, to appoint a deputy, even while bowing or prostrating. The congregation's prayer does not become invalid if they rise when he rises before appointing a deputy. If he does not appoint one, they may choose someone to complete the prayer, even if he gestures to them to wait. The one deputized should be the most suitable and nearest to the imam's place. He should not speak, even when a minor impurity occurs. The original imam moves back and follows, as a congregant, if he is unable to proceed. When exiting, he may hold his nose. The deputy advances if he is close, even if he must lead seated, while another's stepping forward is also valid, such as when the imam deputizes someone mentally unfit and the congregation does not follow him, or if they complete individually, or some of them do, or even if two imams end up leading successively, except in the Friday prayer. The deputy recites from where the first imam stopped. If the first imam did not know about the change, the deputy begins quietly. One's catching of the rak'ah is counted by catching the bowing. Otherwise, if a person prays for himself or builds on the first or the third rak'ah, it is valid. Otherwise, it is not such as the original imam returning to complete it, even if he returns after his excuse ceases. The returning imam is like a stranger. He sits until he gives salam. If a traveller had been leading and cannot continue, he may deputize a resident if no traveller is available or because the resident does not know. So the traveller gives salam and the resident stands to complete for those who are residents. If the deputy does not know what has been prayed, he signals, and they signal to him. Otherwise, they glorify God aloud for him to notice. If he says to a latecomer, "You missed a bowing," those unaware of the contrary act accordingly. They prostrate before the salam if their act did not amount to a pure addition after their imam's salam. Section on the rulings of the traveller's prayer. It is a sunnah for the traveller, whose journey is not a sin in itself, to shorten the 4 rak'ah prayers when he intends a distance of 4 barad, even by sea, for an outward journey intended as one go. The point of departure is beyond the town's inhabited gardens. It has also been interpreted as beyond 3 miles from the town where Friday prayer is held. One shortens both current and make-up 4 rak'ah prayers while in travel. Sailors too shorten, even if their families are with them, up to the place of departure, no less. Accepted is the Meccan on his going out to Arafah and returning. One does not shorten when returning for less than the travel distance, even if for a forgotten item. Nor does one who deviates from a short route without excuse. Nor does the wanderer or seeker of pasture, unless he knows he will surely cover the travel distance beforehand. One who has separated but still expects to be called back does not shorten unless he resolves to travel less than the distance. Travel is ended by entering one's town, even if carried by wind, except a person who had settled in a place like Mecca, then renounced residence and returned intending travel. Travel is ended by entering one's homeland, or the town of a wife with whom one consummated, even if by a strong wind, when intending to enter it, and if it lies within less than the travel distance. The intention to stay 4 complete days makes one a resident, even if those days are interspersed except a military camp in enemy land. Knowing the place by the custom of the people, without intending to reside, does not make one a resident, even if the departure is then delayed. If one intended residence by praying a 2 rak'ah pair, treating it as resident prayer, neither the resident form nor the traveller form is valid. After that, he repeats within the prayer's time. If a resident follows a traveller, each acts according to his own sunnah. This is disliked, as is its opposite. The resident stays with the traveller and does not repeat. If a traveller completes as a resident after having intended completion, he repeats within the time. If he completed out of forgetfulness, he prostrates for forgetfulness, and the sounder view is that he repeats as should his follower. Within the time, the more probable view is that this is in the necessity time if he followed him. Otherwise his prayer is invalid, as when he shortened deliberately. The forgetful one is judged by the rules of forgetfulness. If the Imam completed as a resident while his follower had intended shortening, whether deliberately, out of forgetfulness, or out of ignorance, then within the time is required. The follower glorifies God for him and does not follow him in completing. The traveller gives salam when his Imam does, while the resident completes after him individually and repeats only within the time. If one imagined the congregation were travellers, but they turned out to be residents, he repeats forever if he was actually a traveller, and the reverse holds similarly. There is hesitancy regarding omitting to intend either shortening or completion. It is recommended to hasten the return and to enter the town in the forenoon. The traveller is permitted to combine the 2 noon prayers on land, even when shortening, without dislike if he finds no group, provided he is serious about travel to catch a need at a watering place, and that need passes with setting of the sun. If he intends to alight after sunset and before the yellowing of the sun, he delays Asr to combine it with Zuhr. If after the yellowing, he has a choice. If the zenith passes while he is riding, he delays them both if he intends to alight after yellowing or before it. Otherwise, each is prayed in its time, like one who cannot fix the time of alighting, or one with chronic bowel trouble. A healthy traveller may combine. Whether the 2 night prayers may likewise be combined has 2 interpretations. Precedence is given to one fearing fainting, to one with chills, and to one with motion sickness at sea. If he gave salam, or advanced a time without setting off, or set off before zenith and alighted at zenith, then combined, he repeats the second within its time. Combining Maghrib with Isha is allowed only for rain in each mosque, or for mud together with darkness, not mud alone, nor darkness alone. The Adhan is called for Maghrib, as usual, then a slight delay, then the 2 are prayed in succession, with only the time of a low Adhan in the same mosque, and the Iqamah between them, no supererogatory prayer between them, neither forbidden nor after them. It is allowed for one praying Maghrib alone to join a congregation praying Isha, and for one in retreat in a mosque. If the rain ceases after commencing the prayer, there is no harm, but if it ceases after they finish, Isha is postponed to the disappearance of the twilight, except in the 3 grand mosques. If the cause arises only after the first prayer, combining is not done, nor for a woman or a weak person in their homes, nor for an individual in a mosque, like a group upon whom there is no hardship. Section on the Friday Prayer. 1. Conditions for the validity of Friday. The entire Friday prayer, including the sermon, must occur in the time of Zuhr until sunset. There is a reported discussion whether catching a rak'ah in the time of Asr suffices, and a correction preferring the first view. Both have been narrated. It requires a settled town or permanent huts, not mere tents, and a single built congregational mosque. The Friday obligation attaches to the old mosque, even if the performance is held later in a new, lighter structure. There is disagreement on whether a roof is required for the mosque, and whether the intent of perpetuity attaches to that building, and whether establishing the 5 daily prayers therein is a condition. It is valid in the open courtyard and in directly connected pathways if the mosque is too narrow or the rows are continuous. It is invalid if both are lacking, such as in a lamp room, on the roof in a house or shop. It requires a group sufficient to make a village viable, without a fixed number. Otherwise, 12 must remain to the end of the salam. The imam must be a resident, except for a caliph, passing through a village where Friday is held. Friday is not obligatory upon him because of his passing, and if he performs it elsewhere than where it is valid, it is invalid for him and for them. The one who leads the prayer must be the one who delivers the sermon, unless there is an excuse. It is obligatory to wait for him if his excuse is near, according to the sound of view. 2 sermons before the prayer are required, amounting to what Arabs call a sermon, in the presence of the congregation, facing them, other than the first row. There is hesitation as to whether standing during both sermons is obligatory. 2. Conditions for Friday being obligatory. It is obligatory upon every morally responsible, free, adult male without excuse, who is settled even if in a remote village, provided he is within 1 farsakh of the town's boundary markers. Likewise, if a traveller hears the call before leaving, or had prayed Zuhr and then arrived, or attained majority, or his excuse ceased, not merely by intending to reside, except as a follower. Recommended acts for Friday: beautifying one's person, wearing fine garments, perfuming oneself, walking, going early, and maintaining the marketplace's cessation at its proper time are all recommended. The preacher greets the people when he emerges, not when he ascends. He sits at the beginning and between the 2 sermons. He keeps both sermons short, the second shorter than the first, raising his voice. He may appoint a deputy for an excuse among those present. Recitation is recommended in both sermons, completing the second with the words, "May God forgive us and you." It suffices to conclude with, "Remember God, He will remember you," and to lean on a bow or the like. Reciting Surat al-Jumu'ah is recommended even for a latecomer. There are 2 readings on whether one may recite, "Has there come to you the story of the overwhelming?" and whether the second may be, "Glorify the name of your Lord Most High," or the hypocrites. The presence of a contractual servant wishing to pay off his contract, and of a boy, a slave, or a manumitted slave with his master's permission is recommended. One who expects his excuse to cease may delay Zuhr, otherwise he may pray early. One without an excuse who prays Zuhr while able to catch a rak'ah of the Friday prayer does not fulfill Friday thereby. Nor does he combine Zuhr with anything except one with an excuse. The imam is asked for permission. If he denies, and they are safe, Friday is obligatory. Otherwise, it does not suffice. Sunnahs of Friday. A connected ghusl, full bath, close to one setting out to the mosque, is a sunnah, even if Friday is not obligatory upon him. He repeats the ghusl if he eats a full meal or sleeps by choice, not for a light snack. Permissible matters on Friday. It is permissible to step over necks before the preacher sits, to sit hugging the knees during the sermon, to speak after the prayer, and to leave like one in minor ritual impurity without asking leave. It is permissible to engage privately in remembrance, quietly saying Amen and seeking refuge when the reason is mentioned, like quietly praising God for a sneeze. It is permissible for the preacher to forbid or command something in the sermon, and for the people to respond. Disliked matters on Friday. Disliked are omitting purification in either sermon, working on Friday, selling such as selling a slave in the market during its time, the imams praying voluntarily before the sermon, sitting when the adhan is called, the presence of a young woman, and travelling after dawn. It is permissible before, but prohibited after zenith. Speaking during the two sermons while the preacher is standing and between them is prohibited even for one not hearing the sermon, unless it is to deter a person who is engaging in frivolity, according to the preferred view. Also disliked, greeting and responding to greeting, forbidding the frivolous one, pelting him or gesturing to him. Beginning prayer upon the Imam's emergence, even for one entering, should not be interrupted if he enters. Sales, rentals, transfers of ownership, partnerships, rescissions, and preemptive rights are annulled with the second adhan. If he dies, the value is assessed at the time of possession like a corrupt sale. Marriage, gift, and charity are not annulled. Excuses for omitting Friday and the congregation include severe heat or cold, heavy rain, contagious disease, sickness, caring for the ill, nursing a near relative, fear for one's property, imprisonment, fear of beating, and according to the sounder, more correct view, imprisonment for insolvency. Nakedness, hoping for pardon in retaliation. Offensive eating, such as strong garlic, gale, wines at night. Not a wedding. Blindness. Attendance at the odd prayer, even if the Imam grants permission. Section on the prayer of fear. Concessions are given in prayer when engaged in permitted fighting, and it's possible for part of the group to leave the line, even if facing the Qibla or mounted. The group is divided into two sections. Both should know the arrangement. The prayer is called with adhan and iqama for the first group. In a 2-rak'ah prayer, the Imam leads the first group for 1 rak'ah, otherwise for 2. Then he stands silently or supplicating or reciting silently in a 2-rak'ah prayer. There is disagreement about his standing in other than a 2-rak'ah prayer. The first group completes their prayer and departs. Then he prays with the second what remains, gives salam, and they complete individually. If they pray with 2 imams, or some pray individually, it is valid. If safety is not possible, the prayer is delayed. The other form is the elective form, and in an onslaught they pray by gestures, as when suddenly overtaken by the enemy. Because of necessity, walking, running, thrusting, not facing the Qibla, speaking and carrying a bloodied weapon are all allowed. If safety ensues while they are in it, they complete as a prayer of safety. If after it there is no make-up, just as when a black mass was suspected to be an enemy and turned out not. If the Imam erred while with the first group, he prostrates after completing with them. Otherwise, he prostrates the pre-salam prostration with them, and the post-salam one after the second group completes. If he prayed in a 3-rak'ah prayer as if it were 4, adding a rak'ah to each of the 2 groups, the first and the third are invalid in a 4-rak'ah prayer, as in other cases, according to the more likely view, though a contrary view is also validated. Section on the al-Dīn prayer. The al-Dīn prayer is a sunnah for those commanded to attend Friday. It consists of 2 rak'ahs at a time in which supererogatory prayer is permitted until zenith. There is no call of the prayer is gathering. One begins the first rak'ah with 7 extra takbars, including the opening takbar, then 5 in the second, not counting the standing consecutive, except that the follower says the takbar without additional words. A follower who doesn't hear the Imam times his takbars according to his best effort. One who forgets the extra takbars does them if he has not yet bowed, and then prostrates for forgetfulness. Otherwise he continues and prostrates before the salam. One not following an Imam prostrates before the salam. One who catches the recitation of the first rak'ah performs the extra takbars then. One who catches the second performs 5, then 7 upon rising. If he missed the D prayer, he makes up the first with 6 extra takbars. Whether those are said not in the standing is disputed. It is recommended to enliven the night, to bathe, to perfume oneself, to adorn oneself, even if not praying, to go on foot, to eat before the prayer on the day of fast breaking, and to delay eating on the day of sacrifice. One goes out after sunrise. Takbar begins then, not before, though a contrary view is also validated. Whether the audible takbar is for the Imam's arrival or for his standing for prayer is open to 2 readings. Sacrificing one's animal at the prayer ground is recommended, and performing the sacrifice there, except in Mecca. Raising the hands is recommended only with the first takbar. The recitation is with "Glorify the name of your Lord Most High," and the sun, al-Shams. 2 sermons follow, like Friday, hearing them, facing the people, being after the prayer. If they were brought before the prayer, they are repeated. The opening of the first sermon is with takbar, and takbar permeates both without limit. One who was not commanded to attend or miss the Jud prayer performs it on his own. The takbar after prayers is said after 15 obligatory prayers. Its prostration of forgetfulness is after Zuhr on the day of sacrifice, not for supererogatory prayers nor for make-ups within it at all. One who forgot the takbir says it if close. The follower says it if his imam omitted it. The wording is, "God is most great" 3 times, and if he says after 2 takbars, "There is no deity but God," then 2 takbars, "And to God belongs all praise," it is good. Praying supererogatory prayers in the Adi prayer ground before or after it is disliked, though not in the mosques within the towns. Section on the rulings of the eclipse prayers. It is a sunnah, even for desert dwellers and travellers, not hastening their journey to pray 2 rak'ahs silently for a solar eclipse, with an extra 2 standings and 2 bowings in each rak'ah, and 2 rak'ahs like other supererogatory prayers recited aloud for a lunar eclipse. The 2 are not combined. It is recommended that the prayer be in the mosque, that Surat al-Baqarah be recited, then its like in the subsequent standings, that an admonition follow, and that the bowing be about the length of the recitation, and the prostrations about the length of the bowing. Its time is like the D prayer. One catches a rak'ah by catching the bowing. It is not repeated. If it clears during the prayer, whether it should be completed as in supererogatory prayers has 2 views. A missed obligatory prayer feared to be lost is performed before it, then the eclipse prayer, then the D. The rain prayer is delayed to another day. Section on the prayer for rain, istisqa. Asking for rain is a sunnah for crops, or drinking by river, or otherwise even on a ship. It is 2 rak'ahs recited aloud, which are repeated if the rain is delayed. People go out after the forenoon, walking, wearing work clothes, humbled. The elderly, the very old, and children who understand are brought, not those who do not. Beasts and menstruating women may be present. A non-Muslim is not prevented from coming. He does it on a day other than the Muslim's day. Then the Imam gives a sermon like that of the D, except that the takbar is replaced with seeking forgiveness. He intensifies supplication at the end of the second sermon, facing the Qibla. Then he turns his cloak around right to left without turning it upside down. The men do likewise while seated. A sermon on the ground is recommended. Fasting 3 days before and charity are recommended. Yet the Imam does not command these publicly. Rather, he commands repentance and restitution of wrongs. Supererogatory prayer before and after is permitted. It is preferable that those not in need remain where they are, and the needy gather, though there is room for reflection on this. Section on the funeral prayer and what pertains to the deceased. Washing the dead with a purifying water, even with Zamzam, is obligatory, as is the funeral prayer, burial and shrouding. Whether the two latter are sunnah or obligation has disagreement. Washing and shrouding are bound together. The washing is like the major ritual bath, a devotional act without the need for intention. The spouses have precedence in washing each other if the marriage was valid, unless a void marriage would be missed by waiting for a judicial ruling. If they are slaves, the master's permission is required. If the marriage was before consummation, or if one of them had a defect, or if she delivered a child after his death, washing by the spouse is still permitted, though it is preferable to refrain if he married her sister or she married another, except in revocable divorce. A non-Muslim spouse may not wash a Muslim, except in the presence of a Muslim. The permissibility of intercourse up to death through manumission allows washing from both sides. Next in priority are the closest of his agnates, then a stranger, then a woman who is unmarriageable kin. Whether she covers his whole body or only his private area is a matter of two readings. If water is lacking, he is given dry ablution up to his elbows, such as when the body is dismembered or flayed. Water is poured over a wounded area if possible, as in one afflicted with smallpox, provided disintegration is not feared. A woman is washed by her closest female, then by a stranger woman. Her hair is gathered and not braided. Then by a male unmarriageable kin over a garment, otherwise she is given tayammum up to her wrists. The pillars of the funeral prayer are intention, 4 takbars. If more are added, the congregation is not required to wait, and supplication. It is preferred that the supplication be after the 4th takbar. If he follows it without supplication, or gives salam after 3, he repeats. If burial has occurred, it is performed over the grave. The salutation is said quietly, heard by those near the imam. A latecomer waits for the takbars. If supplication is omitted, he supplicates, otherwise he continues. Shrouding is done with the deceased's own garments, if prepared for a Friday. It takes precedence, like the expense of burial, over debts other than a pledged debt, even if the shroud was stolen and then found and replaced. If the debt is lost, like if a wild beast consumed the body, the expense falls on the one obliged to support the deceased through kinship or enslavement, not through marriage. If the deceased was poor, then from the public treasury. Otherwise, it becomes a communal responsibility upon the Muslims. Among the recommended practices, to foster a good opinion of God in the dying, to kiss the deceased upon dying, to place him on his right side, then on his back, to keep menstruating and sexually impure persons away, to prompt the shahada, to close his eyes, to bind his jaw upon death, to gently loosen his joints, to raise him from the ground, to cover him with a cloth, to place a weight on his stomach, and to hasten his preparation, except for one drowned. For the washing, use lote tree leaves, undress him, place him on a raised platform. Prefer washing similar to the shroud in the number of times, 7. It is not repeated for a ritual impurity. It is like ablution for filth, which is washed away. Gently press the abdomen. Pour water when washing his private parts using a cloth. One may touch directly if needed. Perform ablution for him. Wipe his teeth and nose with a cloth. Gently lean his head for the rinsing of his mouth. Only those assisting should be present. Camphor is used in the last wash. He is dried. The washer bathes afterwards. The shroud should be white and perfumed with incense. It should not be delayed after washing. More than one garment is recommended. If the heirs are stingy, extra shrouding is permitted at communal expense. Unless the deceased stipulated otherwise, in that case it is taken from 1/3 of his estate. There is disagreement whether the obligation is a single garment covering the whole body or merely covering the private parts, with the rest being sunnah. The shroud is made odd in number, 2 garments for 1 piece, 3 for 4 pieces, with a tunic, a turban with a trailing end, a waist wrapper and 2 overall cloths. A woman's shroud may be up to 7 pieces. A perfumed mixture is placed inside every cloth and on cotton placed in the bodily openings. Camphor is used there, on the prostration points, the senses and tender areas, even for a person in a state of consecration and a woman in waiting, though they should not be the ones to place it. It is recommended that the procession go on foot, swiftly, with the people in front or behind, that a woman be covered by a canopy, that the hands be raised with the first takbir, that one begin with praise and blessings upon the Prophet, that the supplication be said silently, that a small child be carried on hands. The Imam stands at the midsection of a man and at the shoulders of a woman. The deceased's head is to the right of the Imam and the Qibla. The grave is raised a handspan, mound-shaped, though another reading finds this disliked and prefers flattening. A near relative should cast 3 handfuls of earth into the grave. Food is prepared for the family. Condolences are offered. The grave should not be dug too deep. A niche, laid, is preferred. The body is laid on the right side, facing the Qibla. If a mistake is made in the presence, it is corrected, such as if the feet are reversed likewise if washing was omitted. A Muslim who embraced Islam is not buried in the graveyard of non-Muslims if decomposition is not feared. The niche is sealed with unbaked bricks, then with boards, then with roof tiles, then with cane. Covering with earth is better than using a coffin. It is permissible for a woman to wash her small son, likewise for a man to wash a baby girl. Heated water may be used. Rubbing is omitted because of the vulnerability of the dead. Shrouding in the deceased's own garments or in saffroned or scented cloth is permissible. Carrying more than 4 people bearing the bier is disliked. The body may be lifted from any side. One who is specified to carry it innovates a blameworthy practice. An elderly woman may follow the funeral if she is not feared to cause temptation. For a close relative, such as a father, husband, son or brother, she may even precede it. Sitting before the bier is set down, transporting the body even from the desert, and weeping at and after death without raising the voice or uttering ugly words are permitted. Burying more than one person in a single grave is permitted out of necessity. The one most entitled to lead the funeral prayer is the most virtuous, then the ruler, not his children except in sermons, then the nearest agnate. The best is the most righteous, even if a woman is in authority, and women pray in a single line. A proper order among them is accepted. The grave is an endowment, and is not to be walked upon or exhumed as long as it contains the body, unless the owner of a stolen shroud, or a grave on his property, or a forgotten property with the body, is pressing for restoration. If the burial was in a place fit to be owned, the grave remains, and its value, at least what prevents the odour from escaping and protects it, is owed by them. One may plough for wealth buried there if it is significant even with one witness and an oath, but not for a fetus. Another reading affirms ploughing if hope remains. If one is able to transfer the deceased from that place, he should. The apparent text forbids eating the corpse in dire necessity, though its permissibility is also validated. A disbelieving woman who carries the fetus of a Muslim from a Muslim man is buried in their cemetery. She is not placed facing our Qibla nor theirs. One who drowns at sea is weighted and cast into the sea shrouded if land is not expected before decomposition. He is not burdened with people's cries. The Muslim is not left to his unbelieving relatives. A Muslim does not wash a non-Muslim father, nor place him in the grave, unless he would otherwise be lost, in which case he may bury him. Performing the funeral prayer is preferable to supererogatory worship, if someone else is already going to do it, especially for a neighbour or a righteous person. Chapter: The rulings of Zakat on livestock. Zakat is due on a minimum threshold, nisab, of grazing livestock when ownership and a full lunar year coincide, even if they were fed with fodder used for labour or are offspring, which count with their mothers, but not on wild animals. Gains are added to the existing stock even a day before the completion of the year, but not for less. Zakat on camels. For every 5 camels, a sheep is due, unless goats make up most of the flock in that region, even if unlike them. The more correct view is that 1 camel may suffice up to 25, at which point a 1-year-old she-camel, bint Makhad, is due. If absent, a 2-year-old male, ibn Labun. At 36, a 2-year-old she-camel, bint Labun. At 46, a 3-year-old, Hikka. At 61, a 4-year-old, Jadha. At 76, 2 2-year-old she-camels. At 91, 2 3-year-olds. At 121, up to 129, either 2 3-year-olds or 3 2-year-olds the collector chooses, and may assign 1 option alone. Thereafter, the obligation changes with every 10. For each 40, a 2-year-old she-camel farm. For each 50, a 3-year-old. A 1-year-old she-camel that has completed its year suffices. Then the pattern continues likewise. Zakat on cattle. For every 30 head, a 2-year-old calf, tabam. For every 40, a 3-year-old cow, Mūsā, and at 120, as in 200 camels, proportionally. Zakat on sheep. For 40 sheep, 1 yearling male or female, even if goats. At 121, 2 sheep. At 201, 3 sheep. At 400, 4. Then 1 for every 100 thereafter. The middle quality animal is taken even if only the best or only the worst are present, unless the collector sees fit to take a defective one. Small, young are not taken. Bactrian camels are counted with Arab camels, buffalo with cattle, sheep with goats. The collector chooses if only 1 is due and they are equal. Otherwise, the larger number is taken. If 2 are due from each species and they are equal, or the smaller has its own nisab, the choice is from the larger, otherwise from the larger stock. If 3 are due and they are equal, then from both kinds, and the choice remains for the 3rd, otherwise likewise. In the 4th and above, each 100 is considered. In a herd of 40 buffaloes and 20 cows together, the count is from both types, according to these rules. One who attempts to evade by substituting livestock is still liable for zakat even before the year completes, according to the more likely view. If the transaction is reversed due to a defect or insolvency, the accounting follows the rule for one who substituted trade livestock, even if below the minimum, for cash or a different type, even if for consumption like a non-trade domestic herd, not for a different category or a returned item or a cancellation, or cash for livestock. Partners in jointly grazed herds are treated like a single owner regarding the amount due, the age due, and the type if the intention is joint, and every free Muslim owns a nisab for a year. They must share in the majority of the essentials: water, pasture, night shelter, and shepherd by mutual consent, and breeding by mutual kindness. The liability is apportioned between them according to their numbers, even if one partner contributes a portion below the middle value. If the collector takes from a nisab shared between two partners or one partner, it follows the rules. The count may increase due to partnership, not due to oppression, nor when combining fails to complete the nisab. One owning 80, who mixes half with those owning 80, or half with one owning 40, is treated like a single partner. He owes one sheep, and the other owes half a sheep in value. The collector sets out even in drought, when the Pleiades rise at dawn. This is the time for zakat to be due, if ownership and minimum are completed. Before that, the heir begins afresh. The collector does not begin if the owner has bequeathed it to a cause, nor does passing over livestock which were below the minimum and later became complete suffice if he lagged behind and the owner paid. It suffices according to the preferred view. Otherwise, the overage and underage are accounted for against past years by beginning with the first year, unless the taking would reduce the nisab or the category. The same is considered if he lags behind by less than the minimum, and then it completes. He is to be believed unless it decreases due to flight. If it increases due to him, then for each what is in it by beginning with the first year. Whether he is believed is a matter of two views. If the collector asked and the herd decreased or increased, then the existing is due if the owner is not believed, or if he is believed and it decreased. There is disagreement about increases. The collectors exact arrears if they deny having paid, unless non-payment was due to secession. Zakat on crops. Zakat is due on 5 awsuk, or more equivalent to 1,600 makan rittles, and 20 dirhams of any grain or dates only, cleaned and estimated dry, even if not dried, at 1/20th, half a tenth, like oil from what produces oil. And the price of what does not produce oil, and of that which does not dry, and of fresh fava beans if irrigated by mechanical means. Otherwise, a tenth. If irrigated by both means, each portion is measured by its mode of irrigation. Whether the predominant mode prevails is disputed. Pulses are combined, wheat, barley and silt, a kind of barley, even across towns if one is sown before the other is harvested. The middle crop is combined with both, not the first with a third. Not combined with spelt, millet, sorghum or rice, they are distinct genera. Sesame, radish seed and safflower are like olives, not flax. Husks of rice and spelt are counted. Gifts given therefrom are deducted. Hiring labour is deducted, not the fodder a beast eats in threshing. The obligation arises when the grain first forms and the fruit ripens. The heir owes nothing before those times unless a nisab comes into his possession. After that the seller owes, unless he is insolvent, in which case the buyer owes. The expense is on the beneficiary of a bequest assigned a specific portion, not upon general poor or an unspecified measure, in which case it is upon the deceased's estate. Only dates and grapes are estimated, and only when their sale becomes permissible. The need of the owner's household differs tree by tree. Their decline is deducted, not their fall. One expert suffices. If they differ, the more knowledgeable is followed. Otherwise, from each part. If a calamity strikes, it is factored in. If the actual harvest exceeds a knowledgeable estimate, it is preferable to pay on the excess. Whether that is merely recommended or obligatory is open to two readings. One may give from grain as it is, like dates, one kind, or two, otherwise from the middle quality. Zakat on cash and what relates to it. On 200 lawful dirhams, or 20 dinars or more, or a combination thereof, proportionally a quarter of a tenth is due, even from a child or a person of limited understanding. If the value declines due to an inferior type or alloy, but the coins still circulate like full value ones, the full amount is due. Otherwise, the pure content is assessed if complete ownership and the year are fulfilled. The year is counted separately for each depository and for each business conducted for a fee, not for stolen, buried or lost money, nor for money assigned to an agent with profit to the worker without guarantee. There is no zakat on an heir who inherits coins unless he knows of them, or they are apprehended after the year, except after division or possession, nor on wealth bequeathed to be distributed, nor on the property of a slave, nor on a debtor with only the coins as his estate, nor on minted coins' form, craftsmanship, or quality, nor on jewellery, even if broken, unless the intention is to abandon repair, or it is jewellery for a man, or for hire, or for an unlawful use, or prepared for eventual consumption, or a bridal dower, or intended for trade. If jewellery is set with gems, the metal's weight is assessed if it can be removed without harm. Otherwise, an estimate is made. Profit is added to the principal, like the rent from a lease taken for trade, even profit on a debt with no collateral in the debtor's hand. If one spends from the profit after the year, he counts it with the principal at the time of purchase. New additions not derived from money like a gift or from unzakatable asset like the price of non-trade goods are treated differently. A diminished amount is combined with the earlier asset even after completion for the second or third year, except if its own year completes as a full nizab. Then the year of that part is used like a complete amount at the start. If both decreased, and then there was profit in both or one, or the nisab completed at the year of the first or before it, the two separate years are used. Then the profit is allocated accordingly. After a month, the profit is assigned to that month. The second follows its year. If uncertain which part's profit it is allocated accordingly, like after it. If its year arrives and he spent it, and then the year of the second part arrives while it is below the nisab, there is no zakat. For new gains from trade goods without sale, like revenue from a purchased slave, a contract of manumission, or fruit of a purchase except pollinated dates, and fully grown wool if one leased and planted for trade, zakat is due. Whether the seeds must be intended for trade is open to doubt. If one of the pair, money or goods, is not for trade, or zakat is due on it in its own right, one pays that zakat, then pays on the price for a fresh year. Zakat on debts. Only debts whose principal was coin in the debtor's possession, or trade goods, are zakatable if later received as coins, even if by gift or a bill of exchange. It is complete in itself, even if the final amount is destroyed or increased by new wealth. One combines them in ownership and year. If he made it into a mining asset, the year follows that of the original 1 year suffices. If he agreed to delay, and the debt was from a gift or an indemnity, not from something bought for personal use and then sold on credit, each part has its own year. As for rent or a bounty acquired without compensation, there are two views. The year for complete debt counts from completion, not if it drops below after obligation. Then the received amount is zakated, even if small. If he received 1 dinar, then another, and bought 2 goods, and sold each for 20. If he sold both together, or one after purchasing the other, he zakats 40. Otherwise, 21. Debts are combined to avoid disordered years, the last with the first opposite to the rule for profits. Collection for a like asset follows the last received. The profit follows the later of the 2 years. If he received 5 after a year, then gained 10 and spent it after its year, then received 10, he pays zakat on the 2 tens and the first 5 if its year completed before the second reception. Zakat on trade goods. Only a good upon which there is no zakat in its own form is zakatable as a trade good if acquired by exchange with the intention of trade or with an intention of income, or for personal use according to the preferred and stronger view. Not if without intention, or with intention of personal use or income, or both, or if it is of the same kind as the original or a coin. Even if small and sold for cash, even if for consumption, then it is treated like a debt if reserved for sale. Otherwise, one pays zakat on the coin and on the debt. Ready cash expected to be repaid is zakated. Otherwise, goods are appraised, even if, like forward purchased food, as with one's merchandise, even if unsold, unless there is no hope of sale, or it is merely a loan. The muwatta also indicates appraisal for a loan. Whether the year follows the original asset or averages between it and the trading cycles has 2 interpretations. Any increase after that is ignored, unlike jewellery that requires conscientious assessment, and wheat returned from an insolvent, and a slave whose contract fails their return is treated as any other. The rule shifts to stockpiling if the intention changes. Both stock and trade are counted as personal property by intention, not vice versa, even if the original was for trade. If trade and stockpiling coincide, and they are equal or stockpiling is greater, each follows its own rule. Otherwise, all follows the trading rule. Household vessels are not appraised. Whether a non-Muslim new to Islam appraises from his Islam or from the next year's cycle has 2 views, and whether to appraise by value or by eventual price has 2 views. In a living mudaraba, kirad, the owner pays if he rotates the stock, or the worker pays from his own if not. If the inventory is absent, one waits, then one pays for the year on the profit present therein, and anything extra that arrives before the end of the year is ignored. If it is less, each pays for what is present. If they both stockpile or the worker stockpiles, the rule is like that of a debt. Zakat on a mudaraba's livestock is advanced in all cases and charged to the owner. Whether his slaves are likewise, or whether it is ignored like an expense, has 2 readings. The worker's profit is zakated, even if small, if it remains in his possession for a year, and both are free Muslims without debts, and the owner's share of the profit reaches a nizab. Whether the worker is a partner or an employee is disputed. The zakat of crops, minerals and livestock is not dropped by debt, loss or captivity, even if the amount in hand equals it, except the zakat of al-fitr for a slave upon whom there is an equivalent, unlike coin, even if it is a zakat or a deferred dowry or the maintenance of a wife absolutely or a child if judged. Whether a father's advance of funds changes, this has 2 readings. As for a debtor, if he has taxable land already zakated, or a mine, or the value of a writing contract, or the person of a manumitted for a term, or the service of a freed servant for a term, or the person of one whose ownership will revert, or the amount of a due debt, or the value of an expected collection, or a trade good whose year has ended if sold and appraised. At the time of obligation it is counted. An insolvent's assets are not appraised, nor a runaway slave even if expected to return, nor an uncollectible debt. If he gifts the debt or what is its surrogate before its year, or passes the period for a contractor hired for 60 dinars for 3 years, there is no zakat. If one is owed 100 in Muharram and 100 in Rajab, he zakats the former. Dedicated assets whose yield is lent out like plants and animals, or their progeny dedicated to mosques or unspecified beneficiaries, their zakat is upon those beneficiaries if the owner himself distributes. Otherwise, if each receives a nisab. Whether a bequest to the sons of so-and-so is like naming individuals or not, has 2 views. Zakat on minerals. Verily, the purifying dues are levied solely upon mines of gold and silver, and the jurisdiction thereof belongs to the supreme leader, even if the mine is found within specific land, unless it be land owned for private interests, in which case it belongs to the owner. One must combine the remainder of a vein, even if the work is interrupted, but one does not combine separate mines nor a different vein. Regarding the combination of a benefit that arises during the year, and whether the obligation relates to its extraction or its refinement, there is hesitation. It is permissible to pay it through a wage other than currency, provided the extractor acts on behalf of the recipient. Ownership is considered for every individual. As for a fractional share, it is like the Chirad partnership. Regarding this, there are 2 opinions. In its rarity lies the requirement of the 5th, kums, like buried treasure, rikaz, which is a burial from the days of ignorance, even if doubtful or small in quantity or merchandise, or found by a slave or a disbeliever, unless great expense or labour was required in its extraction, in which case only the zakat is due. It is reprehensible to dig up a grave or to seek therein. The remainder belongs to the owner of the land, even if conquered by an army. Otherwise it belongs to the finder, and if not, it is to be reburied. Those who made peace treaties shall have it, unless the owner of a house finds it therein, in which case it is his. If buried by a Muslim or a dhimmi, it is treated as lost property, and that which the sea casts out, such as ambergris, belongs to its finder without the obligation of the 5th. Chapter regarding the expenditure of zakat. Its rightful expenditure is for the poor and the indigent, the latter being in a state of more dire need, provided they are truthful, unless there be suspicion. It is given if the recipient becomes Muslim and is free, and the condition is a lack of sufficiency through a small amount, or through spending, or a craft. It is conditioned upon the absence of lineage to Hashim, not Mutalib, and it is calculated for the destitute. It is permissible for their freedmen, and for one capable of earning, and for the owner of a minimum threshold, nisab, and it is permissible to give more than the nisab, and enough for a year's sufficiency. Regarding the permissibility of giving it to a debtor and then taking it back, there is hesitation. It is given to the collector, a free, just man, knowledgeable of its rulings, who is not a Hashemite, nor a disbeliever, even if he be wealthy. One begins with him. The poor man takes it by his description, and the guard is not given from it. It is given to those whose hearts are to be reconciled, that they may embrace Islam, and this ruling remains. It is given for the emancipation of a believing slave, even if he has a defect, that he may be freed thereby, but not for a contract of freedom, kitabah, and his loyalty belongs to the Muslims, even if stipulated for the giver. It does not suffice to ransom a captive. It is given to a debtor even if he has died or is imprisoned for it, provided it was not for corruption, nor taken in order to receive zakat unless he repents, according to the best opinion, if he gives what is in his hand of currency and the surplus of other wealth. It is given to the one striving in the path of God, and for his equipment, even if he is wealthy, such as a spy, but not for building walls or a ship. It is given to the stranger who is in need of that which will convey him in a journey not involving disobedience, provided he does not find a lender, even if he is wealthy in his own land. He is believed, but if he remains seated, it is taken from him. It is like the warrior. Regarding the debtor who becomes wealthy, there is hesitation. It is recommended to prefer the desperate over the general categories, and to appoint a deputy, which may at times be obligatory. It is reprehensible for him in such a case to single out his relative. Is it prevented to give zakat to a wife to give to her husband, or is it merely reprehensible? There are two interpretations. It is permissible to pay gold for silver, and the reverse by exchange at the time, absolutely, at the value of the coin, even if in a type that has no minting fee. Regarding other cases, there is hesitation. One does not break minted coins except for melting. Its intention is obligatory, as is its distribution at the place of obligation or its vicinity, unless it is for the destitute. Then most of it is for him, with a wage from the fey, state revenue. Otherwise it is sold, and its like is bought, as in the absence of a beneficiary. It is advanced so that it arrives at the completion of the year. If one advances tithe produce, or a debt, or goods before possession, or if it is transferred to those of lesser need, or paid by independent judgment to a non-beneficiary, and its return is impossible unless to the imam, or if one voluntarily pays it to a tyrant regarding its expenditure, or pays by value, it does not suffice. This applies unless one is coerced, or it is transferred to those of equal need, or advanced by roughly a month in currency and livestock. If the advanced amount is lost, it is accounted from the remainder. If part of the nisab perishes, even if payment was possible, it falls, like separating it and then it being lost, not if its origin is lost. One is liable if he delays it beyond the year, or mixes its tithe, being negligent, not merely fortified. Otherwise, there is hesitation. It is taken from the estate of the deceased, and compulsorily, even by fighting and discipline. It is paid to the just imam, even if currency. If a slave deceives with freedom, then the ruling is a crime against property according to the most likely view. The traveller pays zakat on what is with him and what is absent, if there is no one paying it and no necessity prevents it. Chapter regarding Zakat al-Fitr. It is obligatory by the Sunnah, a sa, measure, or a portion thereof, from the surplus of one's sustenance and the sustenance of his dependents, even if by borrowing. Is it due by the first of the night of Eid, or by its dawn? There is a difference of opinion. It is from the dominant staple food, from the tithed grains or dried curds, other than alas, a type of wheat, unless one uses another staple. It is due on behalf of every Muslim whom one supports by kinship or marriage, even for a father, and for the wife's servant or a slave, even a mukatab, contracted for freedom, or a runaway whose return is hoped for, or one sold with a defect period or option, or one in service, unless for freedom, then it is upon the one utilizing him. For the shared slave and the partial slave, it is according to the proportion of ownership. There is nothing upon the slave, and for the one purchased invalidly, it is upon his purchaser. It is recommended to pay it after dawn and before the prayer, and from the better quality of one's sustenance, and to sift the wheat, unless it is mixed grains. It is paid to remove the poverty and slavery of the day. It is given to the just imam. There should be no increase, and the traveller should pay it. It is permissible for his family to pay on his behalf. It is permissible to pay 1 sa to several poor people, or several sas to one. It is taken from the lower quality of sustenance, if that is his food, unless due to stinginess. It is permissible to pay it a day or 2 before. Is this absolute for the distributor? There are 2 interpretations. It does not lapse by the passing of its time. It is only paid to a free, poor Muslim. Chapter on the rulings of fasting Ramadan is established by the completion of Sha'ban or by the citing of 2 just witnesses, even if the sky is clear in a city. If it is not seen after 30 clear days, they are belied, or by a large group. The ruling is general if transmitted by 2 witnesses from 2 others, not by a solitary witness unless it concerns his own self or those who pay no heed to the matter. Upon a just person or one of hopeful character, one must raise his citing to the authority. The chosen view, and others, is that if people break the fast, based on testimony, they must make up the day and offer expiation, unless they acted on an interpretation. Here there are 2 interpretations. It is not established by an astrologer. A solitary person does not break the fast for Shawwal, even if he is secure from revealing it, unless there is a permissible excuse. Regarding the combining of the testimony of one who saw the beginning and one who saw the end, and its necessity by the ruling of a judge who differs based on a single witness, there is hesitation. A citing during the day is for the coming night. If it is established during the day, one must refrain, otherwise one must expiate if the sanctity is violated. If the sky is clouded and it is not seen, the morning is the day of doubt. It is fasted, by custom or voluntarily, or as a make-up, or as expiation, or for a vow that coincides with it, not out of precaution. It is recommended to refrain in order to verify, not for the validation of 2 witnesses, or the removal of an excuse permissible for breaking the fast with knowledge of Ramadan, such as the compelled one. For the traveller arriving, or after intimacy with a wife who becomes pure, it implies restraining the tongue. It entails hastening the breaking of the fast and delaying the pre-dawn meal. Fasting on a journey is valid even if one knows of its entry after dawn. Fasting on the day of Arafah is recommended if one is not performing Hajj, and the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah and Ashura and Tasu'a and Muharram and Rajab and Sha'ban. Refraining for the remainder of the day is required for one who embraces Islam, and he must make it up. Hastening the make-up and its continuity is recommended, like every fast whose continuity is not obligatory. One begins with it, like the fast of Tamatu, if time is not tight. A ransom, fidya, is for the elderly or the thirsty. Fasting 3 days of every month is recommended. The white days are disliked, as are the 6 of Shawwal, and tasting salt or gum provided one spits it out, and treating a cavity during the day unless there is harm to the interior. Vowing a repeated day is disliked. Foreplay is prohibited, like kissing and thought if safety is known. Otherwise, it is forbidden. Cupping is for the sick only. Voluntary fasting is disliked before a vow or make-up. One who cannot sight the moon nor rely on others, like a prisoner, completes the months. If confused and he conjectures a month, he fasts it. Otherwise, he chooses. What follows it suffices in number, not what precedes it, or if he remains in doubt. Regarding its coincidence, there is hesitation. Its validity is absolute with an intention from the night or with dawn. One intention suffices for that which must be consecutive, not for a scattered fast or a specific day. It is narrated that it suffices for both unless the continuity is broken by illness or travel or purification. It is obligatory if she becomes pure before dawn, even by a moment, and with the makeup if she doubts. It is valid with sanity, even if insanity occurs, even for many years. Or if one faints for a day or most of it, or less, and is not safe at its beginning, the makeup is due, not if he is safe, even for half of it. It requires abandoning intercourse and the emission of sperm, prostatic fluid and vomit, and the arrival of a dissolved substance or otherwise to the stomach, according to the chosen view by enema, with liquid or through the throat, even if from the nose, ear, eye, incense, vomit, or phlegm that could be cast out, absolutely, or what dominates from rinsing the mouth or using a toothstick. One makes up the obligatory fast, absolutely, even if pouring into his throat while asleep, like intercourse while asleep, or eating while doubting dawn, or if doubt arises. Whoever does not look for the sign follows the one who deduces it. Otherwise he takes precaution, except for the specific day due to illness, menstruation, or forgetfulness. In the voluntary fast, breaking it intentionally is forbidden, even by a definitive divorce, unless for a valid reason like a parent or a sheikh, even if they do not swear. One expiates if one intentionally breaks the fast in Ramadan only, without a close interpretation or ignorance. By intercourse, or removing the intention during the day, or eating or drinking by mouth only, even by using a walnut as a toothstick, or emitting sperm, even by prolonged thought, unless it contradicts his habit, according to the chosen view. If he emits sperm by a deliberate look, there are two interpretations. By feeding 60 poor people, a mud for each, which is best, or fasting 2 months, or freeing a slave, like the Ḍiyā. On behalf of a slave woman he slept with, or a wife he coerced, strictly a substitution, so he does not fast nor free a slave on her behalf. If he is destitute, she expiates, and if she does not fast, she returns to the lesser of the slave or the measure of food. Regarding his expiation for her, if he coerced her to kiss until they emitted, there are two interpretations. Regarding the expiation of a coerced man to have intercourse, there are two opinions. Not if he breaks the fast forgetting, or does not bathe until after dawn, or takes the pre-dawn meal near it, or arrives at night, or travels without the distance of shortening, or sees Shawwal during the day and they think it permissible, unlike a far-fetched interpretation. Like one who saw the moon but was rejected, or broke the fast for a fever, then the fever came, or for menstruation, then it occurred, or cupping, or backbiting. The make-up is binding with it if it was for him. The make-up in voluntary fasting is by its cause. There is no make-up for overcoming vomit, or a fly, or road dust, or flour, or measuring, or gypsum for its maker, or an injection from the urethra, or oil in a deep wound, or the sperm of a constant emission, or prostatic fluid, or the removal of food or drink, or from the private part at the rise of dawn. The toothstick is permissible all day, and rinsing for thirst, and waking up in a state of major impurity, and fasting the entire time, Ḍiyā, and Friday alone. Breaking the fast is permissible in a journey of shortening distance started before dawn if one did not intend fasting in it. Otherwise one makes it up, even if voluntary. There is no expiation unless one intends to break it due to travel, like breaking it after entering the journey. Also for illness, if one fears its increase or persistence. It is obligatory if one fears destruction or severe harm, like a pregnant or nursing woman who cannot hire another or finds that the child accepts no other, fearing for their children. The wage is from the child's wealth, then is it from the father's wealth or hers? Two interpretations. The make-up is by number in a time when fasting is permissible other than Ramadan, completing it if one remembers the make-up. Regarding the obligation of making up the make-up, there is a difference. The intentional breaker of the fast is disciplined unless he comes repenting. Feeding a mud is upon the one negligent in making up Ramadan for its like for every day to a poor person. The surplus is not counted if it was possible to make it up in Sha'ban, not if his illness was continuous with the make-up or after it. And his vowed fast, and the majority if the utterance bears it without intention, like a month, so 30 days, if not starting with the crescent, and beginning of a year. One makes up what is invalid to fast in a year, unless he names it or says this one, and intends the rest. Then it is valid. Make-up is not required, unlike breaking the fast for travel. The morning of arrival is in the day of his arrival if he arrived the night of other than Eid, otherwise no. Fasting Friday, if one forgot the day, according to the chosen view. And the fourth of sacrifice for one who vowed it, even specifically not the preceding ones, unless for a mutamati. Continuity of a year or month or days is not required. If one intends by Ramadan in his travel another fast, or the make-up of an external fast, or intends it and a vow, it does not suffice for either. A woman whose husband needs her may not volunteer without permission. Chapter regarding the ruling of spiritual retreat, itikaf. Spiritual retreat is a supererogatory act. Its validity is for a discerning Muslim, with absolute fasting, even if a vow, and in a mosque, unless for one upon whom Friday prayer is obligatory, and it becomes due during it, then the congregational mosque is required. Otherwise he must exit, and it is voided. Like the illness of parents, not their funerals together, and like giving testimony even if obligatory, let it be performed in the mosque or transferred from it, and like apostasy, and like that which invalidates his fast, and like his intoxication at night. Regarding attaching major sins to it, there are two interpretations. It is conditioned on the absence of intercourse, kissing with desire, touching and fondling, even for a menstruating woman who forgets. If one permits a slave or a wife in a vow, there is no prevention, like others, if they enter. She completes what preceded of it or the waiting period, iddah, unless she enters ihram. If in an iddah of death, it is effective and voided. If he prevents his slave from a vow, it is upon him if he is freed. He does not prevent a mukatab from a small amount. A day is binding if one vows a night, not part of a day. Continuity is required in absolute retreat and what is intended upon entry, like absolute neighbourhood, not the day only. So by the utterance and then fasting is not required. Regarding the day of his entry, there are two interpretations. Going to the coast is for one who vows fasting there absolutely. The three mosques only for one who vows retreat therein, otherwise in his place. Reprehensible acts. It is reprehensible to eat outside the mosque and to perform retreat without sufficient provision, and to enter one's home even for relieving oneself. And occupying oneself with knowledge and writing it, even a copy of the Qur'an, if excessive, and doing other than remembrance, prayer and recitation, like visiting the sick and funerals, even if adjacent, and ascending to give the call to prayer on a minaret or roof, and striving for leadership, and exiting for judgment if it does not compel him. Permissible acts. It is permissible to teach the Qur'an and to greet those near him, and to use perfume, and to marry and conduct marriage in his gathering, and to take, if he exits for something like a Friday bath, a nail or a moustache, and to wait for the washing of his garment or its drying. Recommended acts. It is recommended to prepare a garment, and to remain the night of Eid, and to enter before sunset. It is valid if he enters before dawn. Retreating for 10 days, and in the back of the mosque, and in Ramadan, and in the last 10 nights for the night of decree, Laylat al-Qadr, which is dominant therein. Regarding whether it is in the year or in Ramadan, there is a difference. It moves. The meaning of like the 7th is what remains. He builds upon it if fainting or madness ceases, as if prevented from fasting due to illness or menstruation or Eid, and exits. Its sanctity remains upon him. If he delays it, it is void, except the night of Eid and its day. Even if he stipulated the dropping of the makeup, he does not repeat it. Chapter on the rulings of the Book of Pilgrimage and Visitation. The pilgrimage, Hajj, is an obligation, and the visitation, Umrah, is a confirmed tradition once. Regarding its immediacy or delay for fear of missing it, there is a difference. Their validity depends on Islam. A guardian enters the sacral state, ihram, for an infant, and he is stripped near the sanctuary, haram, and for the insane, not the unconscious. The discerning child acts with permission. Otherwise, the guardian can release him, and there is no make-up, unlike the slave. He orders him to do what he is capable of. Otherwise, he acts on his behalf if it accepts representation, like tawaf, not talbiyah and bowing. He brings them to the standing places. The increase in expense is upon him if waste is feared. Otherwise, upon his guardian, like the penalty of hunting and ransom without necessity. The condition of its obligation, like its occurrence as a fulfilling duty, is freedom, legal capacity, and the time of its ihram, without intention of a voluntary act. It becomes obligatory, with capability, through the possibility of arrival without great hardship and safety of self and wealth, unless a tyrant takes a small amount without breaking faith, according to the clearer view. Even without provisions, and a mount for one with a craft that sustains him, and who is capable of walking like the blind with a guide. Otherwise, the one unable is considered incapable. Even if by the price of a child of fornication, or what is sold for the bankrupt, or by impoverishment, or leaving his child to charity if he does not fear destruction, not by debt or gift or begging absolutely. What he returns with is considered if he fears loss. The sea is like the land unless harm is dominant or a pillar of prayer is lost, like one suffering seasickness. The woman is like the man, except in long walking and riding the sea, unless she has a specific place, and the addition of a maharam, guardian, or husband for her, like a company in which she is safe for the obligation. Regarding the sufficiency of women or men, or the combination, there is hesitation. It is valid with forbidden wealth, though he sins. It is preferred over raiding, unless there is fear. Riding and using a saddle is preferred. A guardian volunteers on his behalf with other acts like charity, supplication, and hiring a guarantee for arrival. The guaranteed is like others. It is specific in absolute terms, like the mikat of the deceased. It is calculated if he dies, even in Mecca, or is blocked, and the remainder is for the next year. One is hired from the point of termination. It is not permissible to stipulate, like the sacrifice of tamattu, upon him. It is valid if the year is not specified, and the first is determined, and for an absolute year, and upon reward. Ju'ala. He performs Hajj according to what is understood. He commits a crime if he pays his debt and walks. The balag, reaching, is giving what he spends in beginning and returning according to custom. Regarding the sacrifice and ransom, if he did not intend their causes, he returns to him for extravagance. He continues if he finishes or enters ihram and falls ill. If lost before it, he returns. Otherwise, his expense is on the one who hired him, unless he bequeaths the balag. Then it is from the remainder of his third, even if divided. It suffices if he advances before the year of the condition, or leaves the visitation and returns with its portion, or opposes ifrad, single Hajj, for another, if the deceased did not stipulate it. Otherwise, no, like tamatu with kiran or the reverse, or both with ifrad, or a specific mikat. It is annulled if the year is specified or absent, like others, and he performs Qiran or diverts it to himself. He repeats if he performed tamatu. Does it annul if he performs Umrah for himself in the specified year, or unless he returns to the mikat and enters ihram for the deceased, so it suffices. 2 interpretations. It is forbidden to deputize a healthy person for the obligatory Hajj. Otherwise, it is reprehensible, like beginning with it for a capable person on behalf of another and hiring oneself. The bequest is executed from the third. Several Hajj pilgrimages are performed if ample, and he says, perform Hajj with it, not from it. Otherwise, it is inheritance, like its presence being less or the length of another. Is it unless he says, perform Hajj for me with such amount, so multiple pilgrimages. 2 interpretations. The named amount is paid, even if exceeding his wage, to a specific person who does not inherit. Giving it to him is understood. If he specifies a non-heir and does not name the amount, it is increased if he does not agree to the wage of his like up to its third. Then he waits, then hired for necessity only, not a slave or a child, even a woman. The executor is not liable if he pays to them, striving in judgment. If none is found for what he named from his place, Hajj is performed from where possible, even if he named it, unless he forbids, then it is inheritance. Hajj is binding upon himself, not the witnessing unless he is known. His heir stands in his place, regarding who takes it for a pilgrimage. The obligation of Hajj does not fall from him. He has the reward of the expense and the supplication. Its pillars are ihram, and its time for Hajj is Shawwal, to the end of Dhul Hijjah. It is reprehensible before it, like its place. Regarding the fourth, there is hesitation. It is valid for Umrah always, except for one in ihram for Hajj, so he must finish it. It is reprehensible after them and before the sunset of the fourth. Its place for it is for the resident in Mecca, and the mosque is recommended, like the exiting of the resident, for his mikat. For it, and for Qiran, the hill, outside the sanctuary, and al-Jirana is best, then al-Tanim. If he does not exit, he repeats his tawaf and sa'i after it, and offers a sacrifice if he shaved. Otherwise, for both Dhul Hulayfa, al-Juhfa, Yalamlam, Khan, and Dat, Irq, a dwelling before them. And wherever one aligns with one or passes, even by sea, unless like an Egyptian passing by Hulayfa, for it is better. Even for menstruation, whose lifting is hoped for, like its ihram, at its beginning, and removing unkemptness, and leaving the utterance of it. One passing by it, if he does not intend Mecca, or like a slave, has no ihram upon him, and no blood, sacrifice. If he enters ihram, strictly the capable one. 2 interpretations. The one intending it, if he hesitates or turns away for a matter, then likewise. Otherwise, ihram is obligatory. The one who leaves it does evil, and there is no blood if he did not intend a ritual. Otherwise he returns even if he overlooked it. No blood if he returns after his ihram, even if he invalidated it, not if he missed it. It is contracted only by intention, even if his utterance contradicts it. No blood even with intercourse with speech or action related to it. Whether he clarified or was vague and directed it to Hajj, and the analogy is for Shiran, and if he forgot, then Shiran. If he intended Hajj and was absolved of it only, like his doubt whether he performed Ifrad or Tamattu. Umrah is void upon him, like the second in 2 Hajj pilgrimages or 2 Umrahs, and rejecting it. Regarding, like the Ihram of Zayd, there is hesitation. It is recommended Ifrad, then Qiran, by entering Ihram with both, and he presents it or follows it with its tawaf if valid and completes it, and does not perform sa'i, and it is subsumed. It is reprehensible before the bowing, not after it. It is valid after sa'i, and shaving is forbidden, and he sacrifices for delaying it. Even if he does it, then performs tamattu by performing Hajj after it, even with Shiran. The condition of their blood, sacrifice, lack of residence in Mecca or Dītuā at the time of doing them, even if by interruption therein, or exiting for a need, not interrupted by other than it, or arriving intending residence. It is recommended for one with 2 families. Is it unless he resides in one more, so it is considered? 2 interpretations. Hajj is from his year. For tamattu, not returning to his land or its like, even in Hijaz, not less, doing part of its pillar in its time. Regarding the condition of them being for one person, there is hesitation. The blood of tamattu becomes obligatory by the ihram of Hajj, and it suffices before it. Then the tawaf for both, 7 times with 2 purifications and covering. It is voided by ritual impurity, building upon it, making the house on his left, and the exit of the entire body from the Shazawan, and 6 cubits from the Hijr. The one kissing stands his stature inside the mosque consecutively. He begins if he interrupts for a funeral or expense, or forgot part of it if his sa'i is finished. He interrupts it for the obligatory prayer. Completing the circuit is recommended. He builds if he has a nosebleed or learns of impurity. He repeats his 2 rak'ahs nearby, and upon the lesser number if he doubts. It is permissible in the roofed areas for crowding. Otherwise he repeats and does not return for it, and no blood. It is obligatory like the sa'i before Arafah if he entered ihram from the hill and did not rush, and did not follow with the sanctuary. Otherwise he performs sa'i after the ifadah. Otherwise blood if he arrived and did not repeat. Then the sa'i 7 times between Safa and Marwa, beginning from it once and returning is another. Its validity is by the precedence of tawaf and intending its obligation. Otherwise blood. He returns if the tawaf of Umrah was not valid as sanctuary, and ransoms for his shaving. If he enters ihram after his sa'i for Hajj, he becomes a qarin, like the tawaf of arrival, if he performed sa'i after it and limited himself, and the ifadah unless he volunteers after it. No blood for the resident of the hill except regarding women and hunting. Perfume is reprehensible. He performs Umrah and the majority view if he had intercourse. For Hajj, presence of a part of Arafah for a moment on the night of sacrifice, even if passing if he intends it, or by fainting before the zenith, or mistakenly gathering on the 10th only, not the ignorant, like the bottom of Urana. It suffices in its mosque with reprehension. He prays even if he missed. The sunnah is a connected washing, no blood. It is recommended in Medina for the one from Hulayfa, and for entering Mecca for other than the menstruating woman at Tuwa, and for the standing, and wearing an izar and rida and sandals, and garlanding the sacrificial animal, then marking it, then 2 rak'ahs. The obligatory suffices. The rider enters ihram when he is settled, and the walker when he walks, and talbiyah. It is renewed for a change of state and after prayer. Is it for Mecca or for Tawaf? A difference. If left at its beginning, then blood if prolonged. He is moderate in raising his voice, and in it. He returns to it after sa'i, even in the mosque for the circulation of the prayer place of Arafah. The muhrim of Mecca recites talbiyah in the mosque, and the mutamir of the miqat, and the one missing hajj for the sanctuary. From Jirana and Tanim to the houses. For tawaf is walking, otherwise blood for the capable one who did not repeat it, kissing the stone with the mouth at its beginning. Regarding the sound, there are 2 opinions. For crowding, touching with a hand, then a stick, and they are placed on his mouth. Then he magnifies, takbir. Supplication is without limit. Trotting, ramal, for men in the first 3, even if sick, and the child carried. For crowding, according to capacity. For sa'i, kissing the stone and ascending upon them, like a woman if empty. Hastening between the 2 green markers above the trot. And supplication. Regarding the sunnah status of the 2 rak'ahs of tawaf and their obligation, there is hesitation. They are recommended, like ihram, with al-kafirun and al-ikhlas, and at the station, maqam, supplication at the multazam, touching the Yemeni corner after the first, limiting to the talbiyah of the messenger, peace be upon him, entering Mecca by day, and the house, and from Qada for the Medinan, and the mosque from the gate of Banu Shayba, and exiting from Kuda, his bowing for tawaf after Maghrib before his voluntary prayer, and in the mosque, and the trot of the muhrim from like Tanim, or by addition for the rushing one, not voluntary, and farewell, drinking much Zamzam water and transporting it. For sa'i, the conditions of prayer. A sermon after the dur of the 7th in Mecca. 1. Informing therein of the rituals. Exiting to Mina for the duration to catch dur therein. Staying the night there. Proceeding to Arafah after sunrise. Descending at Namira. 2 sermons after the zenith, then Adhan, and combining the 2 dur prayers immediately after the zenith. Supplication and humility until sunset. His standing with ablution and riding with it, then standing unless for fatigue. His prayer at Muzdalifah for the 2 Isha prayers. Staying the night there. If he does not descend, then blood. Combining and shortening, except for its people, like Mina and Arafah. If unable, then after the twilight, if he departs with the Imam. Otherwise, each at its time. If advanced before him, he repeats them, departing after Fajr while still dark. Standing at the sacred monument, Mash'ar al-Haram, magnifying and supplicating until the light spreads, facing the Qibla at it. No standing after it, nor before Fajr. Hastening in the bottom of Muhassir, throwing the Aqaba upon his arrival, even if riding, walking in other than it. He becomes lawful thereby, except for women and hunting. Perfume is reprehensible. His takbir with every pebble, their continuity and picking them up, slaughtering before the zenith, seeking his camel for himself to shave, then his shaving, even with depilatory lime, if it covers his head. Trimming suffices, which is the sunnah for women, taking the amount of a fingertip, and the man from near its root. Then he performs ifada. Whatever remained becomes lawful by it if he shaved. If he had intercourse before it, then blood, unlike hunting, like delaying shaving to his land, or the ifada, for the muhrim, throwing every pebble or all to the knight. Even for a small child who does not know how to throw, or an incapable person, he appoints a deputy who seeks the time of throwing and magnifies. He repeats if he becomes healthy before the expiry by the sunset of the 4th, making up all until it, and the night is strictly for make-up. The capable one is carried and throws. He does not throw in the hand of another, advancing shaving or ifada overthrowing, not if he opposes in other matters. He returns to spend the night at Mina above Aqaba for 3 nights. If he leaves most of a night, then blood, or 2 nights if he hastens, even if he spent the night in Mecca or was Meccan before the sunset of the 2nd, then the throwing of the 3rd falls from him. It is permitted for a shepherd after Aqaba to depart and come on the 3rd to throw for the 2 days, presenting the week in the return to Muzdalifah, leaving the tahsib descending at Muhasab for other than the one followed, throwing every day the 3, concluding with Aqaba from the zenith to sunset. Its validity is with a stone like baked clay pebbles. He throws even with impure items at the Jamra, even if it hits another, if it went by force, not without it, if it causes another to fly to it, not mud or minerals. Regarding the sufficiency of what stood by building, there is hesitation in their order. He repeats what attended after the forgotten one, and what followed it on its day only. Its continuity is recommended. If he throws 5 by 5, the first 5 are counted. If he does not know the place of a pebble, he counts 6 from the first. It suffices for him and for a child even pebble by pebble. Throwing Aqaba on the first day at sunrise, otherwise immediately after the zenith before duha. Standing immediately after the first 2, the duration of the hastening of the cow, Surah al-Baqarah. Moving to the left in the 2nd. Tahsib is the preferred view to pray 4 prayers. The farewell tawaf, if he exits, to like Juhfa, not like Tanim, even if small. It is fulfilled by the additional and Umrah. He does not walk backwards. It is voided by staying part of a day in Mecca, not by a light engagement. He returns for it if he does not fear missing his companions. The detention of the renter and the guardian for menstruation or postpartum bleeding and its extent. He is fettered if safe. The company in like 2 days. It is reprehensible to throw with what has been thrown, as if saying for ifada, tawaf of visitation, or we visited his grave, peace be upon him. Ascending the house, or upon it, or upon his pulpit, peace be upon him with sandals, unlike tawaf and the stone. If he intends by his tawaf himself, along with his carried burden, it does not suffice for either of them. The sa'i suffices for them both, like 2 carried persons in both. Chapter regarding the prohibitions of the sacral state, ihram. It is forbidden by ihram for a woman to wear gloves and to cover her face, except for a covering without stitching or tying. Otherwise, ransom is due. And upon the man, that which encompasses a limb, even by weaving or button or knot, like a ring and a cloak, even if he does not insert his arms. And covering the face or head with what is considered a covering, like clay, but no ransom for a sword, even without excuse. And wrapping or binding for work only. It is permissible to wear a boot cut lower than the ankle for lack of sandals or their excessive cost, and shielding from sun or wind by hand, or rain by something elevated, trimming a broken nail, wearing a shirt as a cloak. Regarding the reprehensibility of trousers, there are 2 narrations. Shading by a structure and a tent, and a litter not inside it, like a garment on a stick. Regarding the obligation of ransom, there is a difference. carrying for need or poverty without stripping, changing his garment or selling it, unlike washing it except for impurity, then with water only, lancing his wound and scratching what is hidden gently. Phlebotomy if he does not bind it, binding a belt for his expenses on his skin, adding the expense of another, otherwise ransom, like binding his wound or his head, or sticking a cloth, like a dirham, or wrapping it on a penis, or cotton in his ears, or paper on his temples, or leaving a possessor of expenses gold, or returning it to him. For a woman, silk and jewellery. It is reprehensible to bind his expenses on his arm or thigh, resting the head on a pillow, dyed clothing for one who is followed, smelling like basil, staying in a place with perfume, carrying it, cupping without excuse, dipping the head or drying it vigorously, looking in a mirror. A woman wearing a cloak absolutely. Upon both is oiling the beard and head, even if bald, removing a nail or hair or dirt, except washing his hands with a remover. Falling hair due to ablution or riding. Oiling the body like a hand and foot with scented oil or for other than illness. For it, there are two opinions restricted to them. Perfuming with wars, even if its scent is gone, or for necessity. Kohl, even in food, or if it does not cling unless a bottle is stopped up. Cooked and remaining from before his ihram, and hitting from casting wind or otherwise, or perfuming the Kaaba. He chooses in removing a small amount. Otherwise he ransoms if he delays, like covering his head sleeping. The Kaaba is not perfumed during the days of Hajj. The perfumers are removed therein from the Mūsā, place of sa'i. The one who casts it ransoms the solution, if not binding upon him without fasting. If he does not find it, the muhrim ransoms, as if he shaved his head. He returns with the lesser if he does not ransom by fasting. Upon the muhrim who meets it, 2 ransoms according to the most likely view. If a lawful person shaves a muhrim with permission, it is upon the muhrim, otherwise upon him. If a muhrim shaves the head of a lawful person, he feeds. Is it a handful or ransom? 2 interpretations. For a single nail, not for removing harm, a handful, like a hair or hairs, or a louse or lice. Casting it is like the shaving of a muhrim for his like at the place of cupping, unless he verifies the absence of lice. Removing ticks from his camel, not like casting a leech or a tick. The ransom is in what provides luxury or removes harm, like cutting the moustache or nail, or killing lice, if many, and dyeing with henna, even a patch if large, and mere bathhouse according to the chosen view. It is unified if he thought it permissible, or its cause was multiple immediately, or he intended repetition, or presented the garment over the trousers. Its condition in wearing is benefit from heat or cold, not if he removed it on the spot. Regarding prayer, 2 opinions. He does not sin if he did it for an excuse. It is a ritual by a sheep or more, or feeding 6 poor people, 2 muds for each, like the expiation, or fasting 3 days, even the days of Mina. It is not specific to a time or place unless he intends by slaughter the hadi, sacrifice. Then it has its ruling. Lunch and dinner do not suffice if they do not reach 2 muds. Intercourse and its preliminaries. It invalidates absolutely, like inducing sperm, even by looking. If it occurs before the standing, absolutely, or after it if it occurs before Ifadah and Aqaba, on the day of sacrifice, or before it, otherwise a sacrifice, like emission initially and its prostatic fluid and his kiss. Its occurrence after sa'i in his umrah, otherwise it is void. Completing the invalidating act is obligatory, otherwise it is upon him. If he enters ihram and its make-up does not occur except in the 3rd. Immediacy of the make-up, even if voluntary. Make-up of the make-up, slaughtering a hadi in the make-up. It is unified even if repeated for women, unlike hunting and ransom. It suffices if hastened. 3, if he invalidated as a qarin, then missed it and made it up. And umrah if it occurred before the 2 rak'ahs of tawaf. Performing hajj for a coerced woman even if she married another. It is upon her if he is destitute, and she returns to him like the previous. He separates from the one he invalidated from his ihram due to his lawful state. The time of his ihram is not observed, unlike a mikat if he started, even if he exceeded it, then blood. Tamatu suffices for ifrad, and the reverse, not kiran, for ifrad or tamatu, and their reverse. A voluntary make-up does not substitute for an obligation. Carrying it on a litter is reprehensible, and for that stairs were made, looking at her forearms, not her hair. Fatwa in their affairs. It is forbidden by it, and by the sanctuary from towards Medina 4 miles or 5 for Tanim, and from Iraq 8 for the Makta, and from Arafah 9, and from Jeddah 10 to the end of Hudaybiyah. The flood of the hill stands before it. Exposure to land game, even if tamed or not eaten, or water bird, its part and its egg. Let him release it by his hand or his company. His ownership of it ceases, not by his house. Is it so even if he entered ihram from it? 2 interpretations. He does not renew his ownership nor entrust it. He returns it if he finds his depository, otherwise it remains. Regarding the validity of his purchase, there are 2 opinions, except the mouse, the snake, and the scorpion, absolutely, and a crow and a kite. Regarding their small ones, there is a difference. Like an attacking predator, such as a wolf, if it is large. Like a bird feared unless by killing it. And a gecko for a lawful person in the sanctuary, as if locusts were widespread, and he strove. Otherwise, its value. For one, a handful, even in sleep, like worms. The penalty is by killing it, even for hunger, ignorance, and forgetfulness. Repeated, like an arrow passing through the sanctuary. A dog whose path was determined, or he was negligent in tying it or sent near it, and it killed outside. Chasing it from the sanctuary, throwing from it or to it, exposing it to destruction, wounding it when its safety is not verified, even by decrease. He repeats, if he expelled for doubt, then its death was verified, like each of the participants. By sending for a predator or setting a trap for it, by killing a boy ordered to release it, thinking it was killed. Is it if the master caused it or not? 2 interpretations. By cause, even if coincidental, like its fright, so it died. The more apparent and the correct view is the opposite, like his tent and a well for water. The guidance of a muhrim or a lawful person, throwing it on a branch whose root is in the sanctuary or in the hill, and it bore down, so it died therein if it penetrated his killing spot. Likewise, if it did not penetrate according to the chosen view, or he held it to release it, and a muhrim killed it. Otherwise, it is upon him. The lawful person compensates him the lesser. For killing 2 partners. What a muhrim hunted, or was hunted for him, is carrion, like its egg. The penalty is therein if he knew and ate, not in eating it. The game of a lawful person is permissible for a lawful person, even if he will enter ihram, and slaughtering in the sanctuary what was hunted in the hill. Geese and chickens are not game, unlike pigeons. Cutting what grows by itself is forbidden therein, except idkhir and senna, like what is cultivated even if he did not tend it. No penalty like the game of Medina between the harras and its trees, a post within a post. The penalty is by the judgment of 2 just men, jurists, with the like of it from livestock or feeding by the value of the game on the day of destruction at its place, otherwise near it. It does not suffice with other than it, nor more than a mud for a poor person unless it equals its price, 2 interpretations, or for every mud fasting a day. He completes for its fraction, so for the ostrich a camel, badana, for the elephant a camel with 2 humps, for the wild donkey and cow a cow, for the hyena and fox a sheep, like the pigeon of Mecca and the sanctuary and their doves without judgment, for the lawful person and a lizard and a hare and a jerboa and all birds, the value in food. The small, the sick and the beautiful are like others. It is valued for its owner with it. He strives in judgment even if narrated regarding it. He may change unless he commits. 2 interpretations. If they differ, it is started. The best is their being in a sitting. It is annulled if the error becomes clear. In the fetus and eggs, 1/10 of the mother's blood money, even if it moved, its blood money if it cried out. Other than the ransom and game, it is ordered. Haidi, sacrifice, then camel, then cow, then fasting 3 days from his ihram. He fasts the days of Mina with a decrease in Hajj if he advances over the standing, and 7 when he returns from Mina. They are not valid if advanced over his standing, like the fasting of the most able before it, or he found a lender for money in his land. It is recommended to return for it after 2 days, and his standing with it at the stations. The slaughter at Mina, if in Hajj, and he stood with it, he or his deputy, as if he is in its days, otherwise Mecca. It suffices if he exits to the hill, as if he stood with it separately garlanded and slaughtered. In Umrah at Mecca after its sa'i, then he shaves. If he follows for fear of missing or for menstruation, the voluntary suffices for his Quran, as if he drove it therein, then performed Hajj in his year. It was interpreted also as if it was driven for tamattu. The recommended in Mecca is marwa. Slaughtering another is reprehensible, like the Ḍiyā. If a mutamati dies, the hadi is from his capital if he threw Aqaba. All is sunnah. Its defect is like the Ḍiyā. The consideration is at the time of its obligation and its garlanding. A garlanded animal with a defect does not suffice, even if safe, unlike the reverse, if voluntary. Its indemnity and price are in a hadi if it reaches. Otherwise he gives it in charity. In the obligatory he seeks help with it in another. It is sunnah to mark its hump from the left for the neck, naming, and garlanding. Sandals from the plants of the earth are recommended, and covering it, and slitting it if it does not rise. Only cows are garlanded, unless with humps. Not sheep. One does not eat from a vow for the poor specified absolutely, contrary to the general. He may feed the rich and the relative. It is reprehensible for a dhimmi unless a vow not specified. The ransom and penalty are after the place. A voluntary hadi, if it perishes before its place, its garland is met with its blood, and it is left for the people, like its messenger. He is liable in other than the messenger by his order to take something, like eating from its made substitute. Is it, unless a vow for the poor specified, then the amount of his eating? A difference. The halter and coverings are like the meat. If stolen after its slaughter, it suffices, not before. The offspring is carried on another then on it. Otherwise, if it is not possible to leave it to become strong, it is like the voluntary. One does not drink from the milk, even if surplus. He compensates if he harms the mother or the offspring by drinking, the requisite of his action. It is recommended not to ride it without excuse. Dismounting after rest is not binding, slaughtering it standing or hobbled. It suffices if another slaughters it garlanded, even if he intended for himself, if he erred. One does not share in a hadi. If found after the slaughter of its substitute, it is slaughtered if garlanded. Before its slaughter, they are slaughtered together if garlanded. Otherwise, one is sold. Chapter on the impediments of Hajj and Umrah after Ihram. If an enemy or fitna or imprisonment not by right prevents him from Hajj or Umrah, he may dissolve the state, tahallul, if he does not know of it and despairs of its removal before its lapse. No blood by slaughtering his hadi and shaving. No blood if he delays it. A fearful road does not bind him. It is reprehensible to maintain his ihram if he nears Mecca or enters it. He does not dissolve if he enters its time. Otherwise, the third option is he continues as a mutamati, and the obligation does not fall from him. It is not invalidated by intercourse if he did not intend to remain. If he stands and is blocked from the house, his Hajj is complete. He does not become lawful except by ifada. Upon him, for the throwing and spending the night at Mina and Muzdalifah, a hadi, like forgetting all. If he is blocked from ifada, or misses the standing due to other reasons, like an obstacle or error in number or imprisonment by right, he does not become lawful except by performing Umrah without ihram. His arrival does not suffice. He detains his hadi with him if he does not fear for it. It does not suffice for missing. He exits to the hill if he entered ihram in the sanctuary or added. He delays the blood of missing for the make-up. It suffices if he advances, even if he invalidates, then misses, or the reverse, even if, by the Umrah of tahallul, he dissolves and makes it up without it. Upon him are two hadis, not the blood of Kiran and Tamatu, for the mist. Intention of tahallul is of no avail for illness or otherwise with its occurrence. Paying money to a present person is not permissible if he expiates. Regarding the permissibility of fighting absolutely, there is hesitation. The guardian may prevent a foolish person, like a husband in a voluntary act. If he does not permit, he may dissolve, and the make-up is upon her, like a slave. One who does not accept sins, he may undertake it directly, like an obligation before the miqat, otherwise no, if he enters. For the purchaser, if he does not know, returning him, not dissolving him. If he permits and he invalidates, permission for the make-up is not binding on the correct view. What is binding upon him from error or necessity, if the master permits him in payment, otherwise he fasts without prevention. If he acts intentionally, he may prevent him if it harms him in his work. Chapter on Ritual Slaughter, Dhaka. Ritual slaughter consists of the severing of a specific locus by a Muslim or Kitabi person of the book, capable of marriage. The entirety of the windpipe and the two jugular veins from the front without lifting before completion. In nar, stabbing in the depression of the throat. It is also famous to suffice with half the windpipe and the jugular veins. Even a Samaritan or a Magian who converts to Christianity and slaughters for himself regarding what he considers lawful, even if he eats carrion if he is not absent. Not a boy who apostatized, and slaughtered for an idol or other than what is lawful for him if established by our law. Otherwise it is reprehensible, like his butchery and sale, and hiring his slave, and purchasing his slaughter, and advancing the price of wine, and selling for it, not taking it as repayment, and the fat of a Jew, and slaughter for a cross or Jesus, and accepting one, giving charity with it for that, and the slaughter of a hermaphrodite and eunuch, and corrupt person, Fasiq. Regarding the slaughter of a Kitabi for a Muslim, there are two opinions. and the wounding by a discerning Muslim of a wild animal, even if tamed, which he is unable to catch except with difficulty. Not livestock that strayed or fell into a hole, with a sharp weapon, and an animal known by sending from his hand without appearance of another cause is left, even if his game is multiple, or eaten, or not seen in a cave or thicket. Or he did not think its type was permissible, or the opposite appeared, not if he thought it forbidden, or taking other than what was sent upon. Or the permission in the partnership of another was not verified, like water or striking with a poisoned item or a Magian dog, or by its biting what was capable of escaping from it, or he incited in the middle, or he delayed in following it unless he verified that he would not catch it, or he carried the tool with another, or in a saddle-bag, or stayed overnight, or shocked, or bit without a wound, or intended what he found, or sent a second after holding the first, and it killed, or it struggled, so he sent and did not see, except if he intended the struggling one and others, 2 interpretations. Its intention is obligatory, and saying Bismillah if he remembers, and Nahar for camels, and Dab, cutting, for others if capable. It is permissible for necessity except for cows, where slaughter is recommended, like iron and sharpening it, and the standing of camels, and lying down for slaughter on the left side, and facing it, and clarifying the place, and cutting the jugular of game that penetrated its killing spot. Regarding the permissibility of slaughter with bone and tooth, or if they are separated, or with bone and preventing them, there is a difference. Hunting an edible animal is forbidden without intention of daka, except for like a pig, so it is permissible like the daka of what is not eaten, if despaired of. It is reprehensible to slaughter inside a househole, and skinning or cutting before death, like the saying of a sacrificer, O God, from you and to you, and intentionally severing the head. It was interpreted also as not eating, if he intended it first. Without half, it is clear carrion except the head. Ownership of the game is for the initiator. If capable ones dispute, it is between them. If it flees, even from a buyer, it is for the second, not if it was tamed and did not become wild. A chaser shares with the owner of a trap intended for it, and without them it would not have fallen, according to their action. Even if he did not intend and despaired of it, it is for its owner. Upon verification by other than it is for him, like the house, unless he chases it for it, then for its owner. A passer-by is liable if its daka was possible, and he left it, like leaving the saving of a destroyed life or property in his hand or his testimony, or by holding a document or tearing it. Regarding the killing of 2 witnesses of a right, there is hesitation, and leaving consolation obligatory with a thread for a gaping wound and surplus food or drink for a compelled person, intentionally, and wood so the wall falls. He has the price if found. The slaughtered animal is eaten even if despaired of its life by a strong movement absolutely, and flowing of blood if healthy, except the beaten one, Makuda, and what is with it penetrated in killing spots, by cutting the spinal cord and scattering the brain and entrails, and cutting the jugular and piercing the intestines. Regarding splitting the jugular, there are 2 opinions. Included is eating what has a broken neck, or what is known not to live if he did not sever it. The dakar of the fetus is by the dakar of its mother if complete with hair. If it exits alive, it is slaughtered unless he hastens, and it dies. The miscarriage is slaughtered if it lives like it. Locusts and the like require daka by what kills them, even if not hastened, like cutting a wing. Chapter regarding that which is permissible of foods and drinks. The permissible consists of food that is pure, and sea creatures, even if dead, and birds, even if eating impurities, jalala, and possessing a talon, and livestock, and wild animals that do not prey, like the jerboa, mole, hyrax, hare, hedgehog, badger, and snake, if secure from its poison, and insects of the earth, and juice, and fukka, beer-like drink, and subia, and thickened juice, if secure from intoxication. For necessity, what blocks hunger other than human flesh? And wine only for choking. Carrion is preferred over pork, and game for a muhrim, not its meat, and food of another if he does not fear cutting of hand, and he fights for it. The forbidden is the impure, and the mule, horse, and donkey, even if wild and tamed. The reprehensible is the predator, and hyena, fox, wolf, cat, even if wild, and elephant, and water dog and pig, and drink of two mixtures, and fermented in a gourd. Regarding the reprehensibility of the monkey and mud and their prohibition, there are two opinions. Chapter regarding the ruling of the sacrificial animal and the birth offering. The sacrifice, Ḍiyā, is a sunnah for the free person who is not performing Hajj at Mina, not causing hardship. Even if an orphan, buy a sheep of 6 months, Jadha, and goat of 1 year, Thani, and cow and camel of 1 year, 3 and 5, without partnership except in reward. Even more than 7 if he lives with him and is near to him, and he spends on him, even if voluntarily, even if hornless and sitting due to fat, and with a broken horn, not if bleeding, like the clear, sickness, mange, weakness, madness, emaciation, lameness, and blindness, and missing a part other than castration, and very small ears, and lacking a mother, and wild, and tailless, voiceless, foul-smelling, dry-uddered, split-eared, broken-toothed, not for growth or old age, and missing a third of the tail not ear from the imam's slaughter to the end of the third. Is he the Abbasid or the Imam of prayer? 2 opinions. His measure is not observed in other than the first. The precedent repeats, except the one seeking the nearest Imam, as if he did not bring it out and delayed without excuse his measure. With it he waits for the zenith. Daytime is a condition. Bringing it out is recommended, and good quality, and safe, and not pierced ear, split ear, front slit, back slit, and fat, and male, and horned, and white, and uncastrated if the castrate is not fatter, and sheep absolutely, then goats, then is it cows, which is the clearer view, or camels, a difference, leaving shaving and trimming for the sacrificer 10 of Dhul-Hijjah, and a sacrifice over charity and freeing a slave, slaughtering it by his hand, for the heir to execute it, combining eating and charity and giving without limit. The first day is better. Is it all of it, or until the zenith? 2 opinions. Regarding the superiority of the beginning of the third over the end of the second, there is hesitation. Slaughtering a fetus that exited before slaughter in the sack in the sacrifice, and akika. Shearing its wool before it is reprehensible if it does not grow for slaughter, and he did not intend it when taking it, and selling it, and drinking milk and feeding a disbeliever. Is it if he sent to him, or even in his dependence? Hesitation and excessiveness in it. Doing it for a deceased like a tira, exchanging it for a lesser one, even if mixed before slaughter. Taking compensation is permissible if mixed after it, according to the best view. Deputizing is valid by utterance if Muslim, even if he did not pray or intended for himself, or by habit, like a relative, otherwise hesitation. Not if he erred, so it does not suffice for either. Preventing sale even if slaughtered before the Imam, or became defective at the time of slaughter, or before it, or he slaughtered a defective one in ignorance. And hiring and substitution except for the recipient of charity. it is annulled, he gives the compensation in charity in case of loss if another did not undertake it without permission. Spent in what is not binding upon him, like indemnity for a defect. It does not prevent sufficiency. It is only obligatory by vow and slaughter. So it does not suffice if it became defective before it. He does with it what he wills, like withholding it until the time past, except that this one is sinful. For the heir is the division, even if slaughtered. No sale after it for debt. It is recommended to slaughter one that suffices as a sacrifice on the 7th of birth during the day. Its day is ignored if preceded by Fajr, giving charity by the weight of his hair. Breaking its bones is permissible, making it a feast and smearing him with its blood and his circumcision on its day are reprehensible. Chapter on Oaths. The oath. The affirmation of that which is not otherwise obligatory by the mention of God's name or his attribute, such as by God, Billah, and Ha-God, and I'm God, and the right of God, and the mighty, and his grandeur, and his majesty, and his will, and his guarantee, and his speech, and the Qur'an, and the Mushaf. If he says, I trusted in God, then I began to do, strictly religiously, not by slip of tongue, and like the might of God, and his trust, and his covenant, and upon the covenant of God, unless he intends the created. And like I swear, and I make an oath, and I testify if he intends. And I resolve if he says, by God. Regarding I covenant with God, there are two opinions. Not by yours upon me is a covenant, or I give you a covenant. And I resolve upon you by God. And God forbid, and refuge in God, and God is a shepherd or guarantor, and the prophet, and the Kaaba, and like the creation and causing death, or he is a Jew. Agamus, false oath, by doubting or thinking and swearing without verifying truth. Let him seek forgiveness from God. If he intended like al-Uzza, intended magnification, he disbelieves. No laghv, vain oath, regarding what he believes, so its negation appeared. It is of no use in other than God, like the exception with if God wills, if he intended it, like unless God wills, or wants, or decrees, according to the clearer view. It is effective like except in all, if connected except for an interruption, and he intended the exception, and purposed it, and uttered it even secretly by movement of the tongue. Unless he isolates in his oath first, like the wife in the lawful is forbidden to me, which is avoidance, and in the vague vow, and the oath, and the expiation. The concluded oath upon me is valid by I did, and I did not, or he breaks with I will surely do, or if I do not do, if not deferred. Feeding 10 poor people, for each a mud. It is recommended in other than Medina, increasing its third or its half or 2 ratels of bread with condiment, like their satiety or their clothing, for the man a garment, and for the woman a shift and head cover, even if other than the average of his family. The infant is like the adult in both, or freeing a slave, like the zihar. Then fasting 3 days. It does not suffice combined. Repeated for a poor person and deficient, like 20 for each a half, unless he completes. Is it if he remains? 2 interpretations. He may remove it if he clarified by lottery. It is permissible for a second if he brought out, otherwise reprehensible, even if like an oath and zihar. It suffices before his breaking it, and becomes obligatory by it, if not reprehensible, by righteousness. Upon me is the most severe of what one took upon another, decisive regarding who possesses, and his freeing and charity with his third, and walking for Hajj and expiation. It is increased in oaths. Binding upon me is fasting a year, if he is accustomed to swear by it. Regarding the necessity of 2 months of zihar, there is hesitation. Prohibition of the lawful in other than the wife and slave girl is lagv. It is repeated if he intended repetition of breaking, or custom was, like not leaving the waiter, or intended expiations, or said no and no, or swore not to break, or by the Qur'an and the Mushaf and the book, or his utterance indicated by plural, or by whenever or whatever, not when, and by God then by God, if he intended it, and the Qur'an and the Torah and the Gospel. No word to him tomorrow, and after it, then tomorrow. The intention of the swearer specifies and restricts if it negates and equals in God and others, like divorce, like her being with him in he will not marry during her life, as if it contradicted the apparent meaning of his utterance, like sheep's guy in I will not eat guy, or I will not speak to him, and like his appointing him in he will not sell it, or he will not strike him. Except for litigation and evidence or acknowledgement, in divorce a manumission only. Or he was made to swear absolutely in a document of right, not intended death or lying in, divorce and free woman or forbidden, even by fatwa. Then the context of his oath. Then verbal custom. Then linguistic intent. Then legal. He breaks the oath if he has no intention nor context by the lapse of what he swore upon, even for a legal impediment or theft. Not by death of a pigeon in I will surely slaughter it, and by his resolve on its opposite, and by forgetfulness if he was absolute, and by the part contrary to fulfilment, and by sawik or milk in I will not eat, not water, and not by taking pre-dawn meal in I will not eat dinner, and tasting, then it reaches his stomach, and by finding more in I have nothing other than it for a borrower, not less, and by continuing his riding and wearing in I will not ride and wear, not in like entering, and by the beast of his slave in his beast, and by combining the whips in I will surely strike him such amount, and by the meat of the fish and its eggs and honey of dates in absolute terms, and by cake and filled pastry, and harissa and vermicelli and bread, not the reverse, and by sheep and goats and roosters, and hen in sheep and chicken, not by one of them in the other, and by ghee consumed in sawik, and by saffron in food, not by vinegar cooked, by relaxation for her in I did not kiss you, or you did not kiss me, and by the flight of his debtor in I did not part from you, or you did not part from me, except with my right, even if not negligent, even if he referred him, and by fat in meat, not the reverse, and by a branch in I will not eat from like this spathe, or this spathe, or spathe, except raisin wine, and broth of meat, or its fat and wheat bread and grape juice, and by what wheat sprouted if he intended the favour, not for badness or marketing of food manufacture, and by the bath in the house, or his neighbour's house, or tent of hair, like a prison he was coerced into by right, not by a mosque, and by his entering upon him dead in a house he owns, not by entering a sworn-upon place if he did not intend intimacy, and by shrouding him in his life does not benefit him, and by eating from his estate before its division in I did not eat his food if he bequeathed or was indebted, and by a letter if it arrived, or a messenger in no word to him, and he did not intend in the writing regarding manumission and divorce, and by gesturing to him with his speech even if he did not hear, not his reading in his heart or someone reading to him without permission, nor by his greeting him in prayer, nor the book of the sworn upon, even if he read according to the more correct and chosen view, and by his greeting him believing he is another or in a group unless he excludes him, and by opening for him, and without his permission in do not go out except with my permission, and by lack of his knowledge in I will surely let him know even by a messenger. Is it unless he knows that he knew? Two interpretations. Or a second governor knew in his swearing to the first, under consideration, and by a pawned item in I have no garment, and by gift and charity in he did not lend it, and by the reverse. He intended except in charity regarding gift, and by remaining even at night in I did not live, not in I will surely move, nor by storing. He moved in he did not live with him from what they were upon, or built a wall even of palm branches in this house, and by visiting if he intended stepping aside, not for entering of dependence if he did not increase it by day, and spending the night without illness, and travelled the shortening distance in I will surely travel, and stayed half a month. Completing it is recommended like I will surely move even by keeping his luggage, not by a nail. Is it if he intended not returning? Hesitation, and by entitlement to part of it or its defect after the term, and a corrupt sale passed before it if it did not fulfill, like if it did not pass according to the chosen view, and by his gifting it to him, or a relative paid on his behalf even from his wealth, or testimony of evidence to the survival, except by his paying, then taking it, not if he became insane and the judge paid. If he did not pay, then two opinions, and by lack of payment in tomorrow, in I will surely pay you tomorrow on Friday, and it is not it. Not if he paid before it, unlike I will surely eat it, nor if he sold him goods for it. He fulfills if absent by payment of an agent of litigation or delegated. Is there an agent of estate? Or if the judge is lacking, and upon it is the majority? Two interpretations. He is absolved regarding the judge if he did not verify his injustice, otherwise he fulfills, like the community of Muslims witnessing them. He has a day and night in the beginning of the month, or at its beginning, or when it begins, or to Ramadan, or to its beginning, Shaban, and by making a garment, a cloak, or turban in, I will not wear it, not if he disliked it for its tightness, nor placing it on his private part, and by his entering from a door other than in I will not enter it if he did not dislike its tightness, and by his standing on its back, and by a renter in I will not enter for so-and-so a house, and by eating from a child given to him sworn upon, even if he did not know if his expense was upon him, and by speech for ever in no word to him the days or the months, and three in like days. Is it likewise in I will surely abandon him, or a month? Two opinions, and a year in time, hin and time, zaman and epoch, asr and age, dar, and by what is annulled or by other than his women in I will surely marry, and by guarantee of the face in I will not guarantee if he did not stipulate lack of fine, and by it to an agent in I will not guarantee for him if he was from his side. Is it if he knew? Two interpretations, and by his saying I did not think he said it to other than me, to an informer in it will surely please him, and by go now after I did not speak to you until you do. His saying I do not care is not a beginning for another speech. I did not speak to you until you begin with me. And by cancellation, ikala, in he did not leave anything of his right if it did not fulfill, not if he delayed the price according to the chosen view, nor if he buried wealth and did not find it, then found it in its place in you took it, and by leaving her knowing in I did not go out except with my permission. Not if he permitted for a matter, and she exceeded without knowledge. And by his return to her after, by another ownership in I did not live in this house, or the house of so-and-so this one, if he did not intend as long as it is his. Not the house of so-and-so, nor if it was ruined and became a road if he did not order it, and in he did not sell from him or to him by the agent if he was from his side. If he said at the time of sale, I swore, and he said, it is mine, then it became correct that he bought for him. He breaks the oath, and the sale is binding. The delay of the heir suffices in unless you delay me, not in entering a house, and delay of an executor by looking, nor debt, and delay of a creditor if he encompassed and absolved. And regarding his fulfilment in I will surely tread upon her, so he trod upon her while menstruating, and in you will surely eat it, and a cat snatched it or split its hollow and ate, or after its corruption. 2 opinions, unless she delays. And therein is breaking the oath by one of them in I did not clothe them. And his intention was the combination, and it was deemed problematic. A chapter concerning vows. A vow is a binding obligation undertaken by a Muslim who possesses legal capacity, even if uttered in a state of wrath. It remains binding even if he says, unless it appears to me otherwise, or unless I see something better than it, unlike the condition if God so wills, which subjects it to his will. One is only bound to fulfill that which is deemed meritorious, such as saying, upon me rests a prayer, or upon me is a sacrifice. A general, unspecified vow is recommended, while a repetitive one is disliked. Regarding a suspended vow, there is hesitation as to its dislike. If one vows a sacrificial camel, it becomes binding. If he is unable, then a cow, and then 7 sheep, and nothing else. Fasting is to be observed in a frontier outpost. If one vows 1/3 of his wealth at the time of his oath, it is binding unless the wealth decreases, in which case he gives what remains. If one vows, my wealth is for the path of God, it implies jihad and the guarding of frontiers, and may be spent where there is fear. It is spent on other than himself, unless he vowed to give it as charity to a specific person, in which case it encompasses all of it. If he separates it, he must repeat the giving, otherwise there are 2 opinions. Whatever he names, even if specific, applies to the whole. If one vows to send a horse or a weapon to a specific place, it must be sent if it can reach there. If it cannot, it is sold and replaced, like a sacrificial gift, even if it has a defect, according to the sounder opinion. If it is sold, he has the right to exchange it for something better. If it was a garment, it is sold, and it is disliked to send it or send a gift through it. There are interpretations regarding whether he should evaluate it or not as a recommendation, or whether evaluation applies if it was by an oath. If he is unable, he substitutes it with the nearest value, then gives it to the keepers of the Kaaba to spend on it if needed. Otherwise, he gives it in charity. Malik regarded it as a grave matter to associate others with them in this, for it is a mandate from him. May God bless him and grant him peace. Walking to the Mosque of Mecca is binding, even if for a prayer. He who is in Mecca must go out and perform an umrah, just as one who vows to visit Mecca or the house or a part of it, but not other than it must do, provided he did not intend a specific ritual. Otherwise, he performs what he intended. If he breaks his oath, he must perform the Hajj or its like. The location usually intended becomes specific. He may ride at the watering place and for necessity, such as a path used for proximity to God. He may travel by sea if compelled, not if it is merely customary, according to the preferred view, to complete the tawaf of Ifadah and its sa'i. He must return and offer a sacrifice if he rode for a significant distance or part of the rituals. If he rides during the Ifadah, like the Egyptian returning, he must walk the distance he rode in a similar specific journey. Otherwise, he may diverge if he initially thought he had the ability. If not, he walks as much as he is able, then rides and offers a sacrifice only, even if it was a small amount. This applies even if he was able, as in the Ifadah alone, or like a specific year which he must make up, or if he was unable. This applies also to the African, or if he separated his journey, even without an excuse. Regarding the necessity of repeating the whole by walking one way and riding the other, there are two interpretations. The sacrifice is obligatory except for one who witnessed the rituals, for whom it is recommended, even if he walked the whole way. If he invalidates it, he must complete it and walk during its make-up from the miqat. If he misses it, he converts it into an umrah and rides during its make-up. If he performs Hajj, intending both his vow and his obligation as a single Hajj, mufrid, or combining them, qarin, it suffices for the vow. As to whether it suffices if he did not vow a Hajj, there are two interpretations. The one who has never performed Hajj must convert it into an umrah and then perform Hajj from Mecca immediately. He should hasten the ihram if he said, "I am in ihram," or "I will enter ihram," provided it was restricted to a specific day, like the umrah generally, if companions are not lacking, but not for Hajj and walking. These are for their appointed months if he arrives, otherwise from where he arrives, according to the manifest opinion. It is not binding if one says, "My wealth is in the Kaaba," or its door, or everything I earn, or a sacrifice to other than Mecca, or vows the wealth of another, if he did not intend, if I come to own it, or "Upon me is the slaughter of so-and-so," even if a relative, provided he did not utter the word sacrifice, hadi, nor intend it, nor mention the station of Abraham. It is preferable in such a case to act as one who vows a sacrifice, a camel, then a cow. This is like the vow to walk barefoot or to carry so-and-so. If he intended the hardship, he fulfills it. Otherwise, he rides and performs Hajj with him without a sacrifice. Idle talk is of no consequence, such as saying, "Upon me is the journey," or going, or riding to Mecca, or walking in general, or walking to a mosque, even for seclusion, itikaf, unless it is very close, in which case there are two opinions. Regarding walking to Medina or Jerusalem, if he did not intend a prayer in their mosques or name them, he rides. And is it binding if he was in part of the journey, or only because it is a superior place? There is disagreement. Medina is superior, then Mecca. A chapter on the ordinances of striving in the cause of God, jihad. Jihad is an obligation in the most critical frontier every year, even if one fears a belligerent, akin to visiting the Kaaba. It is a collective duty, fard kifaya, even with an unjust ruler upon every free, male, sane, adult Muslim who is capable. It stands alongside the upholding of sacred knowledge, issuing legal verdicts, repelling harm from Muslims, judging, witnessing, leadership, enjoining the good, essential crafts, returning the salutation of peace, preparing the dead, and freeing captives. It becomes an individual obligation upon the sudden onslaught of the enemy, even upon a woman, and upon those near them if they are incapacitated, or by the specific appointment of the imam. The obligation falls away due to illness, childhood, madness, blindness, lameness being female, incapacity regarding one who needs him, slavery, and a debt that is due. It requires the permission of parents in a collective duty involving a sea voyage or danger, but not a grandfather. The disbeliever is like any other in matters other than this. They are invited to Islam, then to pay the tribute, jizya, in a place where they are secure. Otherwise they are fought and killed, except for women unless they fight, and children and the insane. The same applies to the decrepit old man, the chronically ill, the blind, and the monk secluded in a monastery or hermitage without influence. They are left with only enough for their sustenance. One seeks forgiveness for killing them, just as one does for killing those whom the call has not reached. If they are captured, their value is assessed. The monk and the nun become free. One may cut off their water and machinery, and use fire if nothing else is possible, and no Muslim is among them, even if on ships. Fortresses may be attacked without burning or drowning if children are present. If they shield themselves with children, they are left alone unless there is fear. Likewise, if they shield themselves with a Muslim who did not intend to be a shield, provided there is no fear for the greater body of Muslims regarding that which is forbidden in jihad. It is forbidden to use poisoned arrows or to seek the aid of a polytheist except for service. It is forbidden to send a copy of the Qur'an to them or to travel with it to their land, like a woman, except in a secure army. Fleeing is forbidden if the Muslims number half the enemy, provided the Muslims do not reach 12,000, unless it is a maneuver or a tactical withdrawal if fear prevails. Mutilation is forbidden, as is carrying a head to a town or a ruler, and the treachery of a prisoner who was trusted even regarding himself. Stealing from the spoils, gulul, is forbidden and warrants discipline if discovered. It is permitted for the needy to take sandals, a belt, a needle, and food, even livestock and fodder like a garment, weapon, or mount, to be returned. The surplus is returned if abundant. If impossible, it is given in charity. Exchange is permitted among them, and the establishing of penal limits in their land. Destruction, cutting palm trees and burning are permitted if it inflicts damage or if the spoils are not hoped for. The apparent view is that it is recommended, as is the opposite. It is permitted to have relations with a captive, a wife, or a bondswoman who has been secured. Animals may be slaughtered, hamstrung, or finished off. Regarding bees, if they are many and their honey is not intended, there are two narratives. Burning is permitted if they eat carrion, like goods one is unable to carry. The establishment of a registry, diwan, is permitted, as is assigning the share of one who sits to one who goes forth on his behalf, if both are in the registry. Raising the voice in tahleel, la ilaha illa God, and takbir, Allahu Akbar, is permitted for the sentinel, but melodious chanting is disliked. It is permitted to kill a spy, even if he was granted safety, and the Muslim spy is treated like a heretic, zindiq. The imam may accept their gift, which belongs to him if it is from some of them due to kinship, but it is spoils, fey, if it is from their tyrant, provided he did not enter his land. Fighting the Byzantines and the Turks is permitted. One may argue against them with the Qur'an and send a letter containing something like a verse. A man may advance against a large number if it is to display courage, according to the manifest view, moving from one death to another. It becomes obligatory if he hopes for survival or its prolongation. The imam considers the fate of prisoners. execution, release as a favor, ransom, tribute, or enslavement. This is not prevented by pregnancy from a Muslim, nor by slavery if she was pregnant with him in disbelief. Fidelity is obligatory regarding what was open to us by some of them, and regarding the safety granted by the Imam, absolutely. This applies to the duelist with his opponent. If he is aided with permission, he fights him. For one who goes out in a group against a similar group, aid is permitted when he finishes with his opponent. They are compelled to accept the judgment of one they agreed to if he is just and knows the public interest. Otherwise, the Imam decides. Granting safety to a region by other than the Imam is questionable. The majority uphold it or allow it to pass from a discerning believer, even a child, a woman, a slave, or a rebel against the Imam, but not a dhimmi, or one in fear of them. There are two interpretations. Killing is waived even after conquest by a word or an understood gesture, if not harmful. If one thinks him a combatant, and he comes or forbids people from him, but they disobey, forget, are ignorant or ignorant of his Islam, not the waiving of killing. It is upheld, or he is returned to his place. If he is taken coming from their land saying, "I came seeking safety," or in our land saying, "I thought you would not harm a merchant," or between the two, he is returned to his place of safety. If circumstantial evidence exists, it is relied upon. If he is returned by the wind, he remains on his safety until he arrives. If he dies among us, his wealth is spoils fey. If he has no heir, and did not enter for trade, it belongs to his killer if he was captured, then killed. Otherwise, it is sent with his blood money to his heir like his deposit. And if he is killed in battle, is it spoils? There are two opinions. It is disliked for other than the owner to buy his goods. Ownership passes by their gift, and stolen property is reclaimed, then returned to our land according to the manifest view, but not free Muslims brought by them. He owns by his Islam, other than the free Muslim. The mother of a child, walad, is ransomed. The mudabbar is freed from the master's third, and the one manumitted for a term after it. They are not pursued for anything. The heir has no choice. The adulterer and thief are punished even if the spoils have been collected. The land is made an endowment, waqf, like Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. Other than these, a fifth is taken if conquered by force. Its tax and the fifth and the tribute belong to the family of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. Then, for public, belong only to the Muslim, even if not heard, or if multiple, provided he did not say a person, otherwise only the first. It is not for a woman unless she fights, nor for the Imam unless he says, "from you," or excludes himself. He gets the mule if he said, "on a mule," not if it was in his servant's hand. The share is divided into 4 for the free, Muslim, sane, adult male present, like a merchant or hireling, if they fought or went out with the intention of raiding, not against them, even if they fought, except the child. Regarding him, if he was authorized and fought, there is disagreement. A small gift, radk, is given to them, as well as to the one who died before the encounter, the blind, the lame, the paralyzed, the one left behind for a need not connected to the army, and the one lost in our land even by wind, unlike in their land. The sick person who witnessed the battle gets a share, like the horse that was hurt or fell ill after overlooking the booty. Otherwise, there are 2 opinions. The horseman gets a double share, even if on a ship or on a workhorse, a half-breed, or a small horse capable of attacking and retreating. The sick horse hoped for, the confined horse, and the one usurped from the booty or from outside the army, and from it to its owner gets shares, but not the emaciated, the old useless one, the mule, the camel, or the donkey. The shared horse belongs to the fighter, who pays his partner's wage. The horse supporting the army is like it, otherwise it belongs to him, like a thief, so the Muslim takes a fifth, unlike the dhimmi. Regarding the slave, there are two opinions. The fifth is taken from a Muslim, even a slave, according to the sounder view, not a dhimmi, and from one who makes a saddle or an arrow. The custom is to divide in their land. Does he sell to divide? Two opinions. Each category is separated, if possible, according to the preferred view. A specific person, even a dhimmi, takes what was known to be his before, freely, swearing it is his property. It is carried to him if it is good, otherwise it is sold for him. Its division does not pass, except by interpretation, according to the best view, not if it was not specific, unlike a lost item. The service of one manumitted for a term, a mudabar and a mukatab, is sold, but not an walad. He may take him afterwards for his price, or for the first price if multiple. He is compelled regarding the walad to pay the price, and is pursued for it if destitute, unless she or her master dies. He may ransom the one manumitted for a term, and the mudabar, according to their state, or leave them to a Muslim for their service. If the master of the mudabar dies before full payment, he is free up to the extent of the third, and is pursued for the remainder. This applies to a Muslim, or dhimmi, who divided and were not excused for their silence regarding a matter. If part of him is born, the rest is enslaved. The heir has no choice, unlike in a felony. If the mukatab pays his price, he remains on his state. Otherwise, he is a slave who surrendered or was ransomed. The taker, if he knows of a specific ownership, must refrain from disposal to give him a choice. If he disposes, it passes, like one buying from a belligerent involving childbirth, istilad, if he did not take him to return him to his owner. Otherwise, there are two opinions. Regarding the deferred, there is hesitation. A Muslim or dhimmi may take what they gifted them in their abode freely, or for compensation in it, if not sold, so it passes. The owner gets the price or the surplus. The best view regarding one ransom from a thief is that he takes him for the ransom. If he submits to a compensator for a mudabar or similar, his service is fulfilled, then is he pursued if freed for the price, or for what remains? Two opinions. The slave of the belligerent who accepts Islam becomes free if he flees or remains until captured, not if he leaves after his master's Islam or merely by his Islam. Captivity annuls marriage unless she is captured and accepts Islam afterwards, and his child and wealth become spoils absolutely, except for the small child of a Kitabi woman captured, or a Muslim woman. Are the adult children of a Muslim woman spoils, or only if they fought? Two interpretations. The child of a bondswoman belongs to her owner. A chapter concerning the tribute, jizya, and its rulings. The covenant of tribute is ratified by the permission of the Imam for a disbeliever whose captivity is valid, who is of legal capacity, free, capable, interacting with us, and not manumitted by a Muslim. It grants residence outside Mecca, Medina, and Yemen. They are permitted transit. For the one conquered by force, the tribute is 4 dinars or 40 dirhams per year, the apparent meaning being at its end. It is reduced for the poor according to his capacity, and not increased. For the one by treaty, it is what was stipulated. If unspecified, it is like the first. The apparent view is that if the first is offered, fighting him is forbidden, while maintaining humiliation upon taking it. Both fall away upon embracing Islam like the sustenance of Muslims. Adding 3 days for the transient is due to injustice. The conquered is free even if he dies or accepts Islam, so the land alone belongs to the Muslims. In a treaty, if summarized, it concerns their land. Bequest of their wealth is valid, and they inherit it. If it is distributed per capita, it is theirs unless one dies without an heir, in which case it goes to the Muslims. Their bequest is within the third. If distributed on it, land or both, they may sell it, and the tax is upon the seller. The conquered may build a church if stipulated, otherwise no, like restoring a ruin. The one by treaty may build and sell its courtyard or wall, but not in the land of Islam, unless for a greater harm. They are forbidden from riding horses and mules with saddles using the main road, and are compelled to wear distinguishing clothing. They are disciplined for leaving the belt, zunnah, displaying intoxication, their beliefs, extending their tongues in insolence, spilling wine, and breaking the bell. The pact is broken by fighting, refusing the tribute, rebelling against the rulings, usurping a free Muslim woman, deceiving her, spying on the private matters of Muslims, and reviling a prophet with that which does not constitute their disbelief. They said, such as saying, he is not a prophet, or he was not sent, or the Qur'an was not revealed to him, or he fabricated it, or Jesus created Muhammad, or poor Muhammad tells you he is in paradise but did not benefit himself when the dogs ate him. He is killed if he does not embrace Islam. If he leaves for the abode of war and is taken, he is enslaved if he did not commit injustice. Otherwise no, like his fighting. If a group apostatizes and fights, they are like apostates. The Imam may conclude a truce for a benefit if it is free from conditions like the remaining of a Muslim, even for money, except for fear. There is no fixed limit. It is recommended not to exceed 4 months. If he senses their treachery, he renounces it and warns them. Fulfillment is obligatory, even by returning hostages, even if they embraced Islam like one who embraced Islam. Even a messenger, if male. He is ransomed by the spoils, fay, then by the wealth of the Muslims, then by his own wealth. He seeks reimbursement for the like of a fungible and the value of others from the solvent, not the destitute, if he did not intend charity and could not free his body except by paying, or a mahram or spouse if he knew him or was freed upon him, unless he ordered it and committed to it. He's prioritized over others, even regarding what is in his hand, based on number, if their amount is unknown. The word of the prisoner is accepted regarding the ransom or part of it, even if not in his hand. It is permitted to use prisoners, fighters, wine, and pork for ransom, according to the best view. There is no recourse against a Muslim. Regarding horses and instruments of war, there are 2 opinions. A chapter on the rulings of competitions that aid in striving, jihad. Competition is permitted with a wager regarding horses and camels, and between them and arrows, if their sale is valid. It is validated by specifying the starting point, the goal, the mount, the archer, the number of hits, and their type, whether piercing or otherwise. If a volunteer or one of them puts up the prize, if he outstrips the other, he takes it. If he wins himself, it goes to those present. Not if both put it up for the winner to take, even with a mediator who could potentially win. Specifying the arrow and the bowstring is not a condition, and he may use what he wills. Nor is knowledge of the running or the rider a condition. A child is not carried as a jockey. The prize need not be equal, nor the place of impact, nor their equality. If an accident happens to the arrow, or it breaks, or the horse is struck in the face, or the whip is snatched, he is not considered beaten, unlike losing the whip or the horse becoming refractory. It is permitted in other matters freely. Boasting during shooting, reciting poetry, rajas, mentioning the name of God, and shouting are permitted. It is most beloved to mention God Almighty, not the chatter of the archer. The contract is binding like a lease. A chapter concerning the exclusive attributes of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was singled out with the obligation of the mid-morning duha prayer, the sacrifice, adha, the night vigil, tahajjud, the witr while resident, the toothstick, siwak, the giving of choice to his wives, the divorcing of a wife he desired, answering one in prayer, consultation, paying the debt of the destitute deceased, the confirmation of his deed, endurance against a numerous enemy, and the changing of the forbidden. Forbidden to him and his family were the two charities, zakat and sadaqah, eating garlic or while reclining, keeping a wife who disliked him, substituting his wives, marrying a kitabi woman or a bondswoman, and marrying his consummated wife to another. It was forbidden for him to remove his armour until he fought, to give in order to receive more, to have a treacherous eye, to judge between himself and his opponent, to raise one's voice above him, to call him from behind the chambers or by his name. Permitted to him were continuous fasting, wizal, entering Mecca without ihram, fighting therein the chosen spoils, safi, and the fifth. He marries by himself to whom he wills, with the wording of a gift more than 4, without a dowry, guardian or witnesses, and while in ihram. He divides his time without obligation. He judges for himself and his child. He protects land for himself. He is not inherited from. A chapter on the ordinances of marriage and that which follows it. Marriage is recommended for the one in need who possesses the means to wed a maiden. He may look at her face and hands only, with knowledge. It is lawful for them even to look at the private parts, like ownership. Pleasure is permitted other than in the rear. It involves a proposal followed by a proposal, a contract minimizing the dowry, announcing it, congratulating him, supplicating for him, and the witnessing of 2 just men, other than the guardian, at the contract. It is annulled if they enter without witnesses, and there is no punishment if it spreads, even if known. It is forbidden to propose to a woman who is inclined towards another for a non-transgressor, even if the dowry was not settled. It is annulled if not consummated. An explicit proposal to a woman in her waiting period, iddah, is forbidden, as is making a promise to her, like her guardian. This applies to one undergoing exoneration from adultery. Prohibition becomes perpetual by intercourse, even if by mistake, even after the period, and by its preliminaries during it, or by ownership, unlike the reverse. But not by a mere contract, adultery, ownership following ownership, or a woman irrevocably divorced before a husband. It is like the muhrim. Allusion is permitted like, in you is a desire, and giving gifts. The guardian may delegate the contract to a virtuous man. Mentioning equality is recommended. It is disliked to marry a woman in iddah from one of the 2, and to marry an adulteress, or one explicitly proposed to after it. Separating from her is recommended. Exposing a woman inclined to another is disliked. Its pillars are the guardian, the dowry, the locus, spouses, and the formula, I have married, or I have wedded. With a dowry, I have gifted, suffices. Does every phrase implying permanence for life, like I have sold, suffice? There is hesitation. Also, I have accepted, and marry me, so he does. It is binding even if he is not pleased. The owner compels the bondswoman and the slave without harm, not the reverse, nor the owner of a part. He has guardianship and the right of rejection. The chosen view is that a female with a trace of freedom or a mukatab has no voice, unlike the mudabar and the one freed for a term if the master does not fall ill and the term approach. Then the father. He compels the insane woman and the virgin, even if an old maid, except for a eunuch, according to the sounder view. Also the non-virgin, if she is young, or due to an accident or illicit act. Does this apply if she does not repeat the adultery? Two interpretations. Not by a corrupt marriage, even if she is foolish, safiha. A virgin who has become rational or resided in her house for a year and denies it is not compelled. The executor ordered by the father compels, or if the husband was specified for him. Otherwise there is disagreement. Regarding the non-virgin, he is a guardian. If I die, I have married my daughter is valid in illness. Is it valid if he accepts near his death? Two interpretations. Then there is no compulsion. The adult woman acts, except the orphan whose corruption is feared and who has reached 10 years. The judge is consulted, otherwise it is valid if consummated and time passes. Precedence is given to the son, then his son, then the father, then his son, brother, then the grandfather, then the uncle, then his son. The full brother is prioritized according to the sounder and chosen view. Then the patron, Mawla. Then is it the lower, manumitted? It was explained as such, or the first, manumitter. This was corrected. Then the guarantor, kafil. Does this apply if he cared for her for 10 years or 4, or as long as compassion lasts? Hesitation. The apparent meaning is the condition of lowliness. Then the judge. Then the general guardianship of a Muslim. It is valid by it for a lowly woman with a special guardian who cannot compel, like a noble woman, if consummated and time passes. If he is near, it is for the nearest or the judge, if absent, regarding refusal. Regarding his assuming authority, if the time is long before it, 2 interpretations. Or by a more distant one with a nearer one if he cannot compel. It is not permitted, like one of 2 manumitters. The consent of the virgin is silence, like her delegation. Informing her of him is recommended. Her claim of ignorance is not accepted from her according to the interpretation of the majority. If she refuses or shows aversion, she is not married, not if she laughs or weeps. The non-virgin expresses herself, like a virgin who became rational or was prevented from marrying, or married for a defect, or slavery, or a flaw, or an orphan, or one upon whom authority was presumed. It is valid if her consent is near in the city and known to be close to the time of the contract. If a compelling guardian allows a son, brother, or grandfather to manage her affairs with proof, it is permitted. Does this apply if near? 2 interpretations. The marriage of a judge or other to his own daughter is annulled in cases like 10 years. The judge marries in cases like the African woman who appears in Egypt, strictly interpreted as settlement, like the absence of the nearest for 3 days. If captured or lost, then the more distant acts like one in slavery, minor, insane, or female, not impiety or loss of perfection. The female owner, executor, and manumitter appoint an agent, even a stranger, like a slave appointed, or a mukatab, regarding a bondswoman seeking virtue, even if his master dislikes it. Ihram prevents marriage from one of the 3, as does disbelief for a Muslim woman and the reverse, except for a bondswoman and a freedwoman from other than the women of the tribute. The marriage of a disbeliever to a Muslim is invalid. If a Muslim contracts for a disbeliever, it is left. The foolish man of opinion contracts with his guardian's permission. The husband's appointing an agent for all is valid, not a guardian unless he is like him. He must respond to a compatible suitor. Her equal is priority, so the judge orders him, then marries her. A father should not prevent a virgin by repeated rejection until verified. If she appoints an agent from whom she loves, he is specified. Otherwise, she may approve even after, not the reverse. She may appoint a cousin or similar to marry her to himself, if specified by, "I marry you for such," and she consents, and he assumes both sides. If she denies the contract, the agent is believed if the husband claims it. If equal guardians dispute over the contract or the husband, the judge decides. If she permits 2 guardians and they contract, it is for the first if the second did not enjoy her without knowledge, even if his delegation was later, provided she is not in a waiting period of death, even if the contract preceded, according to the manifest view. It is annulled without divorce if they contracted at the same time, or by proof of his knowledge that he was second not if he confessed, or the time was unknown. If she dies and the rightful one is unknown, regarding inheritance, there are 2 opinions. On inheritance, the dowry follows, otherwise the excess. If both men die, there is no inheritance or dowry. The greater justice of contradictory witnesses is void, even if the woman confirms it. A marriage recommended by will is annulled, even by concealing witnesses from the woman or the household, or for days, if not consummated and time passes. They and the witnesses are punished. Before consummation, it is annulled obligatorily on condition that he does not come to her except by day, or with an option for one of them or another, or on condition that if he does not bring the dowry by such time, there is no marriage, and he brings it. Whatever is corrupted by its dowry or a guardian condition contradicts, like not dividing time for her or preferring another over her. It is annulled. Absolutely, like marriage for a term, or if a month passes, I will marry you. It is a divorce if disputed, like the muhrim and shigar, exchange marriage. Prohibition arises by its contract and intercourse, and inheritance applies therein, except in the marriage of the sick, the marriage of a slave and a woman where corruption is agreed upon. There is no divorce or inheritance, like a 5th wife. Intercourse is forbidden only. Whatever is annulled after it, the name dowry applies, otherwise the dowry of the equal. Ma al-mithal. It falls by annulment before it, except for the marriage of 2 dirhams, where half is due, like its divorce. The one enjoyed is compensated. The guardian of a minor may annul his contract. There is no dowry or waiting period. If he marries with conditions or is approved and reaches maturity and dislikes it, he may divorce. Regarding half the dowry, there are 2 opinions acted upon. Her word is accepted if the contract was when he was old. The master may reject the marriage of his slave with a single irrevocable divorce only, if he did not sell him, unless he rejects him or frees him. She gets a 1/4 dinar if he entered, and the slave and mukatab are pursued for the rest if they deceived, provided the master or ruler did not invalidate it. He has the right of approval, if near. He did not intend annulment or doubts his intent. The guardian of a fool may annul his contract even if she dies. It is determined by his death. The mukatab, an authorized slave, may take a concubine even without permission. The maintenance of the slave is not from tribute or earnings unless by custom, like the dowry. The master is not liable by permission to marry. The father, executor, and judge compel the insane person if needed, and the minor. Regarding the fool, there is disagreement. Their dowry, if they are destitute, is upon the father, even if he dies, or they become solvent later, even if the contrary is stipulated. Otherwise, it is upon them unless stipulated. If a rational person and a father dispute, it is annulled and there is no dowry. Does this apply if they swear? Otherwise, it binds the one who refuses to swear. Hesitation. If a rational person, a stranger, and a woman swear denying consent and the command while present, provided they did not deny merely upon their knowledge, even if time is long, it binds. It returns to a father, a man of status who married another and a guarantor for his daughter, half upon divorce and the whole upon corruption. None of them has recourse unless he explicitly states guaranteeship or it is after the contract. She may refuse if taking it is impossible until he is able, and she takes the immediate portion. He may leave it. It is void if he guarantees in his illness for an heir not the husband of his daughter. Equality, kafar, is in religion and condition. She and the guardian may waive it. A guardian who consented then divorced has no right to refuse without a new incident. The mother has a say regarding the father marrying off a wealthy desired daughter to a poor man. Ibn al-Qasim narrated it with negation unless there is clear harm. Is it agreement? Two interpretations. The client, Mawla, the non-sharif, and the one of lesser status, is an equal. Regarding the slave, there are two interpretations. Forbidden to him are his ascendants and descendants, even if created from his water and their wives, and the descendants of his first ascendants, and the first generation of every ascendant, and the ascendants of his wife, by mere pleasure, even after her death, or by looking at her descendants, like ownership. The contract is forbidden even if corrupt, provided it is not agreed upon. Otherwise, intercourse if it averts the punishment. Regarding adultery, disagreement. If he attempted pleasure with his wife and enjoyed her daughter, there is hesitation. If a father says, "I married her," or "I had intercourse with the bondswoman when the son intended that," and denies it, abstinence is recommended. Regarding its obligation, if it spreads, two interpretations. Combining 5 is forbidden. For the slave, the fourth or 2. If any one of them were posited as male, it would be forbidden, like intercourse with them by ownership. The marriage of the second is annulled if she is confirmed. Otherwise, he swears for the dowry without divorce, like a mother and her daughter by contract. Their prohibition is perpetual if he enters. There is no inheritance even if they were sequential. If he did not enter with one, the mother becomes lawful. If he dies and the first is unknown, inheritance applies. Each gets half her dowry, as if the fifth was unknown. The sister becomes lawful by the irrevocable separation of the first, or the cessation of ownership by manumission, even for a term or writing, kitaba, or marriage making lawful the irrevocably divorced, or capture or escape, despair or sale in which there was deception, not a corrupt one that has not passed, nor menstruation, waiting period of doubt, apostasy, ihram, zihar, exoneration, istibra, option, responsibility of 3, service of a year, and gift to one who squeezes it from him, even by sale, unlike charity to him if possessed, and service of years, and endowment if he had intercourse with both to forbid. If he keeps the second, he exonerates her. If he contracts, then buys, it is the first. If he has intercourse or contracts after enjoying her sister by ownership, it is like the first. The irrevocably divorced is forbidden until an adult penetrates the glands without prevention or rejection by impotence in a binding marriage and explicit privacy. Only a wife, even a eunuch, like marrying a non-suspect for an oath, not by a corrupt one if not established after it by a second intercourse. Regarding the first, hesitation, like a legalizer, muhalil, even with the intention of keeping her with admiration. The intention of the divorcer and her intention are void. Before the claim of intervening marriage, like a present, one trusted that it was after. Regarding others, two opinions. His ownership or his child's ownership annuls, even if it arises without divorce, like a woman regarding her husband, even by paying money to be freed from her. Not if a master rejects the purchase of one who did not authorize her or intended annulment by sale, like gifting her to the slave to take her, so the slave is compelled to accept the gift. A father owns his son's slave girl by enjoying her for value, and she becomes forbidden to him if both had intercourse. She becomes free upon her childbearing. A slave may marry his master's daughter with hardship. He owns another like a free man, for whom no child is born, and like the grandfather's bondswoman. Otherwise, if he fears adultery and lacks means to marry a free woman who is not excessive in dowry, even a Kitabi woman, or has a free wife under him. For a slave without partnership and two wretches, Mukatab and Mudabar, looking at the mistress's hair like a eunuch and a wretched one for a husband. It was narrated as permissible even if they do not belong to them. A free woman is given a choice with a free man, regarding herself with a single irrevocable divorce, like marrying a bondswoman over her or a second wife, or knowing of one so she finds more. A bondswoman is not lodged without a conditional custom. The master may travel with one not lodged. He may deduct from her dowry if her debt does not prevent him, except a quarter dinar. He may prevent her until he receives it and takes it, even if he kills her or sells her to a distant place, unless to an oppressor. Therein he is obliged to equip her with it. Is it a disagreement, and the majority hold the first if not lodged? Or did he equip her from his own? Two interpretations. Handing her over is prevented by selling her before consummation, due to the lapse of the seller's disposal. Fulfillment of marriage, if he frees her, is binding, and her dowry. Does this apply even if sold by a ruler for bankruptcy or not, but he does not have recourse with it from the price? Two interpretations. After it, like her wealth. It is void regarding the bondswoman if he combines her with a free woman only, unlike the fifth, the woman and her prohibited relative. Her husband may practice coitus interruptus, asl, if she permits, and her master, like the free woman, if she permits. The disbeliever, too, except the free Kitabi woman, where it is disliked. It is emphasized in the abode of war, even a Jewess who became Christian, and vice versa, and their bondswoman by ownership. It is confirmed for her if he accepts Islam. Their marriages are corrupt. Upon the bondswoman and Magian woman, if she is freed and accepts Islam, and it is not distant, like a month. Does this apply if he was negligent or absolutely? Two interpretations. No maintenance. Or, if she accepts Islam, then he accepts Islam during her waiting period, even if he divorced her. No maintenance according to the chosen and best view. Before consummation, she is separated immediately, or they accept Islam unless prohibited. Before the end of the waiting period and the term, they continue, even if he divorced her 3 times and contracts if he made her irrevocable without a legalizer. It is annulled by the Islam of one of them without divorce, not his apostasy, so it is irrevocable, even for the religion of his wife. Regarding the binding of 3 for a dhimmi who divorced her and they appealed to us, or if it was valid in Islam, or by separation generally or not. Interpretations. Their corrupt dowry or dropping it passes if he took possession and entered, otherwise it is like delegation. Is this if they deemed it lawful? Two interpretations. The Muslim chooses 4, even the last ones, and one of 2 sisters absolutely, and a mother and her daughter he did not touch. If he touched them, they are forbidden. 1 becomes specific. His son or father does not marry the one he separated from. He chooses by divorce, zihar, ila, or intercourse. The other if her marriage is annulled or it appears they are sisters, as long as they did not marry. Nothing for the others if he did not enter with him, like his choosing one of 4 suckling girls he married, and a woman suckled them. He owes 4 dowries if he dies and did not choose. No inheritance if 4 Kitabi women remain behind from Islam, or the divorced woman is confused between a Muslim and a Kitabi. Not if he divorced one of his 2 wives, and she was unknown, and he entered with one, and the waiting period did not end. The one entered with gets the dowry and 3/4 of the inheritance, and the other 1/4 and 3/4 of the dowry. Does the feared illness of one of them prevent it, even if the heir permits, or if he did not need? Disagreement. The sick woman gets the name dowry by consummation. Upon the sick man from his 3rd is the lesser of it, and the dowry of the equal. Annulment is hastened, unless the sick one of them recovers. Marriage to a Christian woman and a bondswoman is prevented according to the sounder view, and the chosen view opposes it. A chapter concerning the option of choice for one of the spouses. The option exists if knowledge did not precede, or he did not consent or enjoy, and swears to its negation. Regarding leprosy, scrotal hernia, and elephantiasis. Not leprosy of a father and castration, amputation of the penis, impotence, objection, bony obstruction, vaginal occlusion, foul odour, prolapse, and rupture, ifta, before the contract. For her only. Rejection due to clear leprosy and harmful vitiligo occurring after it, not like objection and their madness, even once a month before consummation, and after it a year therein. And regarding leprosy and elephantiasis, whose cure is hoped for in a year. And others, if safety was stipulated, even by the guardian's description at the proposal. Regarding rejection, if health was stipulated, hesitation. Not by the failure of assumption, like baldness, blackness from white, bad breath, and non-virginity, unless he says a virgin. Regarding a virgin, hesitation. Otherwise, the free man marries the bondswoman, and the free woman the slave, unlike the slave with the bondswoman and the Muslim with the Christian, unless they deceived. The one objected to is given a year after health from the day of judgment, even if he falls ill. The slave gets half. The apparent view is no maintenance for her therein. He is believed if he claims intercourse therein with his oath. If he refuses, she swears, otherwise she remains. If he does not claim it, he divorces her. Otherwise, does the judge divorce or order her to do so, then rule by it? 2 opinions. She may separate from him after consent without a term. The dowry is after it, like the entry of the impotent and the amputated. Regarding hastening divorce, if his penis is cut off in it, 2 opinions. The woman with vaginal occlusion is given a term for treatment by effort. She is not compelled to it if it is congenital. He touches over a garment, denying amputation and the like. He is believed regarding objection, like the woman regarding her illness, or its existence at the contract, or her virginity. She or her father swears if she is foolish. Women do not look at her. If he brings 2 women testifying for him, they are accepted. If the father knew of her non-virginity without intercourse and concealed it, the husband has the right of rejection according to the sounder view. With rejection before consummation, there is no dowry, like deception regarding freedom. After it, with his defect, the name dowry applies. With hers, he has recourse for all of it, not the value of the child, against a guardian who was not absent, like a son and brother. Nothing is upon her. It is upon him and her if he married her in her presence while concealing. Then the guardian upon her if he took it from him, not the reverse. Upon her in cases like the cousin, except a quarter dinar. If he knew, it is like the relative. He swears if he claims his knowledge, like accusing him according to the chosen view. If he refuses, he swears he deceived him and has recourse against him. If he refuses, he has recourse against the wife according to the chosen view, and against a deceiver other than a guardian who took charge of the contract, unless he informs that he is not a guardian, not if he did not take charge. The child of the deceived free man only is free. He owes the lesser of the named dowry, and the dowry of the equal, and the value of the child, without his wealth on the day of judgment, except for grandmotherhood. Loyalty, wala, belongs to him. Deception regarding the walad and the mudabara falls by his death. The lesser of his value, or blood money if killed, or who deceived her, or what decreased her if she miscarried him dead, like wounding him. For his lack it is taken from the son. It is not taken from one of the children, except his share. The value of the child of the mukataba is halted. If she claims, it returns to the father. The husband's word that he deceived is accepted. If he divorced her or they died, then he discovered a cause for option. It is like nothing. The guardian may conceal blindness and the like. He must not conceal immorality. The sounder view forbids the leper from intercourse with his bondswomen. For the Arab woman, rejection of the client, Mawla, claiming lineage, not the Arab, except the Qurayshi woman marrying him, assuming he is Qurayshi. A chapter concerning the option of the bondswoman. For the one whose freedom is complete, separation from the slave only with a single irrevocable divorce or two. Her dowry falls before consummation and separation, if the master received it and was destitute. After it, it is hers as if she consented while being delegated with what he imposed after her freedom for her, unless the master takes it or stipulates it. She is believed if she did not empower him that she did not consent, even after a year, unless she drops it or empowers him, even if she was ignorant of the ruling, not the freedom. She gets the greater of the named dowry and the dowry of the equal, or she separates from him not with a revocable divorce or freedom before choice, unless for delay due to menstruation. If she marries before her knowledge and consummation, she is lost by the consummation of the second. She has a delay for consideration if he stops her. A chapter concerning the dowry and its rulings. The marital gift, sadaq, is akin to a price. Like a slave she chooses, not him. Its guarantee, destruction, entitlement and defect or part of it are like the sale. If it occurs with a jar of vinegar, then it turns out to be wine. It is similar. It is permitted with a trousseau, shura, or a number of camels or slaves, or the dowry of the equal. She gets the average immediately. Regarding the condition of mentioning the gender of the slave, 2 opinions. Females of it, if released. No responsibility, uhda. Until consummation if known, or solvency if he was wealthy. Based on gifting the slave to so-and-so, or freeing her father for her or for himself. Delivery is obligatory if specified. Otherwise she may prevent herself, even if defective from consummation and intercourse after it, and travel to deliver what is due, not after intercourse unless entitled. Even if he did not deceive her according to the manifest view. He who hastens is compelled for the other if the husband reaches puberty and intercourse is possible. She is given a year if she stipulates for exile or youth. Otherwise it is void, not more. For illness and youth, preventing intercourse, and the time for her like to prepare her affairs, unless he swears he will enter that night, not for menstruation. If he does not find it, a term is set to prove his insolvency for 3 weeks. Then he delays by consideration. Acted upon with a year and a month. Regarding delay for one not hoped for corrected and its absence, 2 interpretations. Then divorce is upon him. Half is obligatory, not in a defect. It is established by intercourse, even if forbidden, and death of one and residing for a year. She is believed regarding privacy of guidance, even with a legal impediment, and in its negation, even if foolish and a bondswoman, and the visitor from them. If he confesses only, it is taken if she is foolish. Does this apply if the rational confirms the confession likewise, or if she denied herself? 2 interpretations. It is corrupt if less than a quarter dinar or 3 pure dirhams, or valued by them. He completes it if he entered. Otherwise, if he does not complete it, annulment. Or with what he does not own, like wine and a free person, or by dropping it, or like retaliation, or a fugitive slave, or the house of so-and-so, or its brokerage, or part of it for an unknown term, or he did not restrict the term, or exceeded 50 years, or with a specific distant thing, like Khorasan from Andalusia. Permitted like Egypt from Medina, not with a condition of entry before it, except very near. She guarantees it after possession if lost, or with a usurped thing they knew, not one of them, or by its combination with a sale, like a house he or her father paid. Permitted from the father in delegation, combining 2 women, naming for them, or one of them. Does this apply even if he stipulated marrying the other, or if he named the dowry of the equal? 2 opinions. Combining them is not approved, and the majority hold the interpretation of prohibition. Annulment before it, and the dowry of the equal after, not dislike. Or implied its establishment its removal, like paying the slave in his dowry, and after consummation she owns him. Or with a guaranteed house or 1,000, and if he has a wife, then 2,000, unlike 1,000, and if he takes her out of her town or marries over her, then 2,000. The condition is not binding and is disliked, nor the second 1,000 if he contravenes, like, if I take you out, you have 1,000. Or she dropped 1,000 before the contract on that, unless she drops what was established after the contract without an oath from him. Or like, marry me to your sister for 100 on condition that I marry you to my sister for 100, which is the essence of shigar. If he did not name, strictly so. Annulment therein, even in one. Based on the freedom of the bondswoman's child forever. She has in the face and 100 and wine, or 100 and 100. For death or separation, the greater of the named, and the dowry of the equal, even if exceeding the total. Estimated by the known delay, if it was in it. Interpretations also regarding if he named for one, and entered with the name for her, with the dowry of the equal. Regarding its prevention by benefits, and teaching her Qur'an, and taking her for Hajj, and he returns with the value of his work for annulment, and its dislike, like excessiveness in it, and the term 2 opinions. If he ordered him with a specific 1,000 first, then he married him for 2,000. If he entered, upon the husband is 1,000, and the agent pays 1,000 if he transgressed by confession or proof. Otherwise she swears if the husband swears. Regarding swearing the husband for him if he refuses and pays the second 1,000. 2 opinions. If he did not enter and one consented, it binds the other, not if the agent committed to the 1,000. Each may swear the other regarding what benefits his confession if no proof stands. It is not returned if she accuses him. Priority is given to the oath of the husband that he ordered him only with 1,000. Then the woman has annulment if proof stands on marriage for 2,000. Otherwise, it is like the dispute in the dowry. If she knew of the transgression, 1,000. Conversely, 2,000. If each knew and knew of the other's knowledge, or did not know, 2,000. If he knew of her knowledge only, 1,000. Conversely, 2,000. Marriage of an authorizing non-compelled woman is not binding without the dowry of the equal, acted upon with the secret dowry if they announced another. She swears him if she claims returning from it, unless with proof that the announced has no basis. If he marries for 30, 10 cash and 10 to a term, and they are silent about 10, it falls. Her cash is such requiring its receipt. Marriage of entrustment, tafwid, is permitted, and arbitration, a contract without mentioning a dowry with I have gifted. It is annulled if she gifted herself before it. Corrected that it is adultery. She is entitled to it by intercourse, not by death or divorce, unless he imposes and she consents. She is not believed regarding it after them. She may demand estimation. It is binding upon her in it. And the arbitration of the man, if the equal is imposed, it does not bind him. Is her arbitration and the arbitration of another likewise? Or if the equal is imposed, it binds them and less binds him only, and more the reverse? Or must the husband and arbitrator consent, which is the manifest view? Interpretations. Consent without it is for the guided woman and the father even after consummation, and the executor before it, not the neglected one. If imposed in his illness, it is a bequest to an heir. Regarding the demi-woman and bondswoman, 2 opinions. She returns the excess to the equal if he had intercourse. It is binding if valid, not if she absolved before imposition or dropped a condition before its obligation. The dowry of the equal is what one like him desires in her, considering religion, beauty, lineage, wealth, and land. A full sister or consanguine, not the mother and aunt. In the corrupt, the day of intercourse. The dowry is unified, if the ambiguity is unified, like the mistaken with a non-knowing woman, otherwise multiple, like the fornicator with her, or the coerced. Permitted with a condition not to harm her in companionship or clothing and the like. If he stipulated not to touch an walad or concubine, it is binding regarding the first of them according to the sounder view, not in a former walad regarding I will not take a concubine. She has the option regarding some conditions, even if he did not say, if he does, any of them. Does she own half by the contract? So its increase like offspring and yield, and its decrease are for them, and upon them or not? Disagreement. Upon her is half the value of the gifted and manumitted on their day, and half the price in sale. Manumission is not returned unless the husband returns it for her insolvency on the day of manumission. Then, if he divorces her, half is free without judgment. It is halved. And an increase after the contract, and a gift stipulated for her or her guardian before it. She may take it from him by divorce before touch. Its guarantee, if destroyed, is by proof, or if it was something not hidden from them, otherwise from the one in whose hand it is. Specified is what she bought from the husband. Is it absolutely, and the majority hold it, or if she intended relief? 2 interpretations, and what she bought from her trousseau, even from other than him. The increase alone falls by death. regarding the halving of a gift after the contract and before consummation, or nothing for him, even if not lost, unless he annuls before consummation, so he takes the existing from her, not if he annuls after it. 2 narratives. Regarding judgment for what is gifted customarily. 2 opinions. Corrected is judgment for the banquet, not the wage of the hairdresser. She has recourse against him for half the maintenance of the fruit and slave. Regarding the wage of teaching a craft, 2 opinions. Upon the guardian or rational woman is the cost of transport to the town of consummation stipulated, unless for a condition. Preparation is binding upon her, according to custom, with what she received if consummation preceded. Judged for him if he called him to receive what is due, unless he names something, so it binds. She does not spend from it, nor pay a debt, except the needy, like the dinar. If demanded for her dowry due to her death, so he demanded them to produce her trousseau, it does not bind them according to the said view. Her father may sell a slave driven by the husband for her for preparation. Regarding his selling the principal, 2 opinions. The claim of the father alone is accepted regarding lending it to her in the year with an oath, even if the daughter opposes him not, if distant, and he did not witness. If she confirms him, it is in her third. She is exclusive to it if he brought it to her house, or witnessed for her, or the father bought it for her and placed it with, like her mother. Even if she gifted the dowry to him, or what he gives her as dowry before consummation, he is compelled to pay the least of it. After it or part of it, the gifted is like nothing unless she gifts it for the endurance of companionship, like his gift for that, so it is annulled. If a foolish woman gives him what he marries her with, the marriage is established, and he gives her its like from his wealth. If she gifted it to a stranger, and he received it, then he divorced her. He pursues her, and she has no recourse against him unless she proves the gifted was a dowry. If he did not receive it, she and the divorcer are compelled, if she was solvent, on the day of divorce. If she performs kul with him for like a slave or 10, and did not say, from my dowry, she has no half. If she received it, she returns it, not if she said, divorce me for 10, or did not say, from my dowry, then half of what remains. Established by intercourse. He has recourse if he gave her as dowry one whom he knows enters into freedom upon her. Does this apply if she was rational and he was correct, or absolutely if the guardian did not know? 2 interpretations. If he knew without her, he is not free upon her. Regarding his freedom upon him, 2 opinions. If the slave committed a felony in his hand, he has no say. If she surrendered him, he has nothing unless she favoured, so he pays half the indemnity and partnership in it. If she ransomed him with her indemnity or less, he does not take him except for that. If it exceeds his value, and for more, it is like favouritism. The woman has recourse for what she spent on a slave or fruit. Permitted is the pardon of the virgin's father regarding half the dowry before consummation and after divorce. Ibn al-Qasim. Before it for a benefit. Is it agreement? 2 interpretations. And receiving it, a compelling guardian or executor. They are believed even if no proof stands, and they swear. He has recourse if he divorces her in her wealth, if she was solvent on the day of payment. He is absolved only by the purchase of a trousseau, witnessed by proof of its payment to her, or bringing it to the house of consummation, or directing it to it. Otherwise, the woman, even if he took possession, follows him or the husband. If the father says, after witnessing the receipt, I did not receive it, the husband swears in, like the 10 days. Chapter Elucidating the ordinances. Concerning spousal disputation. Should the pair dispute regarding the very existence of the marital bond, it shall be established through clear evidence, even if such evidence be mere hearsay concerning the beating of drums and the smoke of the feast. Otherwise, no oath is required. If the claimant presents a single witness, and the claimant swears an oath alongside him, she shall inherit. The husband is commanded to withdraw from her on account of a second witness whom he claims is near. Yet, if he fails to bring him forth, there is no oath upon either of the spouses, and she is commanded to wait for him to produce nearby evidence. Subsequently, his evidence shall not be heard if a judge has declared him incapacitated regarding his plea, though the apparent ruling is its acceptance if he admits his own incapacity. It is not permitted for one possessing 3 wives to wed a 5th until after the divorce of the 4th. The denial of the husband does not constitute a divorce. If 2 men claim her, and she denies both or denies one while each establishes evidence, the marriage is annulled, as in the case of 2 guardians contracting her to different men. Regarding inheritance through the mutual acknowledgement of the spouses who are not strangers to one another, and the acknowledgement of an heir where there is no other established heir, there is a difference of opinion, unlike the case of strangers or the acknowledgement of the parents of those who have not reached puberty. If he says, "I married you," and she replies, "Yes," or if she says, "You divorced me," or "You granted me khul," or he says, "You redeemed yourself from me," or "I am a zihar pronouncer from you," or "You are unlawful," or irrevocably separated in response to "divorce me." It is not a divorce if he did not intend it, or if he says, "You are to me like the back of my mother," or if he acknowledges and she denies, then she says yes, and he denies. And regarding the amount of the dower, or its description, or its genus, they shall both swear, and the contract shall be dissolved, and the return shall be to that which is most similar. The dissolution of the marriage occurs upon the completion of the mutual swearing and other factors, like a sale, unless it is after consummation, or divorce, or death. In such cases, his word is accepted upon oath. Even if she claims he delegated the authority to her according to those accustomed to relying on his word regarding capability and description, he must return the like in its genus, so long as that does not exceed the value of what she claimed or fall below his claim, and the marriage remains established. If a foolish woman speaks, even if evidence is established for 2 dowers in 2 contracts, they are binding. If a divorce is estimated between them, she is tasked with clarifying that it was after consummation. If he says, "I gave your father the dower," and she says, "My mother," they shall both swear, and the father is freed. And if she swears without him, both are freed, and their loyalty belongs to her. Regarding the receipt of what has become due, before consummation her word is accepted, and after it his word is accepted upon oath in both cases, according to Abd al-Wahhab, unless it is documented in writing, and according to Ismail, provided it is not delayed beyond consummation according to custom. Regarding the household effects, the woman is entitled to what is customary for women only, upon her oath. Otherwise it belongs to him upon his oath. The spun yarn belongs to her, unless it is proven that the flax was his, in which case they are partners. If she wove it, she is tasked with clarifying that the yarn was hers. If the man establishes evidence of purchasing what belongs to her, he swears, and it is adjudged to him, just as the converse is true. And regarding her swearing, there are 2 interpretations. Chapter concerning the wedding feast. The wedding feast is deemed a recommended act following consummation, extending for a day. Answering the invitation is obligatory for the one specifically invited, even if he is fasting, provided there is no presence of one who would cause him harm, nor any objectionable matter, such as silk furnishings or images upon a wall, not, however, mere permissible play. This applies even if the host is a person of status, according to the most correct view, or if there is a great crowd, or if the door is locked against him. Regarding the obligation of eating for the one who is not fasting, there is hesitation. None other than the invited may enter save by permission. It is disliked to scatter almonds and sugar, but not the use of the sieve, even for a man. Regarding the large drum and the lute, the third opinion is that it is permissible regarding the large drum, according to Ibn Kinana, and the flute and the horn are permitted. Chapter elucidating the apportionment of time among wives and what becomes it. The apportionment among wives is obligatory strictly regarding the spending of the night, even if sexual intercourse is prevented by law or by nature, such as a woman in a state of ihram, or one from whom zihar has been pronounced, or one physically obstructed but not regarding intercourse itself, unless due to deliberate withholding, such as restraining oneself to preserve his pleasure for another. It is incumbent upon the guardian of the insane to rotate him, and upon the sick person, unless he is unable, in which case he may stay where he wishes. And if he recovers, he need not make up the time if he was unjust in it, like the service of a slave partially freed who absconds. It is recommended to begin by night and to spend the night with the one wife, and the bondswoman is like the free woman. A virgin is adjudged 7 nights and a non-virgin 3, without making up time, nor is the request granted for 7. He shall not enter upon her co-wife during her day, except for a need. It is permitted to prefer one over the other with her consent, whether for something in exchange or not, such as giving her something to withhold her claim, or buying her day from her. Intercourse with her co-wife is permitted with her permission. Greetings at the door are permitted, as is spending the night with her co-wife if she locks her door against him and he is unable to enter. He may sleep in her chamber. With their consent, he may house them in 2 dwellings within one house, and summon them to his place. Exceeding a day and a night is not permitted unless they do not consent. Entering the bath with both of them, or gathering them in one bed, even without intercourse, is prohibited. Regarding the prevention of 2 bondswomen and its dislike, there are 2 opinions. If she gifts her turn to a co-wife, he has the right to prevent it, but she does not, and her co-wife has exclusive right to it, unlike a gift from him. She has the right to retract. If he travels, he chooses, except in military expeditions and Hajj, wherein he casts lots, and it is interpreted as choice absolutely. Admonishing the one who is recalcitrant, then forsaking her, then striking her if he thinks it will be effective, and if he transgresses, the ruler shall rebuke him. He shall house her among righteous people if she is not among them. If the matter is obscure, he shall send 2 arbiters, even if he has not consummated the marriage, from their families if possible, and it is recommended that they be neighbours. The judgment of one who is not just, or a fool, or a woman, or one not learned in fiqh regarding that matter, is void. Their divorce is effective even if the spouses and the ruler do not consent, and even if they were appointed by the parties themselves. They may not effect more than 1 divorce. If they differ regarding the number, it is binding. She has the right to apply for divorce due to clear harm, even if the evidence does not testify to its repetition. Reformation is incumbent upon them. If it is impossible, then if the husband has done evil, they shall divorce without khul. And if the reverse, they shall entrust him regarding her, or effect khul according to their judgment. If both have done evil, is divorce without khul specific, or do they have the right to effect khul according to discretion, which is the majority view? There are two interpretations. If they come to the ruler and inform him, his judgment is executed. The spouses may appoint one person with the description. Regarding two guardians and the ruler, there is hesitation. They have the right, if they appointed them, to dismiss them as long as they have not completed the investigation, and he shall enforce whatever they judge. If they divorce and differ regarding the wealth, if she does not commit to it, there is no divorce. Chapter concerning khul and its attachments. Khul is permitted, which is divorce in exchange for compensation, even without a ruler, and for compensation from other than her if he is qualified, but not from a minor, a fool, or a slave. The wealth is returned, and she becomes irrevocably separated. It is permitted from the father on behalf of his daughter who is compelled into marriage, unlike the executor. Regarding the khul of the father on behalf of a foolish daughter, there is a difference of opinion. It is permitted involving uncertainty, gharar, such as a fetus or something undescribed, and he is entitled to the average quality. It is permitted upon the maintenance of a pregnancy if it exists, and by dropping her right to custody. With a sale, she is returned to him. As with the absconding of a slave, he bears half of it. He may hasten what is deferred for an unknown amount, and it is also interpreted as its value. Bad dirhams are returned unless there is a condition, as is value, such as a slave who is claimed by right. The unlawful, such as wine or usurped property, even if partial, is returned, and he receives nothing, such as her delaying a debt owed by him, or her leaving her dwelling, or his hastening to her what need not be accepted. Is it likewise if it was obligatory or not? Two interpretations. She becomes irrevocably separated even without compensation, if stated explicitly or explicitly regarding the right of return, such as giving wealth during the waiting period to negate it, like selling her or marrying her off. The chosen view is the negation of binding force in both. Divorce adjudged by a ruler is irrevocable, except for illa, vow of abstention, and inability to provide maintenance, but not if he stipulates the negation of return without compensation, or if he divorces or reconciles and gives. Is it absolute, or only if he intends khul? Two interpretations. Its requisite agent is a morally responsible husband, even if foolish, or the guardian of a minor, a father or master, or other than them, but not the father of a fool or the master of an adult. The khul of a sick person is effective, and his heirs inherit, but she does not, like one given choice or ownership in it, or one from whom ila was pronounced, or a woman involved in li'an, or one who caused him to break an oath in it, or if she embraced Islam, or was freed or married another. She inherits from husbands, even if under marital authority. Inheritance is only cut off by valid evidence. If he recovers and then falls ill and divorces her a second time, she does not inherit except during the waiting period of the first divorce. Acknowledgement of it during illness is like initiating it. The waiting period is from the acknowledgement. If witnesses testify after his death to his divorce, it is like divorce in illness. If he calls witnesses to it while travelling, then arrives and has intercourse and denies the testimony, they are separated and there is no prescribed punishment. If he irrevocably divorces her and then marries her before his recovery, He is like one marrying in illness. The khul of a sick woman is not permitted. Is it returned, or is the amount exceeding her inheritance returned on the day of her death? Or is it halted until then? 2 interpretations. If his agent decreases from his named amount, it is not binding, or if he gave him or her unrestricted authority, he swears that he intended the khul of equivalent value. If her agent increases, the increase is upon him. The wealth is returned by testimony of hearsay regarding harm and by her oath with 1 witness or 2 women. It does not harm her to drop the testimonial evidence according to the most correct view. By being irrevocable, not revocable, or because it is annulled without divorce, or due to a defect granting choice in it. Or if he says, if I grant you khul, you are divorced thrice, but not if he does not say thrice, whereupon 2 divorces are binding upon him. It is permitted to stipulate the maintenance of her child for the duration of his suckling, but there is no maintenance for the pregnancy. The maintenance of the husband, or other than him, drops as does any excessive condition, such as his death. If she dies, or her milk ceases, or she gives birth to 2 children, it is upon her. The maintenance of the absconded and the stray is upon him unless stipulated. There is no maintenance for a fetus except after its exit. He is compelled to gather it with its mother. Regarding the maintenance of fruit whose ripeness has not appeared, there are 2 opinions. Mutual giving suffices, even if suspended upon taking possession or payment. It is not restricted to the cession unless there is a contextual indicator. It is binding regarding the dominant 1,000. Separation occurs if he says, if you give me 1,000, I have parted from you, or I part from you, if obligation is understood, or a promise if he entangled her, or divorce me thrice for 1,000, and he divorces once, and vice versa, or separate me for 1,000, or divorce me half a divorce, or during the whole month, and he does so. Or if he says for 1,000 tomorrow, and she accepts immediately, or for this Herati cloth, and it turns out to be Mervian, or for what is in her hand, and it contains something of value or does not, according to the better view. Not, however, if she grants khul with what she has no semblance of right to, or for a triviality in, if you give me what I grant you khul for, or I divorce you thrice for 1,000, and she accepts 1 for 1/3. If he claims khul, or an amount, or a genus, she swears and is separated. The word is his if they differ in number, like his claim of a slave's death or defect before it. If it is established afterwards, there is no restitution. Chapter concerning the conditions of divorce. According to the Sunnah. Divorce according to the Sunnah is a single pronouncement during a period of purity in which he has not touched her, without a waiting period. Otherwise it is an innovation, bid'i. It is disliked during other than menstruation. He is not compelled to take her back, as in the case before washing from it, or permissible dry ablution, tayammum. It is prevented during it, yet it occurs. He is compelled to take her back, even if she is accustomed to bleeding, because it is added to the first according to the most likely view. The better view is its absence until the end of the waiting period. If he refuses, he is threatened, then imprisoned, then beaten in a gathering. Otherwise, the ruler takes her back. Intercourse and mutual inheritance are permitted with it. The preferred course is that he keeps her until she becomes pure, then menstruates, then becomes pure. Regarding its prevention during menstruation, to avoid prolonging the waiting period, because therein is the permissibility of divorcing a pregnant woman, and for the one not consummated with, or because it is a ritual act preventing khul, and the lack of permissibility even if she consents, and regarding compelling him to take her back even if she does not arise. There is a difference. She is believed that she is menstruating. It is preferred to insert a cloth and for women to inspect it, unless they bring the matter to court while she is pure, in which case his word is accepted. He hastens the annulment of a corrupt marriage during menstruation, and divorce is upon the one who pronounced ilah. He is compelled to take her back, not due to a defect, nor what the guardian has the right to annul, nor due to his inability to provide maintenance like li'an. 3 divorces are executed in the worst form of divorce and the like. Regarding divorce thrice for the sunnah, if he has consummated with her, otherwise it is one, like his choice, or a great single one, or an ugly one, or like a palace. 3 for innovation, or some of them for innovation and some for the sunnah, counts as 3 in both cases. Chapter concerning the pillars of divorce. Its pillars are a qualified agent, intention, a locus, and a verbal expression. The divorce of a morally responsible Muslim is valid, even if he is intoxicated unlawfully. Is it only if he can distinguish, or absolutely? There is hesitation. The divorce of a meddlesome person, fuduli, is like his sale, and it is binding even if he jests, but not if his tongue slips during a legal verdict, or if he is prompted without understanding, or raves due to illness, or says to one whose name is Talik, "O Talik." It is accepted from him regarding Tariq, knocker, a slip of the tongue. Or if he says, "O Hafsa," and Amra answers him, and he divorces her, it applies to the one called. 2 divorces occur with evidence. Or if he is coerced even by evaluating a part of a slave, or regarding an action, unless he abandons ambiguity, tawriya, while knowing it, due to fear of a painful thing, from killing or beating or imprisonment, or chains, or a slap for a man of dignity in public, or killing his child, or for his wealth. Is it if it is much? There is hesitation, not a stranger. He is commanded to swear to remain safe. Likewise emancipation, marriage, acknowledgement, oaths, and the like. As for disbelief, reviling the Prophet, peace be upon him, and casting aspersions on a Muslim, it is only permitted to avoid killing, like a woman finding nothing to sustain her last breath except one who would commit adultery with her. His patience is more beautiful, not the killing of a Muslim, or cutting him, or that he should commit adultery. Regarding the binding nature of obedience coerced upon it, there are 2 opinions. Like allowing it as divorce willingly, the better view is to proceed. Its locus is what he owned before it, even if suspended, such as saying to a stranger, "She is divorced," upon proposing to her, or if she enters, intending after marrying her. She is divorced immediately following it, and upon him is half the dower, unless after 3, according to the correct view. If he consummated, then the named amount only. Like one who has intercourse after breaking an oath without knowing, such as retaining a large amount by mentioning a genus, or a land, or a time his life would ostensibly reach, but not regarding one under him unless he marries her. He may marry her and marry bondswomen within every free woman. It is binding regarding the Egyptian woman for one whose father is such, and the woman coming from elsewhere if she adopts their character. In Egypt it is binding in its province if he intends, otherwise it applies to the place where Friday prayer is binding. He may make a promise regarding her, unless it encompasses all women or he retains a few. Like every woman I marry, except via delegation or from a small village, or until I see her and he becomes blind, or virgins after every non-virgin, or vice versa. Or if he fears hardship in the deferred case, and taking a concubine is impossible, or the last woman. It is correct that he refrain from the first until he marries a second, then likewise. He is regarding the one refrained from, like the one who pronounced Ilah, and he chooses, except the first. If he says, "If I do not marry from Medina, she is divorced," and he marries from elsewhere, her divorce is executed. It is interpreted that the divorce binds him only if he marries from elsewhere before her. His authority over it is considered at the time of execution. If she performs the sworn act while irrevocably separated, it is not binding. If he marries her and she does it, he breaks the oath if anything remains of the marital bond in which it was suspended, like zihar, not a sworn oath to her. If he divorces her, then marries her, the stranger is divorced. He has no argument that he did not marry upon her if he claims intention, because his intent was not to combine them. Is it because the oath is upon the intention of the one sworn to, or because evidence was established against him? Two interpretations. Regarding as long as she lives her life, except for the intention of her being under him. If a slave suspends 3 divorces upon entry, then is freed, and she enters. They are binding. And if 2, 1 remains, just as if he divorced once, then was freed. If he suspends the divorce of his wife, who is owned by his father, upon his father's death, it is not effective. His expression is, "I divorced, I am divorcing, you are divorced woman," or "divorce is binding upon me," but not released. One applies unless he intends more, like "count your days." He is believed in its negation if the context indicates counting, or if she was firmly bound and said, "Release me." If she didn't ask him, there are 2 interpretations. 3 apply in definitive, bata, and "your cord is on your withers," or 1 irrevocable, or, if he intended it, "I have cleared your way," or "enter." And 3, unless he intends less, if he has not consummated with her, in, like carrion and blood, and "I have gifted you," and "I have returned you to your family," or "you," or "what I return to of my family," is unlawful, or void, or irrevocably separated, or "I," and he swears at the time of intending marriage. He is entrusted to his religion in its negation if the context indicates it. 3 apply in, "I have no bond over you," or "she bought it from him," unless for redemption. 3, unless he intends less absolutely, in "I have cleared your way." 1 in "I have parted from you." Intention is considered in it, and in its number in "go" and "depart," or "I did not marry you." Or if a man says to him, "Do you have a wife?" and he says, "No," or "You are free," or emancipated, or "Join your family," or "You are not a wife to me," unless he suspends in the latter. If he says, "There is no marriage between me and you," or "no ownership over you," or "I have no way over you," there is nothing upon him if it was a rebuke. Otherwise it is definitive. Is she forbidden by "My face from your face is unlawful," or "upon your face," or "What I live in is unlawful"? Or is there nothing upon him, like saying to her, "O unlawful one," or "The lawful is unlawful," or "Unlawful upon me," or "All that I own is unlawful," and did not intend to include her? 2 opinions. If he says, "She is a loose beast from me," or "emancipated," or "There is neither lawful nor unlawful between me and you," he is made to swear upon its negation. If he refuses, judgment is passed regarding its number, and he is punished. Intention regarding number is not accepted if he denies the intent of divorce after saying, "You are separate," or absolved, or void, or definitive, in answer to her saying, "I wish God would relieve me of your companionship." If he intended it by "give me water," or by any speech, it binds. Not, however, if he intended to utter divorce, but uttered this by mistake, or intended to execute 3, but said, "You are divorced," and fell silent. The statement of one saying, "O my mother," and "O my sister," is foolishness. It is binding by intelligible gesture, and by merely sending it with a messenger, and by writing whether resolved or not, if it reaches her. Regarding its binding force by his internal speech, there is a difference. If he repeats divorce with a conjunction by war, or far, or thumma, it is 3 if he entered, like with 2 divorces absolutely. Without a conjunction, it is 3 for the consummated wife like others if he coordinated it, unless for the intention of emphasis in both cases in other than what is suspended on multiple things. If he divorces, and it is said to him, "What have you done?" and he says, "She is divorced," if he did not intend informing, then regarding the binding of 1 or 2. There are 2 opinions: half a divorce, or 2 divorces, or 2 halves of a divorce, or a half and a third of a divorce, or 1 in 1, or whenever you do, and it is repeated, or divorced forever. 1. 2 in a quarter divorce, and half a divorce, and 1 in 2, and divorce all of it except half. "You are divorced if I marry you." Then he says, "Everyone I marry from this village is divorced." 3 in, except half a divorce, or 2 in 2, or whenever you menstruate, or whenever, or whensoever, or if I divorce you, or my divorce falls upon you, you are divorced, and he divorces her once. Or if I divorce you, you are divorced before it thrice. 1 in 4, he says to them, "Between you is a divorce, as long as the number does not exceed the 4th, sahnun. If he makes them partners, they are divorced 3 by 3. If he says, 'You are a partner of one divorced thrice,' and to a third, 'And you are their partner,' she is divorced 2, and the sides 3. The partial divorce entails discipline like the absolute part. Even if your hand, it binds. By your hair you are divorced, or your speech, according to the better view, but not by coughing, spitting, or weeping. Exception by illa, except, is valid if connected and not all-encompassing. Thus, in 3 except 1, or 3, or definitive, except 2, except 1, 2. 1 and 2, except 2, if it is from the whole, then 1, otherwise 3. Regarding cancelling what exceeds 3 and considering it, 2 opinions. It is executed if he suspends on a past event impossible by reason or custom or law, or possible like, "If you came, I paid you," or a future event certain to happen resembling their reaching it customarily, like "after a year," or "the day of my death," or "if I do not touch the sky," or "if this stone is not a stone," or for his jest, like "divorced yesterday," or by what there is no patience from, like "if you stood up," or dominant, like "if you menstruated," or possible obligatory, like "if you prayed," or by what is not known presently, like "if there is a boy in your belly," or "is not," or "in this almond are 2 kernels," or "so-and-so is of the people of paradise," or "if you were pregnant," or "were not." It is interpreted as innocence from it in a purity wherein she was not touched, and he chooses it with withdrawal, coitus interruptus, or if our knowledge of it is impossible, like "if God wills," or the angels, or the jinn, or turning the will to a suspended matter upon his will, unlike, except if the time is general, or he swears by custom, so he waits. Is the wait for fulfillment, and upon it is the majority, or is it executed like breaking the oath? 2 interpretations, or by a prohibited act, like if I touch the sky, or if this stone wills, or if the will of the suspended upon his will is not known, or does not resemble reaching it, or I divorced you while I was a boy, or when I die, or you die, or if, unless he intends its negation, or if you gave birth to a girl, or if you became pregnant, unless he treads her once, like if before his oath, like if you became pregnant and gave birth, or possible not dominant, and it is waited if he establishes, like the day of Zayd's arrival. The occurrence becomes clear at its beginning if he arrives in its half. And unless Zayd wills, like if he wills, unlike except that it appears to me, like the vow and emancipation. If he negates and does not defer, like if he does not arrive, he is prevented from her, except if I do not impregnate her, or if I do not tread her. Is he prevented absolutely? Or only in, if I do not perform Hajj this year, while it is not the time of travel? 2 interpretations. Except if I do not divorce you absolutely, or to a term, or if I do not divorce you at the beginning of the month, you are divorced at the beginning of the month definitively, or now. So he executes, and it occurs even if its time passed, like divorce today if you spoke to so-and-so tomorrow. If he says, if I do not divorce you once after a month, you are divorced now definitively. If he hastens it, it suffices. Otherwise it is said to him, either you hasten it, or she is irrevocably separated. If he swears upon the action of another, then regarding fulfillment, it is like himself. Is it likewise regarding breaking the oath? Or is the term of ilah not set for him and he waits? 2 opinions. If he acknowledges an action, then swears, I did not do it, he is believed with an oath, unlike his acknowledgment after the oath, where it is executed. His wife does not enable him if she heard his acknowledgment, and she is separated, and does not adorn herself except unwillingly. Let her redeem herself from him. Regarding the permissibility of her killing him during her conversation, 2 opinions. He is commanded to separate in, if you love me or hate me. Is it absolutely, or only if she answers with what implies breaking the oath, so it is executed? 2 interpretations, and therein is what indicates both, and by oaths doubted in. He is not commanded if he doubts whether he divorced or not, unless he relies, while being of sound mind, on something like seeing a person entering whom he doubted was the one sworn against. Is he compelled? 2 interpretations. If he doubts, is it Hind or another? Or says, one of you is divorced, or you are divorced, nay you. Both are divorced. If he says, or you are better, and nor you, the first is divorced unless he intends explicitly striking out. If he doubts, did he divorce 1, or 2, or 3? She is not lawful except after a husband. He is believed if he mentions during the waiting period. Then if he marries her and divorces her, it is likewise, unless he makes it definitive. If the maker of food swears against another, you must enter, and the other swears, I will not enter, the first breaks the oath. If he says, if I spoke, if I entered, she is not divorced except by both. If a witness testifies to unlawful and another to definitive, or to suspending it on entering a house in Ramadan and Dhu al-Hijjah, or by her entering in both, or by his speech in the market and the mosque, or that he divorced her one day in Egypt and one day in Mecca, they are patched together, like a witness to one and another to more. He is made to swear on the excess, otherwise he is imprisoned until he swears. Not by two actions, or an action and a saying, like one by suspending it on entry and another by entry. If they testify to a divorce of one and forget her, it is not accepted, and he swears he did not divorce one. If three testify to an oath and he refuses, then the three apply.